Chapter 47-23. Above the dusky sky, black shadows were constantly shuttling back and forth like lightning. The dark sky was oppressive. There were uneven mountain ranges, towering peaks and thousands of ravines. Stalagmites were hundreds of meters tall. Thorns and thorns were everywhere. Low roars could be heard from time to time from the forest, like wild beasts declaring their sovereignty over their territory and would not allow anyone to violate them. This is already the depths of the 100-Sparrow Mountain. If we go any further we will reach the dark forest. Tong Ling. A skinny young man wearing a white linen robe said in a low voice. He was vigilantly observing his surroundings, afraid to miss even the slightest movement. That's right. Although we are here to kill the heart of darkness, if we venture any deeper we might encounter danger. Another man wearing a brown robe also agreed. His gaze was also very sharp. His eyes were filled with a murderous aura. They had to be careful at all times. Otherwise they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Not to mention them, even the powerhouses standing at the top of the pyramid wouldn't dare to run amok in the dark forest. What are you afraid of? We haven't even entered the dark forest yet. Besides, we're here to gain experience, not to relax. What we want is excitement, and what we're here to do is to have our hearts race. What about the dark forest? Tong Ling have never met a decent magic beast in my life. I won't leave today. I must see if there are any stronger magic beasts here. Tong Ling said with a tsundere face. She had 2 ponytails and a chubby face with some baby fat, but it was very pleasing to look at. She was a playful and mischievous little beauty. She was dressed in a red fur coat, and the coldness in her eyes was frightening. This seemingly harmless red pepper was not easy to deal with. Even if she was facing the dark forest, Tong Ling didn't have the slightest bit of fear. A newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. In these past few years in Norton City, she had already met many worthy opponents. The only one who could compete with her was her brother, but he had already left. She also wanted to collect the Heart of Darkness. Only by obtaining 100 Heart of Darkness would she be qualified to participate in the beast fighting arena. Although she was a girl, Tong Ling was not inferior to any man. Great Aunt, if anything happens to you, the 2 of us will be buried with you, Balzaha said helplessly. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The 100-Sparrow Mountain was already deserted, and if he went any further he might have to face the super magic beasts of the dark forest. If he got entangled he might be buried here forever. This was no joke. Many years ago, his 2 uncles had entered the dark forest in search of magical beasts to kill the Heart of Darkness. However, they had never returned. That's right, Tong Ling, stop playing around. We haven't gotten married yet. You have to let us enjoy our old age. Xianxia had a mournful look on his face as he exchanged a glance with Balza. Both of them felt weak in the knees. They were not stellar-level experts. Even stellar-level experts could be obliterated by the black demonic god if they entered the core region of the Forest of Darkness. It was rumored that the black demonic god was the master of the Forest of Darkness. Anyone who entered would be mercilessly obliterated by him. Gradually, the Forest of Darkness became a haven for magical beasts. No one dared to enter its depths. Even those who hunted the Heart of Darkness only dared to move around the periphery. The Heart of Darkness was the heart of the magical beasts of the Forest of Darkness. They lived in the Forest of Darkness all year round, causing their hearts to be extremely powerful. They were also the heart currency here. The standard to enter the beast battling arena was to kill 100 darkness hearts. Only the truly brave could rise in the dark forest and become an immortal legend in the beast battling arena. You 2 cowards, you still want to flirt with me? You're simply cowards. Scram. I'm still short of 12 Hearts of Darkness. As long as I gather 100, I can go to the arena. Stop being an eyesore. Tong Ling curled her lips and sneered. She pushed away Balzaha, who was standing in front of her. She had an attitude of not fearing the heavens and earth, nor did she respect the gods. To her, this was a big adventure. It was thrilling, exciting, and full of fun. If you want to be a true warrior, you can't be timid. You can't retreat. All dangers are just paper tigers. Tong Ling's domineering appearance left Balzaha and Sancho in the dust. However, the Forest of Darkness was indeed not a place that ordinary people could enter. Furthermore, the level of danger was unprecedentedly high. Once they encountered danger, their lives would be in danger. This little girl's bravery is indeed worthy of praise. I like it very much. A bell-like voice resounded through the sky and echoed around the stone forest for a long time. Although the laughter was pleasing to the ears, it made the 3 of them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. At this time and place, this person definitely had ill intentions. You're a human or a ghost, come out. Tong Ling coldly looked around and shouted with a gloomy face. Oh, come out. Don't play dumb here. That's right, I'm not afraid of you. This isn't the forest of darkness. Don't play tricks here. Balzaha and Sancho were on guard because they couldn't tell where the voice came from. The three of them looked at each other and became serious. The danger was right in front of them and they were not allowed to leave this place. A shadow that looked like white moonlight slowly walked over from the direction of the dark forest. It was a green ox that was more than 3 meters long. As it slowly walked over, its mooing attracted the gazes of the three people. On the green bull was a lady in white with 1,000 braids. She held a conch shell in her arms and blew it gently. The lady was graceful and had an outstanding temperament. Compared to Tong Ling, she was more elegant and charming. To be exact, it was an enchanting charm. She was like a fox spirit. Every frown and smile could make one's soul wander. Her graceful figure swayed on the bull's back like a graceful dance. Balzaha and Sancho frowned because they were attracted by the white-clothed lady in front of them. You're from the forest of darkness? Tong Ling stared at the lady in white. She held the fire cloud spear tightly in her hand, ready to attack at any time. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Since you're here, then stay. Your bravery will be your end. The woman in white smiled sweetly. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind, and the shadow of the moon waned. Like a white enchantress, she blew the conch shell. Instantly, the expressions of the three people changed. The sound wave attack had thrown their minds into chaos, and their expressions turned ugly. Don't listen, Tong Ling said through gritted teeth. His brows were tightly knitted and his breathing was rapid. I'm afraid it's too late now. Kiki. The sound of the lady in white blew the conch. Tong Ling and the others covered their ears and knelt on the ground. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. You leave first, Ling. Balzaha clenched his teeth. He wanted to help Tong Ling up, but it was difficult for him to move. I'm not leaving. If you want to leave, we'll leave together. Tong Ling shouted. However, the three of them could not guard their minds at all. The sound of the conch was too abnormal and they had no way to deal with it. You want to leave? Kikik, not a chance. As soon as the lady in white finished speaking, a meteor-like figure descended from the sky. Her pupils constricted and her expression changed. Bang! With a loud sound, she was thrown to the ground. Even her mount was smashed into a meat patty. Chapter 47-24. In the dust, a black-robed man rubbed his eyes and slowly stood up. He murmured, "Where is this? Is this the heaven-awakened planet?" The black-robed man flicked his hair with a blank expression. It seemed like there was another problem with the formation he was repairing. He had to be strong enough, or else even if the formation was fine, he would still fall to his death. The white-clothed woman was dumbfounded. She tumbled down from the green ox and had long since lost her peerless appearance. The black-robed man in front of her was like a heavy bomb that gave her a great impact. Even her own mount had suffered a vicious attack. Justice from the heavens. Justice from the heavens. Tong Ling laughed and said. His eyes were full of vigor. Balzaha and Sanxua looked at each other. They were shocked. This black-robed man was too terrifying. He fell from the sky just like that. Who could withstand it? Even the powerful green bull was smashed to death. Everyone was stunned. Is this the heaven-awakened planet? Jiangchen looked at Tong Ling and asked again. Yes. This is the heaven-awakened planet. Where did you come from? A friend came from the heavens, ha. Tong Ling was beaming with joy as he looked at the lady in white with confidence. The lady in white was obviously frightened by Jiangchen. She hadn't even figured out the background of this guy, but she had already suffered a heavy loss in the battle. That's right. How fortunate, how fortunate. Jiangchen smiled. Although there were some problems with the formation this time, they didn't deviate from the destination. If they went to another planet again, Jiangchen would probably vomit blood from anger. I'm really sorry. Did I disturb you? Jiangchen looked at the white-robed woman. Her eyes were very cold and filled with hostility towards Jiangchen. Who are you? The white-robed woman asked coldly. Jiangchen. Who asked what your name is? What's your relationship with them? The white-robed woman frowned. It's fine. This is my first time coming to the heaven-awakened planet. If there's anything wrong, please forgive me. Jiangchen glanced at the green ox that he had smashed to death and smiled in embarrassment. Sorry I smashed your cow to death. Madman. The woman in white had a gloomy look in her eyes. She snorted lightly and frowned. This guy didn't come with good intentions, so it was better for her to leave first. I'll remember you. I'll get even with you sooner or later. The white-clothed woman snorted coldly. Her figure flashed, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, she disappeared at the end of the stone forest. Why did you let her escape? Tong Ling glared at Jiang Chen. Do you have a grudge? I don't even know her, so how would I know? Besides, I killed her cow. Jiang Chen said. Forget it, forget it. Since you saved me, I won't lower myself to your level. Where did you get this? You're not from the Heavenly Enlightenment Planet? Tong Ling looked at Jiang Chen. The Heavenly Enlightenment Planet isn't a place that anyone can casually come to. Even the Wind Cloud 9 city won't accept outsiders, let alone someone of unknown origin. Bal Zaha frowned. I'm indeed not from the Heavenly Enlightenment Planet. I came from another planet and I want to go to the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City. Jiang Chen said. Xianxia burst into laughter and looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. Brother, you want to go to the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City with your strength? Isn't that a joke? If you didn't descend from the sky and scare that woman, I really don't know where you got your courage from. What do you mean? Is it very difficult to go to the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City? Jiang Chen was stunned. It seemed that the Heavenly Enlightenment Planet wasn't as simple as he thought. Do you think that anyone can go to the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City? That's the holy land of the Heavenly Enlightenment Planet. Even this lady can only take it one step at a time. Going to the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Some people can't even enter in their entire lives. I think you'll need at least 2 lifetimes. Ah. Tong Ling laughed and said with a hint of mockery in her eyes. She was just that carefree. What are the conditions to enter the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City? I don't think it's difficult. Jiang Chen said disapprovingly. Not difficult. You talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? I won't hide it from you. With your strength, let alone the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City, you might not even be able to come out of the bestial battle arena. Tong Ling was not stingy with her mockery of Jiang Chen. The Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City is the holy land of the Heavenly Enlightenment Planet. Outside of the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City, there are the 9 Wind Cloud City. We are from Norton City. If you want to enter the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City, you must challenge the bestial battle arena and become the best beast warrior of the year. Only the top 3 beast warriors are qualified to enter the arena of the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City. If you can persist in the arena, you will have a chance to enter the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City. However, you only have 100 years. Once the 100 years are over, you must enter the arena a second time. Only those who are called Horsemen of the Apocalypse can stay in the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City forever. Balzaha said in a deep voice. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was just a 6th Heavenly Star Emperor. It was impossible for him to enter the Colosseum and challenge the warriors of the fighting beasts. It seems that it will be a little difficult to enter the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose, but he wasn't nervous at all. To him it was just 2 more challenges. However, after listening to their words, he was even more certain that the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City was worthy of being the core of Heavenly Awakening Star Domain. There was indeed a strict hierarchy here. It was impossible to enter the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City casually. What an arrogant fellow. You are lucky to have met us this time. Otherwise, you might have been eaten by the magical beast. This is the dark forest, not a place where anyone can come. Let's go quickly. Tong Ling patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said in an old-fashioned manner. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was still unknown who was going to save who. Yes, let's go quickly. This is not a place to stay for long. If that woman comes back, it will be terrible. Xianxia said. Let's go. Balzaha led the way. Everyone couldn't wait to leave this place. Even the arrogant Tong Ling had no objections. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen descending from the sky, they would have been in danger. If that woman wasn't willing to let it go, she might come looking for trouble again. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Anyway, the heart of darkness could be gathered. Jiang Chen looked back. That endless dark green forest. Was that the dark forest? That woman also belonged to this forest. It seemed that there were many things he didn't know about the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City. De Huang Longshisan, I don't know if you are here or not. Chapter 47-25. The size of the Heaven Awakened planet completely exceeded Jiang Chen's imagination. Even Norton City was enough to give him a headache. The Wind Cloud 9 cities were the 9 great cities surrounding the Heaven Awakened Galaxy City. Each city was as big as the ancient dragon star, which shocked Jiang Chen greatly. It took them 7 days and 7 nights to fly from the coastal forest to Norton City. During this time they had traveled more than 1,000,000 kilometers. The size of the heaven-awakened planet made Jiang Qin even more curious. During this time, Jiang Qin had also asked Tong Ling and Balzaha. Whether it was Long Shisan or De Huang, there was no news of them at all. It was the same for Feng. Jiang Qin had a headache. All he could do now was become stronger and stand in the center of the heaven-awakened galaxy city. Only then would they be able to see him if they were on the heaven-awakened planet. Moreover, the heaven-awakened planet was just too big. Jiang Qin could not imagine how difficult it would be to find a needle in a haystack like this. However, Tong Ling was right. If he wanted to go to the heaven-awakened galaxy city, he had to pass the test of the Colosseum. Only by becoming a beast warrior would he be qualified to go to the heaven-awakened galaxy city and challenge the Colosseum to become a true horseman of the apocalypse. There was still a long way to go. Norton City had a circumference of 10,000 miles. After arriving here, Jiang Qin found out that Tong Ling was the daughter of the city lord. No wonder Balzaha and Xianxia were so protective of her and were full of love for her. Along the way they had been fawning over her. It was impossible that Tong Ling didn't know that, but she didn't care about them at all. She treated them like brothers. "You two are so annoying. You're so close to me. I'm almost home, okay?" Tong Ling said impatiently. Balzaha and Xianxia were buzzing around her like flies. "We promised the city lord that we would bring you back safe and sound. We can't go back on our word. We've already bowed 18 times. What else can we do?" Hee. Balzaha shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Jiang Qin could see that although the two of them liked Tong Ling, they weren't scheming people. It was only right for them to be loyal to someone. The Tong mansion was very big, just like a garden. There were countless houses, pavilions, terraces, and even forests. There were birds and beasts, clear springs, and stone paths. It was like an imperial garden. The guards around were all strong. On his way, Jiang Qin had seen dozens of experts in the 4th or 5th sky of the Star Emperor realm. This city lord's mansion was indeed extraordinary. Finally, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they arrived at the most magnificent city lord hall at the center. It was 30 meters tall, towering, and there was a group of silver-armored soldiers standing guard at the side meticulously. A silver-robed middle-aged man with a calm aura stood on the stone steps, looking at a white-robed young man with a smile in his eyes. "Isn't this Master Lu?" Xianxia said with shock in his eyes. "Master Lu? Which Master Lu?" Tong Ling was dumbfounded. "Of course it's Lu Deshui from Elan City, Master Lu. Master Lu is a true enchanter. He's well known and well loved. Whether in Norton City or Elan City, he has a high reputation. I didn't expect to see him in the city lord's mansion. I'm so lucky," Balzaha said excitedly. Obviously they all regarded Master Lu as their idol. "Oh, he's that enchanter? I've heard of him, but I didn't expect him to be so young." Hee. Tong Ling smiled mischievously. Balzaha and Xianxia felt a headache coming on, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This person wouldn't become their competitor, would he? They had liked Tong Ling for a long time. This Master Lu looked young and had made great achievements. The fact that he was received by the city lord in person was enough to show that his abilities were extraordinary. "Father, I'm back," Tong Ling shouted. "It's good that you're back. Aha, I can finally put my heart at ease," the middle-aged man said with a smile. His expression was kind, without the slightest bit of power. He gave off an amiable feeling. Was this the city lord who controlled Norton City? He gave off a feeling of closeness, Jiang Qin thought. Who is he? Tong Wudi noticed Jiang Chen's presence and asked. He shouldn't be from our heavenly awakening planet, but he saved the three of us. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, I might have been dead by now. Tong Ling said. Not from the heavenly awakening planet. Tong Wudi murmured. But he didn't neglect Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was his daughter's savior. Thank you for saving us, little friend. Norton City is always open to you. It's nothing. Jiang Chen smiled. Then what are you still doing here? You clearly want some benefits from the city lord. I've seen many people like you. You look like you don't care, but you're full of tricks. Lu Deshui sneered disdainfully. He didn't care about Jiang Chen's strength. He was chatting with Tong Wudi when Jiang Chen's sudden appearance annoyed him. However, when he saw Tong Ling, Lu Deshui had a gratified smile on his face. Jiang Chen frowned. He didn't know him, but he had spoken rudely. Had he offended him? It didn't seem like it. There was only one answer: he was a snob. Jiang Chen's appearance seemed to be premeditated. Grandmaster Lu, you're using your own petty heart to judge others. Isn't that a bit ungentlemanly? The corner of Tong Ling's mouth raised slightly. Although she had only met Jiang Qin by chance and he was weak, he was her savior after all. Miss Tong is right. Why should I be angry at these mortals? They don't have the right to make me angry. Lu Desui said coldly. Tong Ling was speechless. Was this guy so arrogant? Tong Wudi remained calm. In his eyes, if he had to offend Jiang Qin or Grandmaster Lu, he would definitely choose the former. After all, Grandmaster Lu was a true enchanter while Jiang Qin was only a boy at the sixth sky of Star King. Although he had saved Tong Ling as the city lord, he didn't mean much to him. However, Grandmaster Lu was different. Enchanter was the noblest profession on planet Tianqi. Is Grandmaster Lu's mouth so smelly? Elevating yourself while belittling others? Is this what you call a Grandmaster? Haha, I think you're just fishing for compliments and you're just a conceited person. Jiang Qin sneered. If someone wanted to use him as a stepping stone, they had to first weigh themselves first. Both Balzaha and Sangju's expressions changed. Was Jiang Qin looking to die? If he offended an enchanter, he wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, an enchanter's influence was very strong. Jiang Qin was just a guy at the sixth sky of Star King. How could he be so confident? Even if he saved Tong Ling, it shouldn't be enough for him to be so unbridled in front of Grandmaster Lu, right? Chapter 47-26. Haha, arrogant bastard, who do you think you are? You don't even know how to respect an enchanter. Do you want to die? Believe it or not, I can kill you right now. Lu Desui smiled at Jiang Qin, his murderous aura surging. For Lu Desui, his identity was what he was most proud of. Otherwise, how could he have been summoned by City Lord Tong Wudi? An enchanter's appeal was very big, not something ordinary people could compare to. With a wave of their arm, countless people would be willing to sacrifice their lives for them. However, at this moment, Jiang Qin was speaking maliciously to an enchanter. It was obvious that Lu Desui wanted to kill him. This is the City Lord's mansion. Grandmaster Lu, please conduct yourself with dignity. Tong Ling said in a low voice. Naturally, she couldn't just watch Lu Desui attack Jiang Qin. Even if she was dissatisfied with Jiang Qin, he was still her savior. Young Miss is right, but if I meet him outside, I will definitely not forgive him. I can turn a deaf ear to his disrespect towards me, but if he dares to disrespect an enchanter, I will make sure he dies without a burial place. Lu Desui coldly snorted. Arrogant, despotic, and domineering. Although I don't know what an enchanter does for a living, it seems that a person like you is also quite arrogant. In my eyes you are just SOSO. Jiang Qin said calmly. This enchanter was rumored to be mysterious, but in his eyes he was just SOSO. Apart from being arrogant, there was nothing special about him. Haha, Grandmaster Lu is still too concerned. Jiang Qin was just saying it casually. Those who don't know can't be blamed. Grandmaster Lu, why do you need to lower yourself to his level? Tong Wudi said with a smile. He was still as calm as before. As a city lord, he didn't put on any airs. Humph, for the sake of the city lord, I don't want to bother with a country bumpkin like you. City lord, I will take my leave first. I will enter the dark forest to find these 3 kinds of magical beasts. I will definitely help you. After saying that, Lu Desui flicked his sleeves and left. Father, are you looking for Grandmaster Lu for help? Is it you who wants to upgrade the divine weapon? Tong Ling asked in surprise. However, right now, my divine weapon has already been strengthened by 40%. It will be very difficult for it to improve any further. This time, I can only place my hopes on Grandmaster Lu. I hope that Grandmaster Lu can find those 3 magical beasts. Tong Wudi said with a sigh. Enchanters can help weapons subdue demons? To make the weapon stronger? Jiang Qin asked in confusion. That's right. An enchanter can make a divine weapon even more powerful, thereby increasing their own strength as well. That's why enchanters are the noblest profession on the heaven-awakened planet. Although Lu Desui is a bit arrogant, he is a true enchanter. This is something that should be expected of anyone. Tong Ling shrugged helplessly and said, Little friend, you've worked hard all the way here. Go and rest first. Since you're an outsider, it's not strange that you don't know the rules and culture of the heaven-awakened planet. Just now, Grandmaster Lu offended you, so please don't take offense. Tong Wudi was still smiling, giving off a very amiable appearance. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. It seemed that he knew too little about the heaven-awakened planet. Although the heaven-awakened planet was the core of the heaven-awakened star system, many people would never be able to leave the heaven-awakened planet. They were natives of the planet and had their own culture and culture. Jiang Qin wanted to extract the essence and get rid of the dregs. I was a bit rash before. Please don't blame me, Lord. I'll go and rest now. Jiang Qin smiled calmly, nodded slightly and retreated. I'll go first, father. After I help him settle down, I'll come find you. Tong Ling chuckled and followed Jiang Qin. The rules of the city lord's mansion are very strict, and no one is allowed to live here. I'll arrange for you to stay in one of the nearby courtyards. There will be night curfews and no one is allowed to move around. Anyone who disobeys will be taken away by the city lord's mansion's warrior guards. That won't be a good feeling. I advise you not to run around. Although you're not weak, any warrior guard can take you away. Tong Ling brought Jiang Qin to a remote courtyard. This place wasn't small and it was very secluded. It was surrounded by verdant hills and clear waters, making it suitable for cultivation. The guards of the city lord's mansion are this powerful? I don't think there are many powerful experts here. Jiang Qin said. Most of those people are in the Colosseum. Many of the warriors in the Colosseum are willing to become the guards of the city lord's mansion. They have high statuses and are treated well, but it's not that easy to stand above others. Not everyone is a genius and there are a lot of origin and unity origin experts. Only those who break through to the Star Lord level are qualified to serve the city lord's mansion, and only those who become Star Emperors are qualified to challenge the Colosseum. Tong Ling curled his lips and rolled his eyes at Jiang Qin, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After all, he didn't know the culture and current situation here. However, Tong Ling was quite curious about this guy. Where did he come from? Do you really want to go to the apocalyptic Milky Way city? Tong Ling asked curiously. Yes, I must go. Jiang Qin smiled. You're so sure? Do you have the strength? If you want to participate in the Colosseum, you have to prove that you're a true warrior. The prerequisite is that you have 100 hearts of darkness. Hearts of darkness above the Star Emperor level will do. However, it's not that easy to obtain 100 hearts of darkness. After so many years, the magical beasts on the outskirts of the dark forest have become fewer and fewer. If you want to obtain more hearts of darkness, you can only enter the dark forest. However, the danger will increase. You saw what happened before. Tong Ling said. I'll go to the dark forest tomorrow. Jiang Qin said firmly. Going to the apocalyptic Milky Way city was something he had to do. Standing at the peak of the apocalyptic Milky Way city was his goal. He wanted to let De Huang see him, let the monkey see him and perhaps, let Fenger see him. Finding a person was difficult, like finding a needle in a haystack. However, if he wanted to become a torch, a bright lamp, he had to become stronger and let more people know of his existence. Are you crazy? Do you think it's that easy to go to the dark forest? In 2 days I'll enter the dark forest again. At that time I'll bring you with me. If you go to the dark forest alone, you'll only be courting death. The fog there is extremely terrifying, and you won't be able to enter without a spiritual beast. Furthermore, the poisonous miasma is extremely powerful. You'll definitely need a tranquil pill. In short, we need to prepare a lot of things. Chapter 47:27. Although Jiang Qin was very stubborn, he wasn't a bad person. That was why Tong Ling was willing to help Jiang Qin. Moreover, it was almost impossible for him to break through the beast fighting arena and obtain the right to enter the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. The experts in the beast fighting arena were all 1 in a million. Taking him to the dark forest for a walk would show how dangerous it was. A brat from another race who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. 100 hearts of darkness means killing 100 magic beasts. Isn't there a simpler way? Jiang Qin said helplessly. There is, but only the true king of warriors can find the hearts of any 2 of the 4 legendary magic beasts. They are the flamingo, which has the most violent fire attribute, the stone armor beast, which has the strongest defense and toughest attribute, the thundercloud leopard, which has the strongest speed and wind attribute, and the snow mountain giant demon, which lives in the land of extreme coldness. These 4 ancient beasts represent the strongest attributes. Only their hearts can represent the strongest warriors. Furthermore, you have to find 2 of them. Legend has it that only the king of warriors, who is favored by the heavens, can rival them. Tong Ling said with a solemn expression and reverence. The king of warriors had always been a legend, the strongest warrior in the hearts of the people of the Heaven Awakening planet. Then go find them. Jiang Qin said. Do you think these magic beasts are cabbages? They were everywhere. Even if he found them, whether he could defeat them or not was another matter. These were all super magical beasts that had lived for millions of years and evolved for millions of years. Every single one of them possessed an ancient bloodline. Their heart of darkness had an unimaginable effect on weapons. So finding them is very difficult, and defeating them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Tong Ling looked at Jiang Qin as if he was an idiot. Different situations call for different actions. Since I only need to find the hearts of darkness of 2 of these magic beasts, then there's a way. Jiang Chen smiled, extremely confident. Haha, I also want to see how you will obtain the hearts of darkness of these magic beasts. I heard that those who have seen them are all dead. How will you know if you don't try? Compared to Tong Ling, he was much calmer. Alright, I can't be bothered to listen to your boasting. I'll head back first. In 2 days I'll come pick you up. At that time we'll enter the dark forest. I look forward to seeing you display your skills. There was a hint of mockery in Tong Ling's smile, but Jiang Chen did not mind. She did not want him to take the risk alone, and this was for his own good. There were too many things on the Heaven Awakened planet that he did not know, so it was better to be careful and wait for Tong Ling's news. Night fell and darkness fell. Jiang Chen had planned to practice in the old house for a few days, but something went wrong that night. 2 experts in the 7th heaven of Star Emperor realm went there overnight trying to kill him. The wind whistled and the autumn wind swept up a wave of fallen leaves. In the courtyard, 2 black shadows appeared. Interesting. Looks like the Heaven Awakened planet is filled with hidden dangers. It might not be much better than the dark forest. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Bang! With the sound of a door and window shattering, the 2 shadows approached quickly and appeared in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. They were in black robes and their faces could not be seen clearly. However, even with his eyes closed, Jiang Chen knew what they were here for. I've just arrived here and I have no quarrel with anyone. There is only one person I've offended. It must be Master Lu from the day. Jiang Chen sneered, looking at the 2 experts in the 7th heaven of Star Emperor realm. Good that you know. Are you going to kill yourself or do we have to do it? The black-robed person Lung Lung said. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. Only death awaits you. The 2 completely blocked all of Jiang Chen's escape routes. They were at loggerheads and their murderous intent was terrifying. Looks like Master Lu is just SOSO. 2 guys in the 7th heaven of Star Emperor realm want to send me away. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. You don't know what's good for you. Who do you think you are? Go to hell. The black-robed person moved his palm and waved it at Jiang Chen. He alone was enough to kill a guy in the 6th heaven of Star Emperor realm. However, Master Lu insisted on sending 2 people to make sure nothing went wrong. Jiang Chen smiled gently. He did not dodge or worry at all. However, the black-robed person's arm was caught in the air. The next moment, the 2 figures had been sent flying. The Black King stood in front of Jiang Chen like an iron tower. His body of steel was as steady as a mountain. The 2 black-robed people looked at each other and were shocked. They did not expect this guy to have another expert in the 8th heaven of Star Emperor realm behind him. Kill. With a roar, the black-robed man fought 1 against 2. Within 3 moves, he had beaten the 2 of them to the ground. His ruthlessness caused the 2 of them to suck in a breath of cold air. Fresh blood spurted from their mouths as their bodies trembled. He's too strong. Back off. The 2 knew they were no match for him. Things had changed. It was impossible for them to kill Jiang Chen. Since you're here, just stay here. The Black King's voice was like the judgment of the Grim Reaper. The 2's hearts sank to the bottom. They only had one thought at the moment. Run. However, the Black King had reached the peak of the 8th heaven of Star Emperor realm. He could deal with them easily. It was impossible for them to run away. After the screams, the 2 were torn to pieces by the Black King. Their flesh and blood were badly mutilated. Their bones were separated and scattered in the yard. Looks like this Master Lu is prejudiced against me. Jiang Chen sighed. In the darkness, a few silhouettes quietly retreated. Jiang Chen knew that they were the people from the City Lord's mansion. It was impossible for the City Lord of the Windy 9 cities on planet Apocalypse to be at ease with him. It was true that Jiang Chen had saved his daughter, but if Jiang Chen posed a threat to Norton City or had other intentions, he would definitely kill him immediately. The next morning, Jiang Chen was no longer in the mood to cultivate. He left the mansion and strolled around Norton City. He wanted to find out what was going on with enchanters. There were countless people on the streets, breathing heavily. Most of them were ordinary people, or in other words, natives at the Origin realm. When the 2 brothers had first entered the Eternal World, they hadn't even reached the Origin realm. However, the people here could reach the Origin realm as soon as they started cultivating. This was something they would never be able to compare to. The civilization here was almost the same as the time in the Divine World. However, source stones were also the hard currency here. There were countless of them being sold on the streets and alleys. Jiang Chen had visited a lot of places today, but none of them sold the Heart of Darkness. Jiang Chen was quite surprised. Since it was something valuable, why wasn't anyone selling it? Hey kid, I've been watching you all day. Are you going to buy the Heart of Darkness? Chapter 47:28. The old man was wearing tattered clothes and a straw hat. He was leaning on a walking stick made of dead wood. His clothes were almost all patched up, making him look like an old beggar. However, the smile on his face was very warm, giving people a warm feeling. Do you know where to buy a Heart of Darkness? Jiang Chen looked suspiciously at the old man and frowned. He had walked the streets for an entire day and hadn't found it. Jiang Chen had to be on guard against this old man. Hee. I know, but the price is a bit expensive. The old man smiled mysteriously. Why isn't there a place selling a Heart of Darkness here? You say you have one, but how do I know if it's true or not? Jiang Chen said. The old man pulled Jiang Chen and spoke as they walked. I can tell you're an outsider, not someone from the Heaven Awakened planet. The Heaven Awakened planet has an unwritten rule that Hearts of Darkness can't be bought or sold. No matter how high the value of a Heart of Darkness is, it's not allowed to be sold to form a legal business chain. As for the reason, back then, many descendants of famous families and even wealthy merchants wanted to use a Heart of Darkness to enter the Beast Arena and the Heaven Awakened Galaxy City. This caused the quality of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse to plummet, and the death rate was very high. Some people bought a Heart of Darkness and directly died in the Beast Arena, causing the entire Beast Arena to be filled with foul air. So gradually, the Heaven Awakened planet issued a law that no one was allowed to sell Hearts of Darkness. Once caught, they would be killed without any mercy. Even the son of the Heaven Awakened Galaxy City's third city lord was killed for secretly selling a Heart of Darkness. As a result, no one dared to have any thoughts about a Heart of Darkness anymore. Moreover, using a Heart of Darkness from an origin stone caused the experts participating in the Beast Arena to be mixed. Whether they were true experts or not would be known as soon as they fought, so many people no longer dared to take the risk. In the end, everyone valued the title of warrior. Heart of Darkness is synonymous with warrior, so who would dare to have any thoughts about a Heart of Darkness? The old man said with a smile. The two of them chatted as they walked. Unknowingly, they had arrived at a remote street corner. Jiang Chen understood, but he still didn't quite believe it. Since the Heart of Darkness had forbidden the sale of it, it seemed that the old man still wanted to take the risk. Don't look at me like that. In this day and age, if it's not for the sake of living, who would be willing to risk their lives? I don't do this business often. I have to take care of my parents and children, so I have no choice. The old man said with a sorrowful expression. This is my business card. It has my address on it. My surname is Yang. Everyone calls me Yang Guolao. Many people on this street know me. Seeing Jiang Chen's hesitant look, the old man spoke again. How much for one? Jiang Chen took the wooden sign handed over by the old man. It seemed to be the innermost part of this street. Yang Guolao was overjoyed. 100,000 grade 5 origin stones each. 200,000? It was too expensive. The Genesis Chi in a Heart of Darkness was at most equivalent to a few thousand origin stones. Jiang Chen looked at the old man meaningfully. This was too shady. I had no choice. I risked my life to collect these Hearts of Darkness. They are all worth 180,000 origin stones. If I sell them to you, you should at least let me earn a bit, right? I risked my life doing this. If I was caught by the City Lord's people, I would definitely die. Just treat it as a reward for your hard work. I can tell that you are a brave warrior with one look. I have helped many brave warriors before, and they have all passed the beast dueling arena. Some brave warriors are just too lazy to go to the dark forest to hunt. Isn't it better to use their precious time to cultivate? Yang Guolao said seriously. That's true. So be it 20 million. However, there is one thing that I still need to clarify. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the old man. Young master, please speak. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Yang Guolao patted his chest as he spoke. What is going on with these enchanters? How do they enchant their weapons? You have asked the right person. Young master, this is an enchanter's secret manual. 5 million origin stones is enough for this old man. Yang Guolao looked around cautiously as he spoke with a serious expression. You must have asked a lot of people on the street, right? Who can tell you the exact time of the day. This enchanter's secret manual was passed down by my grandfather. However, there was no suitable person to cultivate it. Otherwise, if I could become a true enchanter, why would I need to secretly sell Hearts of Darkness here? Yang Guolao had a pained expression on his face. Alright, give me 100. I want this secret manual as well. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Alright, young master seems to be a straightforward person. Here are 100 Hearts of Darkness. Please keep them. Yang Guilau's eyes lit up. He took out a spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at it, then took out 25 million fifth-grade origin stones and gave it to the old man. Straightforward. I will help young master become invincible in the beast battle arena. Entering the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is just around the corner. Yang Guilao received the origin stones and chanted auspicious words as he walked away with a smile on his face. When Jiang Chen returned to his residence, he discovered that something was wrong. The 100 hearts of darkness had turned into 100 stones. What a powerful camouflage technique. Jiang Chen's face sank. He didn't expect that even he would be fooled. He couldn't see through this camouflage technique. This old man was an old swindler. Damn it. Jiang Chen laughed bitterly. He originally wanted to spend less time and directly enter the beast battle arena to participate in the advancement quota. Only those who obtained the quota could enter the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. However, Jiang Chen didn't have a good start. He was deceived by an old swindler in tattered clothes. Jiang Chen was a little depressed, but he could only say that the old man's deceit technique was too powerful. As for the token he left for him, he didn't need to think about it to know that it was fake. It was just to deceive him. 25 million origin stones wasn't a big deal for Jiang Chen, but he couldn't afford to lose face. Being greedy for small gains resulted in a big loss. This was the first time Jiang Chen had suffered such a big loss. He wanted to save time, but he didn't expect to be deceived by that old swindler. Don't let me see you again. Jiang Chen swore in his heart. If he were to bump into that guy again, he would definitely tear him into pieces. Jiang Chen picked up the Enchanter's Accelerated Training Manual and flipped through it. It looked quite simple. Chapter 47-29. A true enchanter will be able to refine all the heart of darkness in the world and carve it with their bloodline. Only then will they be able to achieve greatness. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he was still a little hesitant. Is this true? Is that old liar stuff really trustworthy? No matter how he looked at it, this enchanter's quick training manual seemed to be made up. Is it really possible to integrate the bloodline of the heart of darkness and carve it with the bloodline? Shouldn't enchanters refine the heart of darkness directly and attach it to their weapons? Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out. Moreover, he didn't have the heart of darkness right now, so he couldn't experiment at all. It seemed that he had to go to the forest of darkness. Unfortunately, he was tricked by that old bastard. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be a man. In the next few days, Jiang Chen devoted himself to cultivation. This time, that Lu Desui didn't continue to cause trouble for him. The death of 2 7 Sky Star Emperor Realm experts didn't seem to be a small matter for Lu Desui. Jiang Chen also had a lot of peace and quiet. However, the Black King was worried about Jiang Chen's safety, so he kept guarding outside. Finally, on the 5th day, Tong Ling came. This time she was very happy. Her goal was to enter the Colosseum and fight for the title of Colosseum Warrior. However, it wasn't that easy to gather 100 Hearts of Darkness. Some people might not even be able to gather one even after 3 to 5 years. In order to gather enough Hearts of Darkness, Tong Ling had already entered the border of the Forest of Darkness several times. Only then did she obtain 80 Hearts of Darkness. Last time, she was forced to leave at the border between the Forest of Darkness and the 100 Sparrows Mountain. This time she was prepared to make a comeback. Let's go. This time I'll show you what the real Forest of Darkness is like. Tong Ling patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, "All right, I'll wait and see," Jiang Chen said. He was also curious about the Dark Forest. It wasn't easy to obtain more than 100 Hearts of Darkness, so he tried his best to find the 4 great demonic beasts that Tong Ling mentioned. That way he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, every demonic beast wasn't easy to deal with. This trip to the Dark Forest was also unfriendly to Jiang Chen. The entrance to the bestial battle arena wasn't simple. As the daughter of the city lord, Tong Ling didn't have any shortcuts. It could be imagined that even if he entered the bestial battle arena, it would definitely be a life-and-death battle. There are 4 of us this time. You've seen Balzaha and Xianxia before. This time you are following us mainly for the sake of gaining experience. As for how many magical beasts you will encounter, that will depend on your luck. Only demonic beasts whose strength surpassed the Star Emperor realm could possess the Heart of Darkness. Let's go, young man. It's time to broaden your horizons. Tong Ling's smile was mellow, brimming with youthful vitality. Outside the old mansion, Balzaha and Xianxia were already prepared. They nodded slightly at Jiang Chen. The 4 of them were ready and finally set off for the Dark Forest. After Jiang Chen and the others left, Lu Desui appeared at the end of the street. His eyes were even colder. What an arrogant guy. Since you chose to enter the dark forest this time, I'll play with you. Umph. After saying that, Lu Des we also disappeared without a trace. After 5 days of rapid marching, Tong Ling brought Jiang Qin through the 100 Sparrows mountain range, heading towards the dark forest. Everyone was worried. They had been wandering around the outskirts of the dark forest, but now there were fewer and fewer devil beasts in the outskirts. If they wanted to hunt devil beasts, they would have to go deeper into the forest. Entering the dark forest would also increase the danger level. Be careful, follow me closely. Otherwise, don't blame me for reminding you when you encounter danger. Tong Ling solemnly said to Jiang Qin. This was not a child's play. Entering the dark forest, no one dared to be the slightest bit careless. The slightest carelessness could cause them to fall into eternal damnation. The reason why the dark forest was called the land of the brave was because only true brave warriors could survive in the dark forest. In the quiet and dusky space, the chirping of birds and insects was incessant. However, it was extremely quiet because there were few people here. Only demonic beasts roamed freely. It could be considered a true primitive forest. Every corner was filled with danger. Ancient trees stood in the forest around 100 feet tall. No one knew how long they had lived. They were surrounded by long vines and luxuriant leaves. There was practically no path. They could only rely on themselves to find their own path. Among the thistles and thorns they walked forward. Every step they took was filled with thick leaves. Every step they took was done carefully. Jiang Qin followed behind Tong Ling and the other two. At this time, no one dared to be the slightest bit careless. Their vigilance was also at the highest level. The dark forest was full of danger and excitement for newcomers like them. Whether it was Tong Ling, Balzaha, or Xianxia, it was their first time entering the dark forest. Previously, they had been moving around the periphery of the dark forest, hunting demonic beasts around the 100 Sparrows mountain. However, the situation was different now. The danger they were going to face and the demonic beasts might be unprecedented. There is no road ahead. There is fog everywhere. Release the spiritual beast in case you get lost. Tong Ling said in a low voice. Balzaha nodded his head and released a small beast from the small cage on his back. It was about the same size as a fox. Jiang Qin finally understood. So this spirit beast was a fox, it was just that they had different names for each other. The spiritual beast was led by Balzaha to find a way out in the fog. This is a tranquilizer pill. Eat it to protect yourself from the miasma. Tong Ling threw a round red pill to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin took a look at it. It was just an antidote pill, a crude product. He was immune to all kinds of poisons. He did not need it at all. If he wanted to refine it, it would be thousands of times better than this. Whoa. All of a sudden, the spiritual beast howled in a low voice and refused to go forward. There must be something wrong. Balzaha, go ahead and explore the way. Tong Ling said. Okay. Balzaha walked forward cautiously. The fog around them allowed them to see less than 5 meters away. It was not much better than being unable to see their own fingers. When Jiang Qin saw that the spirit beast was trembling and unwilling to take a single step forward, he knew that there was certain to be danger ahead. These magical beasts were more sensitive to danger than humans. Once they sensed danger, they would never continue forward. Help me. Chapter 47:30. However, Balzahar stood there silently, staring at them. Balzaha. Tong Ling leaped up and ran toward Balzaha. Don't come over. Balzaha's words were a step too late. Tong Ling had already run over and was right next to him. What's going on? Tong Ling frowned, looking at Balzaha with a puzzled expression. I can't move. Balzaha smiled wryly. Tong Ling took a step forward but found that he couldn't move either. Balzaha was much shorter than him. This is a quagmire? Jiang Qin said in a low voice. This isn't a normal quagmire. It's a mixture of quicksand and mud. Once the mud and mud are mixed, it becomes extremely hard and has a powerful suction and devouring ability. Ordinary magical beasts can't withstand it. This quagmire is a devil's nest that devours people. Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. Then what should we do? We can't just wait for death here. Jiang Qin frowned. Try to pull us out. Quick. Tong Ling panicked. This quagmire could trap star emperors like them, so it must be extremely terrifying. Once they were devoured by the quagmire, they would be completely submerged. Jiang Qin and Xianxia each took out a rope and threw it to Tong Ling and Balzaha. The two pulled with all their might, but the harder they pulled, the harder it was for Jiang Qin to pull them out. His strength didn't need to be mentioned. Even the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers might not be a match for his, but they couldn't pull them out no matter how hard they tried. Xianxia was already sweating from exhaustion. He was an 8th Heaven Star Emperor, but he couldn't do anything to this quagmire. In the end, Jiang Chen and Sangju's ropes were all broken, but they still couldn't be pulled out. At this moment the two had sunk to their knees. Although they weren't sinking fast, the fear of being drowned in death lingered in Tong Ling and Balzaha's eyes. Are we really going to die? I've always wanted to tell you. Ling, I like you. Balzaha said with a pale face. I don't like you. I want to go out. I want to marry big brother Yin Lingfei, the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse. Tong Ling's pretty face was also slightly red. She was nervous and scared. It's too painful. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Balzaha was really pitiful. Even at this time he still had to be stabbed by Tong Ling. However, Balzaha seemed to have already known Tong Ling's feelings and was not sad at all. I know I'm not worthy of you, Ling. Good that you know. But you're not good enough for Yun Lingfei, the leader of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Balzaha said, unwilling to be outdone. You. Tong Ling gritted his teeth and said, what time is it? Can't the two of you talk less? Sangju paced around anxiously. These two fellows were actually hurting each other here. Jiang Chen and Sangju used several ropes, but they were all torn apart. Their situation had become even more dangerous at this time. Jiang Chen's mind moved. He saw that the surrounding ancient vines in the swamp could actually grow freely. It seemed that these ancient vines could ignore the swamp. Jiang Chen swept his sword and cut off an ancient vine. He threw it out and wrapped it around Tong Ling. Jiang Chen used all his strength. Finally, Tong Ling began to be gradually pulled out of the swamp. At that moment, her face was full of joy. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen pulled Tong Ling out and wrapped the vines around Balzaha's body. With everyone's help, Balzaha was finally saved. In the end, he was so tired that he laid on the ground, panting heavily. Thank you, brother Jiang. Balzaha looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of admiration. Although Jiang Chen's strength was not as good as theirs, he had extraordinary courage and was commendable. Since we're a team, we should help each other. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Tong Ling also nodded slightly at Jiang Chen. She had really underestimated him. Bringing him into the dark forest this time might be a really wise decision. Swish, 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 swish. The low voices caused Jiang Chen and the others' hearts to freeze. Their expressions suddenly became solemn. The surrounding ancient vines began to sway and twitch. There were hundreds and thousands of them, and it was a strange scene. Be careful. Tong Ling shouted in a low voice. Two ancient vines pierced through the void and flew past Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Chen bent his knees to avoid the attack, but the vines almost pierced through his heart from the back. Could it be the man-eating vine? Sangju's forehead flashed with a black line. Most likely. Tong Ling nodded. Didn't they say that the man-eating vine only exists in the depths of the dark forest? We've just entered and we've already encountered this thing. It's really too unlucky. Tong Ling said gloomily. They had just escaped from the swamp, and now they were surrounded by swaying ancient vines, which made the four of them extremely nervous. The man-eating vine is something between an animal and a plant, but it has its own consciousness of protecting its master. Countless experts have died in its hands. Facing the man-eating vine, we can only escape. Balzaha had a bitter expression. This man-eating vine is not like ordinary magical beast. Its vines spread in all directions, and it's possible that everything within a radius of a few thousand meters is already under its control. We have no way out, so we can only fight. Tong Ling also knew how terrifying the man-eating vine was. It would not be easy for them to escape. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Let's fight. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, ready to fight at any time. Not bad, it's time to show the glory of the Norton heroes. Sangju stretched out his hand, and a long knife appeared in his hand, filled with murderous intent. Right at this moment, the hundreds and thousands of vines in the surroundings began to dance in the air. Furthermore, they came in an endless stream and their speed was extremely fast. They could turn into ropes and were as sharp as swords. The four of them had only just made their move when they were forced into a corner. Tong Ling held a long spear in her hand, and the shadows of the spear swept out. Although she was a girl, her ferocious and domineering momentum made even Jiang Chen exclaim in surprise. This little girl was quite capable. It seemed that her cultivation was similar to the Black King's, and she could even challenge the Star Emperor Ninth Firmament. No wonder she was so arrogant and confident. Balzaha was not to be outdone. As the three advanced and retreated, their coordination was perfect. It was obvious that they had often fought together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have such tacit understanding. These vines were very terrifying. They could be hard or soft and they were everywhere. Some even sprang out from the ground, and the branches tore Balzaha's arm. His flesh was badly mangled and his bones could be seen. Ah. Chapter 47:31. Jiang Qin pulled out his sword. The heavenly dragon sword chi buzzed and swept out. In an instant, dozens of vines were cut down. The sword was like a meteor, terrifying and extraordinary. Good sword. Tong Ling's eyes flashed with colorful streamers. Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword instantly attracted the attention of the three people. Because the heavenly dragon sword was too strong, it even covered Jiang Qin's sharpness. As the sword fell, Jiang Qin directly cut off dozens of vines, which bought enough time for them. Originally, xianxia was only entangled by the vines and it was difficult for him to move. However, with the addition of Jiang Qin, it made him more confident. Moreover, his own vines were also cut by Jiang Qin's sword. The sharpness and overbearing of the heavenly dragon sword were displayed incisively and vividly by Jiang Qin. Even without the support of any sword techniques, the heavenly dragon sword was enough to make everyone stunned. Tong Ling even drooled. Such a peerless sword, even her father did not have it. This guy Jiang Qin was really more and more mysterious and she was more and more curious. If it was someone else, Tong Ling might be ready to rob him at this time. The heavenly dragon sword was like a fierce dragon roaring, cutting melons and vegetables. No matter how tough the ancient vines were, they could not escape from the attack of the heavenly dragon sword. The sword was extraordinarily sharp, and the sword chi was oppressive. Wherever the sword passed, not even a blade of grass grew. This guy's strength is not so good, but his equipment is very powerful. I am afraid that even the fire cloud spear in the hands of the city lord may not be comparable to his sword. Xianxia's face was full of envy and jealousy. Jiang Qin relied on the edge of the heavenly dragon sword to make the man-eating vines unable to approach them. Jiang Qin waved his sword wildly, but it was unstoppable. Jiang Qin smiled, killing happily. The man-eating vines could not get close at all, and more vines were cut down. The attacks of the man-eating vines also gradually slowed down. The attacks on them were also becoming less and less. The vines that were cut down were like its living limbs. From the original thousands of vines, there were only a few dozen left. Moreover, Jiang Qin actually started to chase. The man-eating vines were the heaviest and they were cut into pieces. The remaining vines also quickly retreated. Although it did not have its own soul, it also knew to protect itself. If it allowed Jiang Qin to continue to cut it, it was very likely that its life would be completely exhausted. The man-eating vine hid and disappeared from everyone's sight. It was very difficult to find it at this time. Since the man-eating vine had disappeared, Jiang Qin did not continue to chase it. At that moment, with the sword in his hand, Jiang Qin was like a god of war, which made Tong Ling and the others look at him in a new light. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. What an overbearing sword. Tong Ling's eyes flashed, looking at Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword with incomparable jealousy. As the eldest daughter of the city lord, it was really shameful that she did not have a divine weapon like Jiang Qin's sword. If I had this sword just now, I would definitely be able to defeat this man-eating vine. Xianxia said with a smile. Don't brag here. By the way, Jiang brother, this sword of yours was also enchanted by an enchanter? Balzaha glanced at Xianxia lightly, then turned to Jiang Qin and asked. No, but I want to try and see if I can enchant it. If I can enchant it, perhaps this sword will reach a higher level. Jiang Qin said. It's already so strong without enchantment. If the enchantment is successful, won't it be even more terrifying? Go back and find Master Lu to enchant your sword. I'm also looking forward to seeing how terrifying the enchanted sword will be. Tong Ling laughed. Let's talk about it later. Let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, who knows if this man-eating vine will make a comeback. Jiang Qin dismissed it with a smile. The next time he saw Master Lu, he wanted to kill him directly. Everyone nodded and quickly went deeper into the dark forest. The dark forest is the territory of the black demon god, and all magical beasts are his subordinates. However, the black demon god is not willing to interact with humans. As long as we don't invade his territory, we can only move around the periphery of the dark forest. Look, that's a yellow-skinned wild boar. As Tong Ling spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. In a dense thicket, 2 yellow-skinned wild boars were doing bad things. Hurry, these 2 wild boars are having a good time. Take advantage of the chaos to kill them. It's best to cut the Gordian knot and not let them escape. If they really escape in the dark forest, it will be difficult for us to catch them again. Tong Ling said with a serious expression. That's too ruthless. The 2 of them are doing that. No matter what, let them finish their bad things first. Cruel. Jiang Qin laughed dryly. Tong Ling was not the least bit embarrassed. What do you know? This is a rare opportunity. It's fleeting. You two hurry up and do it. Tong Ling looked at Balzaha and Xianxia. The two nodded, blushing and feeling a little embarrassed. Roar, roar, roar. Tong Ling's spear directly pierced through a yellow-skinned wild boar, and the other one was instantly killed by Balzaha and Xianxia, not giving them any chance to escape. Jiang Qin sighed. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Two poor wild boars that were in love fell just like that. After throwing the body of the wild boar away, Tong Ling took out the heart of darkness with a smug look in his eyes. Women are indeed cold-blooded. Jiang Qin glanced at Tong Ling. How do you know whether they're cold-blooded or not? Tong Ling said with a smile. Balzaha and Xianxia subconsciously covered their lower bodies. You really came early but didn't enter at the right time. Hee, hand over the heart of darkness in your hands. A cold laugh appeared behind the four of them. More than 10 figures had gradually formed an encirclement. Moreover, these people were all experts at the 8th firmament of the Star Emperor realm. Everyone looked at each other with gloomy expressions. Damn it, we actually encountered bandits. Tong Ling was extremely depressed. In the dark forest, there were not only terrifying unknown demonic beasts, but also perverted bandits. They wanted to snatch the heart of darkness that they had painstakingly obtained. They wanted to obtain it without putting in any effort. Tong Ling and the others naturally would not hand it over. They had exchanged their lives for it. How could they just hand it over to others? I'm afraid these people have been watching us for a long time. Jiang Qin said with a cold smile. He scanned the people in front of him. Confiscation was not scary. What was scary was the hearts of people. These people were just like them. They all lived on the edge of a knife, but they used the gains of others to fill their pockets. Dream on. If you want the heart of darkness, you'll have to step over my body. Balzaha shouted in a low voice. We are from the city lord residence. Do you want to die? Chapter 4732. City Lord's Mansion? I'm so scared. Here, even the city lord of the heavenly awakening galaxy city has to be obedient. I will kill you and take the heart of darkness. What can the heavenly king do to me? What I want is the heart of darkness. If you don't give it to me, I will have to kill you and take it. This is what we do. We are not easily frightened. Our heads have been hanging on our waistbands for a long time. Little girl, if you are willing to play with me for a couple of days, maybe we can negotiate. The masked man in the lead said with a creepy smile. His eyes kept lingering on Tong Ling. This little girl had a hot body. You are courting death. Xianxia looked angry. These guys dared to insult Tong Ling. He swore to protect his beloved even at the cost of his life. Moreover, there was no turning back in the current situation. So they had to fight back. A bunch of arrogant B***starts. It seems I have to teach you a good lesson. The masked man waved his hand. All of a sudden, all of them launched an attack. Approaching Jiang Qin and Tong Ling. Be careful. Take care of yourself. If you can't do it, you can run away first. Tong Ling said in a low voice. Then she went up to the two experts in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Both of them were ruthless. They were bandits with blood on their blades. They didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Their killing intent was so overwhelming that Tong Ling didn't dare to be careless. Once she was distracted, she might be killed by these bandits. Tong Ling kept retreating. Attacked by the two experts, the other two didn't have it easy either. They were more miserable than Tong Ling. They were defeated after every move. After more than 10 moves, all three of them were forced to retreat. Surprisingly, no one cared about Jiang Qin at this moment. Even Jiang Qin was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do they look down on me, a 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm? When Jiang Qin was about to help Tong Ling, he was surrounded by the remaining 6 experts in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. They can leave, but you can't. A familiar voice rang in Jiang Qin's ears. It was Master Lu Desui, whom he had met once before but had already put him on his kill list. Master Lu stood behind the 6 experts with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a feminine smile on his face. I didn't expect you to escape. What a blunder, what a blunder. Lu Desui shook his head and sighed. You've killed 2 Star Emperors in the 7th heaven. You've really impressed me. So, you gathered so many people to kill me just to make sure nothing goes wrong? You really think highly of me. Jiang Qin smiled. Who do you think you are? It doesn't matter if I kill you sooner or later. Only death awaits you. However, if I can meet Miss Tong here, isn't that a wonderful thing? When the time comes, I'll save the damsel in distress. Do you think she'll fall in love with me? Ah. Lu Desui said excitedly. Although he had a good status, he was still far behind the city lord of Norton City. The city lord only gave him some face. However, if he could marry Tong Ling, things would be different. At that time, his status would definitely rise. Moreover, his identity as an enchanter would make him stand above everyone else in Norton City. If one day he accidentally killed Tong Wudi, then he would be the master of Norton City. The city lord of Windy Nine City would be second only to the city lord of the Apocalypse Star City. That would be the proudest moment of his life. Lu Desui had already planned all of this. He would create a crisis and the robbers would appear. Then he would come and save the damsel in distress. At that time, how could Tong Ling not fall in love with him? However, after seeing Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, Lu Desui changed his mind. He must kill Jiang Chen first. Once he killed Jiang Chen, he would seize the combat sword in his hand. Then his strength would definitely increase by a few levels. Lu Desui did not know what kind of luck this guy had. Where did he get such a supreme grade combat sword? He did not deserve it at all. Once Lu Desui got his hands on this combat sword and enchanted it, his strength would definitely make everyone look at him in a different light and reach an unprecedented height. For Lu Desui, a handy divine weapon would increase his strength greatly. Moreover, he was an enchanter. Therefore, the temptation of Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was no less than Tong Ling's. The first thing he wanted to do was to take the sword in Jiang Chen's hand and make it his own. You're really meticulous. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. Then you'll kill me, take the sword, and save the damsel in distress. It seems to be a flawless plan. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and said with a straight face. It's good that you know. Now kneel down and accept your death. I'll leave your corpse intact. Lu Desui stood with his arms crossed and spoke with fervor and assurance. The 6 experts at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm were eyeing Jiang Chen covetously. They could launch a fatal blow at Jiang Chen at any time. In Lu Deshui's opinion, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. That will depend on whether or not you have the ability to do so. Many people have wanted my sword, but all of them have died, becoming ghosts under my sword. Since you want to take the sword, come and get it yourself. Jiang Chen said solemnly. He looked into Lu Deshui's eyes, and his battle intent surged. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Then I'll cut you into pieces and dismember you. You'll never be able to reincarnate. Lu Deshui's expression became gloomy and furious. He stared at Jiang Chen with ferocious eyes. The battle was about to begin. Jiang Chen looked at the people around him cautiously. They looked fierce, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Kill? With Lu Deshui's order, these guys rushed toward Jiang Chen like wild horses. The 6 experts blocked Jiang Chen's way, leaving him with no way out. Jiang Chen sneered. This guy was really overestimating himself. He wanted to take the Sky Dragon sword from Jiang Chen's hand. He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's heart. At the moment when the 6 experts attacked, the Black King also waited for an opportunity to attack. He was fighting against 6 people alone, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. The appearance of the Black King put great pressure on Lu Desui. He did not expect that Jiang Chen had a helper. Black King's chi was vigorous and vigorous. His momentum was ferocious, advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. No one could stop him. Jiang Chen didn't even need to make a move. He had already arranged the positions of these 6 experts clearly. Bastard. It turns out that you've been prepared. Lu Desui was very depressed. The Black King's strength was not weaker than the 6 experts under him. The 6 people were quite afraid of the Black King because the Black King's strength was too fierce. Although they were all in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, the Black King was much stronger than any of them. They had no chance of winning this battle. Chapter 4733. Lu Desui was more and more curious about Jiang Chen's identity. This guy not only had such a powerful weapon, but he also had such powerful servants and guards. He couldn't be an ordinary person. Jiang Chen was not moved at all. He just wanted to watch the tigers fight. Lu Desui was very depressed. At this moment he had to cut the Gordian knot because he wanted to be the hero and save the damsel in distress. Once Tong Ling and the others found out, he wouldn't be able to keep his dignity. He had to kill Jiang Chen. Although the idea was good, killing and robbing to relieve the hatred in his heart, the 6 experts under Lu Desui were obviously losing in the hands of the Black King. The Black King was fighting to the death. The 6 of them were holding back and didn't want to die here. After all, these people were helpers that Lu Desui found. They thought it would be a piece of cake to deal with a guy at the 6th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Who would have thought that they would have to fight with their lives? These people didn't know each other, so who would be willing to let someone else watch their back? Coupled with the Black King's strength, the six gradually lost their backbone. They didn't have any fighting strength and were afraid of the slightest thing. Lu Desui was furious, but he couldn't kill Jiang Chen. They were in a stalemate for a while. Looks like your subordinates aren't that great, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Don't be complacent. I'll fight you. Lu Desui was infuriated. He had to kill Jiang Chen to appease his anger. Plus, the heavenly dragon sword was too attractive to him. It was definitely the most powerful divine weapon in the entire heavenly awakening star. With it, he would be able to sweep through everything. At that time, a mere Norton city wouldn't be able to trap him anymore. Lu Desui was very ambitious, so he had to take down Jiang Chen. Keep your spirits up. Kill him and I'll double the reward I promised you. Lu Desui roared angrily. Suddenly the eyes of the six experts lit up. They attacked crazily as if they were injected with chicken blood. With a great reward there would always be brave men. In the face of profit, everyone brought out their special skills. When there was enough profit, it was not impossible for them to put their lives on the line. The Black King finally felt a huge pressure from the six experts. No matter what, the strength of the six people was similar to his. At this time it would be very difficult for him to suppress all of them. Lu Desui sneered. At this time he had also firmly locked onto Jiang Chen, but he did not care. Previously, Jiang Chen was able to kill the two people he sent was completely because of this black-robed man. Now that he was entangled with six great experts, Jiang Chen had no way to escape. Now let's see who else can save you. Lu Desui grinned hideously. Finally he would take action in person. His strength was superior to Jiang Chen's by the second heaven. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Jiang Chen. Lu Desui moved his palm as fast as lightning. Jiang Chen did not move at all. It was not until Lu Desui arrived that Jiang Chen quietly punched out. The punch was shockingly powerful. Lu Desui did not expect Jiang Chen to be so horrible that even he was knocked back. That punch was like an iron hammer numbing his whole arm. How could Jiang Chen, a star emperor in the sixth heaven, have such a horrible combat strength? Lu Desui was shocked and dumbfounded. Jiang Chen stood there calmly, but he had been knocked back dozens of steps. His qi and blood were surging in his body, and he was short of breath. What a horrible strength. Lu Desui sucked in a breath of cold air. With a serious expression, he no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Chen. However, he couldn't understand why this guy was so strong. It seems that your strength is really mediocre. Jiang Chen clapped his hands and said calmly. Lu Desui's eyes were cold. The anger in his heart was once again provoked by Jiang Chen. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. He was a dignified enchanter. How could he be ordered to retreat by Jiang Chen? The battle has just begun. Let me see how strong you are. Lu Desui was surprised but not panicked. He was just testing his strength and did not really display his full strength. Pure Fire Yang Blade. Take this. Lu Desui drew his blade. It was a 5-foot-long blade with silver rings. As it flashed, it shone with a golden light as if it was burning with raging fire. The blade was sharp as if there was a light on one's back, giving people an extremely hot and stimulating feeling. Jiang Chen's expression froze. This was the first time he had seen such an extremely powerful enchanted blade. This blade was also a 5th-grade Genesis weapon. After adding the fire attribute enchantment, it became extremely hot. Even from dozens of meters away, one could still feel the heat from the magic weapon. It's indeed a good blade. Jiang Chen sighed. To be more precise, the enchantment had given the blade a new lease of life, making it even more powerful. It's good that you know. This is a magic weapon with a 50% fire attribute enchantment. You have no way of resisting, so you'd better surrender. Humph humph. Lu Desui was proud and conceited. His eyes were sharp. His blazing pure yang saber had never failed before. He rarely fought because of his status. Others always respected him very much. Even if he wanted to fight, there would be many people willing to risk their lives for him. This was the strength of an enchanter. However, it was not that Lu Desui was not strong, but rather that he had the pride of an expert. He would not fight unless it was absolutely necessary. Pure Yang Blade Technique. Lu Desui tyrannically charged forward, directly approaching Jiang Chen. His pure fire Yang Blade was 50% enchantment, making it seem as if the entire blade was burning with raging flames. The blade's edge flickered, making it many times more powerful than the previous attacks. Come at me. Jiang Chen's smile became more and more brilliant. Once the heavenly dragon sword was drawn, the roar of a dragon shook the sky. Facing the pure fire yang blade there was no fear at all. As the blade and the sword clashed, clanging sounds could be heard. Lu Desui was 100 times more confident. After all, his strength was much stronger than Jiang Qin. Even with a divine weapon in hand, Jiang Qin might not be his opponent. His pure fire yang blade was also enchanted, so it did not lose out at all. The pure fire yang blade was attacked by waves of fire, filled with blazing light and shadow. Like a tongue of fire, it was almost at the edge of the blade. It had already approached Jiang Qin's body. However, Jiang Qin was still fearless. In his opinion, this fire attribute enchantment was child's play. His own 5-elemental divine fire was far from being comparable to this fire attribute enchantment. The flame of the pure fire yang blade shone. To Jiang Qin, it was as comfortable as the warm sun shining on his body. This is impossible. Chapter 47-34. I'm going to kill you. Lu Deshui's embarrassment turned into anger, because his blade skill had been unleashed to the extreme, and the fire attribute enchantment had been activated to the extreme. The fiery blade light could destroy anything, but in front of Jiang Qin, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lu Deshui's continuous attacks did not succeed. He was really depressed. Moreover, Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword was like a flying dragon and dancing phoenix. Lu Desui was starting to feel a little weak. If this continued, Lu Desui was worried that he would really be killed. Now it's my turn. Jiang Qin smiled faintly as he pointed his sword forward. He was finally starting his counterattack. The limitless sword crossed the sky. Wherever the sword went, it was as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Lu Desui did not have the slightest chance to fight back. Even the enchantment divine weapon could not help him to stand in an invincible position. In an instant, Lu Desui retreated in defeat. Although he was extremely shocked, there was nothing he could do. Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword was too strong. This was also what he coveted. With this peerless divine weapon, even an idiot could hang a god of war. Therefore Lu Desui was not satisfied. I'm going to fight you till the end. The anger in Lu Deshui's heart was burning. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin. With Jiang Qin's strength, how could they fight to a draw? No, he should be beating Lu Desui up. Lu Desui was not satisfied. Moreover, the temptation of the heavenly dragon sword was too great. He had to get it. If he had the heavenly dragon sword, he might even be able to fight against the stellar level elite. Just thinking about it made him excited. Lu Desui exerted all his strength. This time he absolutely could not fail again. Ah bow. While Lu Desui was calling, a mottled shadow came out from the forest like lightning. Jiang Qin was stunned. That slender and strong leopard immediately knelt beside Lu Desui, waiting for an opportunity to attack. This leopard's strength was actually similar to Lu Deshui's. So fast. Is this a thundercloud leopard? Jiang Qin said in surprise. At least you have some knowledge, humph. I know this is a thundercloud leopard. Today I will join hands with a leopard to kill you. It's a worthy death for you to die under a Bao's sharp claws. Lu Desui was extremely confident. The thunderbolt-clouded leopard was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. This was the most critical moment, and if he didn't reveal everything he wouldn't be able to subdue Jiang Qin. You really get what you want. Isn't the thundercloud leopard one of the 4 great magical beasts? As long as I can obtain the heart of darkness of 2 ancient magical beasts, I would be able to obtain over 100 of them. Looks like my luck today is pretty good. Jiang Qin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Killing this thundercloud leopard, wouldn't that be equivalent to 50 hearts of darkness? At that time, as long as he found the heart of darkness of an ancient demonic beast, he would be able to enter the beast battle arena and participate in it. Ha 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 ha. Lu Desui was so angry that he laughed. What a shameless fellow. If I join hands with a leopard, even if we face the 9th heavenly layer of the Star Monarch realm, we will definitely be able to escape unscathed. What right do you have to challenge me? A leopard charge. Lu Desui and the thundercloud leopard moved at almost the same time. However, the thundercloud leopard was too fast. It was faster than Lu Desui by more than half a step. Its 3-meter-long body was full of muscles, and the black and white stripes on its body were extremely distinct. Its speed made Jiang Qin speechless. His pupils constricted, and he did not dare to be careless. Jiang Qin slashed out with his sword and deflected the first wave of attacks. However, as he turned around, the thundercloud leopard's sharp claws tore his clothes. Jiang Qin was also very fast. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured by the previous attack. As he retreated, Lu Desui took the opportunity to meet him. Their attacks were seamless, and as they exchanged blows, Lu Desui exerted quite a bit of pressure on Jiang Chen. One man and one beast attacked one after another. Jiang Chen's situation became dangerous. Each time the thundercloud leopard attacked, it would greatly suppress Jiang Chen. As a result, Lu Desui was like a fish in water, and he obtained the opportunity to counterattack. Lu Desui was also not easy to deal with. With the help of the thundercloud leopard, he also changed his previous style, striving to kill with one strike. He became even more decisive and murderous. The smile on Jiang Chen's face became even more radiant. This was a real battle. A mere Lu Desui could not arouse his desire to fight. This thundercloud leopard just happened to add to his excitement, which made Jiang Chen even more excited. His interest in killing the thundercloud leopard was far greater than Lu Desui's. Killing Lu Desui could not be compared to killing an ancient magical beast. In Jiang Chen's opinion, this thundercloud leopard was much more valuable than Lu Desui. As expected of an ancient magical beast, its speed gave Jiang Chen a great shock. His own speed could not catch up to it, and he was instead being restrained by it. It was no wonder that countless experts would flock to it like a flock of ducks. Killing it would be the symbol of a courageous person. Hehehe. You want to fight with me? I will definitely play you to death today. Lu Desui was extremely excited. With the thundercloud leopard restraining him, Jiang Chen would definitely be in a difficult situation. At that time it would be the time for him to show off his skills. The thundercloud leopard was something he had unintentionally discovered in the past. He had raised it for so many years before it had gradually taken form. It was extremely loyal to him. This time, when he killed Jiang Chen, this thundercloud leopard would definitely be the main contributor. The sharp claws of the thundercloud leopard tore at Jiang Chen's clothes time and time again, causing blood to flow everywhere. Jiang Chen was extremely depressed. It seemed like if he didn't show some of his true abilities, this thundercloud leopard would really think that it was invincible in this world. No matter how fast it was, could it be faster than spatial teleportation? Jiang Chen smiled coldly and took out the sky ascension stairway. In the next instant, his silhouette flickered unceasingly, firmly following behind the thundercloud leopard. Before, the thundercloud leopard was always in front of Jiang Chen, but this time, it was Jiang Chen who was always behind the thundercloud leopard. Lu Desui was completely unable to catch up to Jiang Chen. In this battle he could only watch foolishly. Every time Jiang Chen's afterimage appeared, it gave him a headache, but he was unable to catch up to it. Jiang Chen's 3 sword strikes were successful, stabbing the thundercloud leopard's abdomen, legs and chest. This caused the thundercloud leopard to roar unceasingly. It was furious but even more puzzled. Lu Desui was the same. How did Jiang Chen do it? How did he surpass the thundercloud leopard in speed? This was simply unimaginable. Chapter 4735. Roar roar. Master, leave quickly. The thundercloud leopard was anxious to protect its master, and it continuously clashed with Jiang Chen. It roared as it struggled to escape. At this time it could only use its speed to delay Jiang Chen, but it could no longer shake off Jiang Chen. This elusive man made it feel helpless for the first time in its life. The thundercloud leopard's speed could be said to be invincible, but in the face of the strongest attack, it was beaten black and blue all over. The thundercloud leopard already knew that it had no way out. Lu Desui lamented in his heart, feeling extremely depressed and unwilling. However, if he didn't leave now, he might not be able to leave later. Once Jiang Chen killed the thundercloud leopard, then he might not be able to escape either. As long as there's life, there's hope. Lu Desui steeled his heart. He had to leave, or more accurately, escape from this place. Jiang Chen had shocked him too much, and he had never been in such a sorry state before. Moreover, he might lose his most important companion, the thundercloud leopard. You run too. Lu Desui ran. At this time he couldn't care less. Survival was the most important thing. Lu Desui was worried about the thundercloud leopard's safety, but he was more worried about his own life. As he ran he couldn't care less. Even the 6 experts who had fought with the Black King were panicking. Seeing that Lu Desui had already escaped, how could they still have the will to fight? It was no longer worth it for them to continue fighting for Lu Desui. After forcing the Black King to retreat, they all retreated at the same time, quickly withdrawing their attacks. Lu Desui fled in panic and the 6 experts followed closely behind. Now, only the thundercloud leopard, which had been locked down by Jiang Chen, was left. He didn't care whether Lu Desui died or not, but he had to obtain the thundercloud leopard. The thundercloud leopard finally gave up on resisting. No matter how it ran, it couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's grasp. It was simply hopeless. Seeing that everyone had fled, the thundercloud leopard seemed to know its fate. Without a doubt it would be killed by Jiangchen. This Lu Desui is really delivering milk. What a thundercloud leopard. Jiangchen tossed aside the thundercloud leopard's body and retrieved its heart of darkness. As expected, extremely terrifying wind attribute Genesis Chi continuously cleansed it. It was more than 100 times stronger than the heart of darkness Tongling had obtained earlier. The ancient demonic beasts lived up to their reputation. I hope nothing bad happened to the three of you. Jiangchen put away the heart of darkness, turned around and quickly chased after Tongling and the others. The three of them were having a great time fighting against the 6 experts. Tongling and the others were also very powerful, otherwise how could they have the courage to enter the depths of the dark forest? Although this battle was dangerous for them, it was not fatal. Jiangchen, are you alright? Tongling's eyes lit up when he saw Jiangchen. I'm fine, aren't I? Jiangchen spread his hands, but the 6 experts fighting Tongling panicked a little. Since the mission had failed, Lu Desui must have escaped or even died. Otherwise, why would he still appear here? Since Lu Desui had already escaped, there was no need for them to fight to the death with Tongling and the others. Although they called it bandits, it was in fact Lu Deshui's plan. Now that the life and death of the mastermind was unknown, wouldn't they be sick in the head if they still fought to the death? Everyone quickly withdrew, leaving Tongling and the others in a daze. One should not chase a cornered enemy. Jiangchen could not be bothered with these guys. It was fine as long as Tongling and the others were not in danger of dying. Why did these people run away? Asked Balzaha puzzled. Yes, Brother Jiang, how did you survive? Xianxia was also puzzled. There were still 6 8th-layer Star Emperor experts behind Jiangchen. How could he have escaped unscathed? He was only at the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. I beat them all away, Jiangchen said. Tongling was speechless and rolled his eyes at Jiangchen. Tell me, did you meet a powerful demon beast? Otherwise, how could you have survived? Jiangchen was helpless. Why did no one believe him when he told the truth? Was he so weak in their eyes? Yes, I met a very powerful ancient demon beast, the thundercloud leopard, said Jiangchen. Hiss, Tongling sucked in a cold breath and patted Jiangchen's shoulder. Fortunately, you ran fast. Otherwise, you would have been finished. Those guys were also helpless. You are really lucky to meet an ancient demon beast like the thundercloud leopard. Right. I haven't seen it yet. Balzaha laughed. If you had seen it, you would have run away as well. Xianxia said disdainfully. Anyway, it's fine as long as it's not life-threatening. Let's go. Those bandits might be afraid of hurting the innocent. Once they get rid of the thundercloud leopard, they will probably come back for us. Let's hurry and find the demon beast. Tongling was worried for Jiangchen. Fortunately, he had escaped from death. Jiangchen didn't bother to explain to them. Anyway, they wouldn't believe me even if I told the truth. So be it. You can protect me and I won't have to do anything. Jiangchen was happy. They continued to move forward after packing up. During these 3 days they didn't encounter any accidents. At this time Tongling and the others were quite lucky. They had killed more than 20 early Star Emperor devil beasts. Not only did they manage to get Tongling's Heart of Darkness, but Jiangchen, Balzaha and Xianxia also got 5 Hearts of Darkness each. This was what they had agreed on before. They would split the Hearts of Darkness equally. Now, Balzaha and Xianxia were only 5 or 7 Hearts of Darkness away from collecting all 100. Jiangchen was the only one who only had a few. You don't have to be too anxious. It's been a few years since we collected 100 Hearts of Darkness. If you have the chance in the future, come here a few more times and you'll definitely be able to collect 100 Hearts of Darkness. Tongling was afraid that Jiangchen would be anxious, so she tried to comfort him. It's fine. I understand. Haste makes waste. Jiangchen smiled. It's good that you understand. Your strength still has room for improvement. This time we'll bring you around to familiarize yourself with this place. In the future you'll have to find your own teammates to enter the dark forest. Remember, you can't recklessly enter alone. Otherwise you might not even know how you died. When we get back, I might have to go to the beast fighting arena with these 2 idiots. It's exciting just thinking about it. Tongling smiled mischievously. She couldn't hide the burning light in her eyes. The beast fighting arena was a place she had been looking forward to for a long time. Only there could she prove herself. She had been waiting for that day for too long. Chapter 4736. In the Colosseum, the brave were fearless. The day that Tongling had been waiting for had finally arrived. Jiangchen could see that her joy and excitement could not be concealed. Although she looked delicate, she was a natural warrior. We've been fighting for the past few days. Finally, we can have a good night's rest. Balzaha said. They had found a cave that was surrounded by a dense forest. Could definitely be called a hidden hiding place. Just be careful, everyone, Tong Ling said. In the dead of night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. The four entered the cave and entered a half-hibernating state. They began to cultivate and rest at the same time. The next morning, when Jiang Chen woke up, he found that his surroundings had completely changed. It was not the same place as yesterday. To be precise, it was not. The forest from yesterday had disappeared, and in its place was a snowy mountain that stretched as far as the eye could see. All around was a snowy landscape. Gazing at Mount Han from afar, each mountain was taller and wider than the last. Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded. He was 100% sure that this was not the scene they had seen yesterday. How could this be? Yeah, weren't we covered in the forest yesterday? How come the surroundings have completely turned into snowy mountains? This is too strange, isn't it? Balzaha turned his head to look at the cave. This was clearly the cave they had been in yesterday. How could it be different? The scenery and things outside had all changed. It was as if they had come to a completely different world. They looked at each other. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with shock. His gaze swept around, but there was no conclusion. This is not an array. It really exists, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Although he was unwilling to admit it, this was an indisputable fact. Tong Ling was also completely stunned. You know arrays? Since this is not an array, then where are we now? Tong Ling asked as she gazed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head. He also knew nothing. This place was a boundless snowy mountain and a great canyon. It was a completely different place from before, but the cave behind them was exactly the same. Then will we never be able to go back? Can we still go back now? Xianxia said with a trembling voice. His heart was filled with shock. Calm down first. Don't be so pessimistic. We're definitely still in the dark forest. We'll definitely be able to return, Balzaha said firmly. Black King, what's going on? Jiang Chen asked the Black King through voice transmission. If I'm not wrong, this should be the mirror space of the multiverse, which is the opposite of the multiverse of the same planet. This is still the Heaven Awakened planet, but we've most likely entered the mirror space. In other words, if we can't find the exit, we'll be lost in another space forever, the Black King said solemnly. What do you mean? To put it simply, I've never heard of the mirror dimension of the multiverse. Jiang Chen felt bitter in his heart, but he also knew that this was definitely not a good place. Even the Black King was so secretive, so he must have his reasons. If you say it's real, it doesn't exist in this world. If you say it's fake, it really does exist. Simply put, it's like night and day. If the space we were in before was day, then this is night. However, this isn't known to us. The outside world is the complete opposite of this place. To be able to open up a mirror space of the multiverse, this person must be at least at the universe level. There might be a huge secret here. The Black King's words once again piqued Jiang Chen's curiosity. This wasn't a place anyone could come to. It was a mirror space created by a universe-level being, so they were able to come here by chance. Is there something wrong with that cave? Jiang Chen abruptly turned his head around. When he looked at the cave behind him, it had already disappeared. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They also saw that the cave had disappeared, making their situation even more dangerous. Then what should we do to go back? Jiang Chen asked. Find the connection point of the mirror space just like the cave you were in before, the Black King said. Isn't that like looking for a needle in a haystack? You want me to find the connection point of the mirror space in the vast and endless Great Snow Mountain? For the first time, Jiang Chen was a little angry. This was too difficult. The opening of the mirror space wouldn't be without a reason. This place must have been created by a powerhouse. We just entered it by mistake, but to find the door to the real world, it's indeed not easy. The Black King was also quite helpless because he had no other way. Back then, I only heard about it from the old master once. I don't know much about this mirror space. Jiang Chen didn't ask any more. After all, what the Black King knew was also limited. At this time, they could only rely on themselves. Let's give it a try. Since we can come here, it wouldn't appear for no reason. We are now in the same boat. Jiang Chen shrugged and said, different situations call for different actions. He could only take it one step at a time. This Great Snow Mountain is really cold, Tong Ling said in an aggrieved tone. The four had no choice but to move forward. At the very least, they had to go to a high vantage point to see what kind of place the Great Snow Mountain was. Perhaps they could find some clues. In any case, she had never heard of what kind of place it was. It was natural that she was afraid, but there was nothing she could do. Who asked them to get involved in this? Jiangchen took the lead and walked across the snow. The wind was as cold as a knife. In this world of ice and snow, there was nothing but the wind, the mountains and the snow. The storm was too strong and there was a lack of Genesis chi. It was impossible to fly here, and they could only leap across the void for a short period of time. In order to conserve the Genesis chi in their bodies, they could only walk forward step by step for fear of not being able to replenish it. Jiang Qin and the others walked for 3 days and 3 nights before they walked out of the mountains. Standing on the highest peak, they looked around and saw the endless great snow mountain, which almost made them go blind. This place is like an incomparably huge egg and we are in the middle of the egg. Looking around, it is very spacious, but where should we go? Xianxia was a little flustered. Although Balzaha had been comforting her along the way, she still couldn't suppress the fear in her heart. May I ask where the road is? Tong Ling muttered. Xianxia's words were the true portrayal of her heart. They wouldn't be trapped here forever, would they? Look, there's a blue shadow. Balzaha gazed into the distance. That's not a blue shadow, it's a person. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Looking into the distance, a glimmer of hope finally rose in her heart. That doesn't seem to be a person. It's much bigger than a person, has blue skin and is 2 feet tall. Could it be? Jiang Qin frowned and said with the flute. He immediately exchanged a glance with Tong Ling. Both of them took a deep breath, feeling nervous and numb on their scalps. In the next moment they said in unison, "Let's go." Chapter 47-37. There were no clouds for thousands of miles, and it was a world of ice and snow. There were storms everywhere and snowflakes danced in the air, stirring up the world. Tong Ling and the others held their breaths and their faces were solemn. They did not dare to breathe and their faces became very gloomy. Facing the small group of blue shadows, everyone became very cautious. The 4 ancient demon beasts were all incomparably terrifying, and they had only seen the snow mountain great demons in ancient legends and books. They were completely unknown and no one knew where they were. No one knew what methods they had and no one knew what kind of creature they were. The unknown was always the scariest. Moreover, they were now in an unknown territory and they had no idea what kind of place this was. How could they not be anxious when they encountered the snow mountain great demons in such a place? Fear gradually grew in the hearts of Balzaha and the others. If it really is the snow mountain great demons, then we are in danger. There are so many of them and there are 7 of them. Xianxia said in a low voice. No one had the confidence to fight them and no one had the intention to do so. They had just been led astray and this was not the place they wanted to be. Different situations call for different actions. What are you afraid of? Since we are already here, why don't you take me out now? I still have to thank your 8 generations of ancestors. Tong Ling looked at Xianxia and said. Xianxia's face turned red. He also knew that this was not the time to be timid. Since things had come to this, there was no other way. No one wanted to wait for death here, but everything in front of them seemed to be unavoidable. Let's go and take a look first. Let's try not to let them see us. Balzaha said in a low voice. Everyone slightly nodded, hoping that they hadn't seen them. They had to hide themselves first and escape this calamity. The Snow Mountain Great Demon was an ancient magical beast. Although it was the best thing for a beast fighter, they still needed to have the strength to fight against it. This time we, the great demons, have come from all directions to worship our ancestors. I hope there won't be any trouble. What trouble can there be? Isn't it just worshipping our ancestors? If worst comes to worst, we'll just not be enemies with them. Even if there are any mistakes, we'll just bear with it. If it weren't for my ancestors' inheritance, I wouldn't have come here. The giant demon clan has already fallen apart. If you want us to bow our heads and follow that Gang Yao, you must be dreaming. You can't say that. After all, we are part of the giant demon race and our lifespans are limited to begin with. If we continue to kill each other at this time, it's likely that our entire race will be exterminated. The ancestors' inheritance is an opportunity, and it's also an opportunity for us all to unite as one. It's understandable for the strong to lead the masses, but if Gang Yao wants to convince the masses with his strength, he can't do it yet. You're right. It's just that this curse, I wonder when it will disappear. The group of giant demons whispered. Then they braved the snowstorm and advanced, 1 step at a time. He was huge and had a square face. His entire body was covered in blue ice crystals that looked like fur. He was bare-chested, but he was not afraid of the cold. Even Balzaha and the others were shivering from the cold. Great Snow Mountain Demon. The children of ice and snow. No wonder they could be so calm. It was as if they had become one with the ice and snow. Sacrifice? It seems that the giant demon race has quite a lot of people. They are actually divided into many factions. Their sacrifice should be for the ancestors' inheritance. Can we also take this opportunity to make a fortune? Balzaha said with a smile. Take care of your own lives first, Tongling said in a bad mood. At this time they couldn't even protect themselves and they still wanted to take a share from the Snow Mountain giant demons? Weren't they courting death? That's not necessarily impossible. It seems that they are also suffering from internal and external troubles. Moreover, there is a curse. I don't know what it is, but maybe we can really make a profit from it. Right now it's hard to say. Jiang Qin said with a smile. What do you think, Sangzhua? Why aren't you saying anything? Balzaha looked at Sangzhua. Sangzhua lowered his head, his face red. Are you freezing? Tong Ling said with a frown. Pooh, suddenly Sangzhua farted. It was a very, very loud fart. Phew, so comfortable. Sangzhua let out a long breath, his face full of embarrassment. Hee, I really couldn't hold it in anymore. The three of them looked at him with gloomy faces. Although the snowstorm was strong, the Snow Mountain giant demons knew this place like the back of their hand. The Great Snow Mountain was their home. This fart was really too loud. Stop. There's a noise. I felt it too. Among the Snow Mountain giant demons, everyone looked at each other with serious expressions. Oh no, they found us. It's all your fault, Sangzhua. Why didn't you fart earlier or later? Why did you have to fart now? Are you trying to get us killed? Balzaha gave Sangzhua's but a slap. Pooh, another fart. Balzaha couldn't wait to kill Sangzhua. He rubbed his hands in disgust. Oh no, it's an avalanche. The Snow Mountain giant demons shouted and started running. Jiang Qin and the others looked back. It was indeed an avalanche. Moreover, it was an avalanche caused by a fart. Jiang Qin laughed bitterly. Hurry up and run. The others couldn't be bothered with the Snow Mountain giant demons and ran down the mountain. Sangzhua was the first. Tong Ling's eyes were filled with resentment. That bastard is a jinx. An avalanche was no joke. It was equivalent to the weight of a mountain pressing down on them. Even with their strength and cultivation, it was impossible for them to ignore it. Their bodies had already been flattened. No matter how powerful their methods were, it would be useless. Hence they could only run. The avalanche behind them was extremely fast and reached them in the blink of an eye. The Snow Mountain giant demons didn't fly in the air because they wanted to avoid an avalanche. After all, the area was covered in snow all year round and the storm was terrifying. Flying could easily cause an avalanche. Even the Snow Mountain giant demons hadn't expected this avalanche to be caused by a fart. Everyone ran with all their might and finally reached the top of another mountain. Seeing that they were gradually being buried by the avalanche, everyone broke out in cold sweat and fright. It's all your fault. If not for you, I wouldn't have lost my shoes. Balzaha glared at Sangzhua. Lower your voice. Aren't you afraid of another avalanche? Chapter 4738. Who are you? Why are you here? A deep and heavy voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Jiang Qin and the others turned their heads and saw the 7 Snow Mountain giant devils standing in front of them, looking down at them. F***ck. Sangzhua's face changed. This time he was in deep trouble. Are they the legendary humans? He's so short and he looks so weak. Should be. But why haven't we seen them before? Where did you come from? Humans are the most treacherous. We, the Snow Mountain great demons, cannot live under the same sky with humans. I heard that our ancestor died in the hands of humans. Yes, kill them and avenge our ancestor. Kill? The Snow Mountain great demons were full of hostility towards Jiang Chen's group. As soon as they saw each other, they started to fight. Before Jiang Chen's group could say anything, they had already given the order to kill them. We just trespassed by accident. We mean no harm. Sangzhua said. Trespassed by accident? You have to die. Trespassers die. This is the territory of the Snow Mountain great demons. You will all die. The leader of the Snow Mountain great demons panted. His nostrils emitted cold air as he stared at Sangzhua. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. The Snow Mountain great demon roared. He took a step forward and threw a heavy punch at Sangzhua. Sangzhua was pushed back dozens of meters. He rolled and crawled, his face pale. Boom. The Snow Mountain giant devil had a strong body. Its eyes were filled with anger as it charged forward. To Jiang Qin and the others, there wasn't much difference between these devils and humans. Their body shape was similar. The only difference was the blue crystal armor they wore and their strange facial features that humans couldn't accept. *CK. You think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? Xianxia snorted. Run. What are you waiting for? Xianxia was the first one to run out. Jiang Qin and the other two were startled, but they quickly followed him. Even the Snow Mountain Great Devil thought that Xianxia was going to attack them. Who would have thought that Xianxia would run away without any hesitation? Chase them. We must kill these people. This is the territory of the Snow Mountain Great Demons. They must want to invade our territory. We must bring them to justice. The leader of the Great Snow Mountain Demons was enraged. They had been tricked by Xianxia. These humans had crossed his bottom line. Jiang Qin was in the lead. He ran faster than anyone else, but against the Great Snow Mountain Demon, they were still the younger brother. After all, this was its territory. After a while, the Great Snow Mountain Demon caught up. He couldn't outrun them. Jiang Qin saw that the three of them had already caught up to him. No matter how fast he ran, he would still be held back. Could he really let go of everything and leave by himself? Obviously he couldn't. Since they were companions, they had to live and die together. Even if Jiang Qin ran away alone, he might not be able to leave this place. Therefore he chose to face this with the others. The 7 Snow Mountain Giant Devils had surrounded them. An incomparably oppressive feeling arose. Each of them was at least at the 8th Heavenly Star Emperor realm. There was even a 9th Heavenly Star Emperor among them. They had nowhere to run. Why don't you run, Jiang Qin? Tong Ling frowned. Jiang Qin could have run away, but he didn't. With all of you here, wouldn't I be all alone if I ran away? Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Balzaha and Xianxia looked at Jiang Qin again with gratitude. The tacit understanding between brothers was the real friendship of life and death. He was a man who could be trusted with his back. I acknowledge you as my brother. Whether you can get out or not, you are my brother, Balzaha said with a serious face. Me too. If I can get out, I will never fart again. Xianxia looked bitter, but his respect for Jiang Qin was obvious. At this critical moment, Jiang Qin didn't leave them alone. Living and dying together was a real team. Xianxia's face was filled with bitterness, but one could still see the respect he had for Jiang Qin. At such a critical moment, Jiang Qin did not leave them behind and leave by himself. Living and dying together was a true team. A bunch of reckless fellows. You still want to run? You can't escape from my palm. Kill them. The leader of the Great Snow Mountain Demons let out a low roar and charged forward. Jiang Qin and the others guarded the east, south, west, and north respectively and began to fight to the death. Because they no longer had a way out. Since that's the case, let's fight to the death. This Great Snow Mountain Demon will be our stepping stone to the beast fighting arena. Tong Ling said. He opened up the battlefield and prepared to fight to the death with these Snow Mountain Great Demons. This is their territory. Be careful. Jiang Qin, Tong Ling, and the other two looked at each other and nodded silently. After saying that, Jiang Qin dashed forward and confronted the 2 Great Snow Mountain Demons in the 8th sky of the Star Emperor realm. He was barehanded. As soon as they fought, Jiang Qin felt the coldness spread all over his body as if he was frozen. A layer of ice appeared on his body and covered his arms. Jiang Qin fought with great strength. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Tong Ling and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Jiang Qin to be so strong. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all when he fought against 2 Great Snow Mountain Demons alone. That was awesome. Was he still in the 6th sky of the Star Emperor realm? Had they underestimated Jiang Qin before? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Tong Ling shouted in a low voice. She also confronted the 2 Great Snow Mountain Demons in the 8th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Compared with Jiang Qin, she was not so lucky. The arms, hands, and bodies of these Great Snow Mountain Demons were all covered with a chilling coldness. When Tong Ling's palms touched them, a layer of ice appeared on her arms immediately. She shivered all over. Not only her, but Balzaha and Xianxia also felt the cold pain. Fortunately, they were only fighting against 1 Great Snow Mountain Demon. Otherwise, they might not be in a better situation than their peers. It's so cold. Tong Ling's entire body was curled up as he fought and retreated. There was almost no chance for him to counterattack. It was already not easy to stabilize the situation, let alone turn defeat into victory. They didn't know how powerful the Great Snow Mountain Demons were, but this time they had thoroughly experienced it. Chapter 4739. Time ticked by. After 20 moves, Tong Ling and the others felt that their strength had been greatly restricted. Even the flow of Genesis chi in their bodies had become extremely sluggish. They couldn't display their true strength at all. Be careful, they have a very strong cold current that can affect our strength. We can only defeat them with our wits, not force, Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. At this moment even he had to be cautious. Facing the incoming cold currents, Jiang Qin's expression was solemn and meticulous. After familiarizing himself with these two men's fighting style, he finally felt relieved. Because their skills and techniques weren't strong, what was strong was their strength and the cold air that came from their bodies. It was hard to defend against them. During the battle, if one was careless, one would be affected by the cold currents from their bodies. In the end, one's strength would be suppressed and killed before even 70% of one's strength could be unleashed. I see. Tong Ling's heart skipped a beat. He understood everything clearly. Although he knew that these fellows didn't have any extraordinary means, the pressure brought by this cold current was not something that could be easily dealt with. Right now, even their blood seemed to have solidified. Tong Ling felt that her movements had become sluggish, and her body was gradually covered with a layer of ice crystals. She was now in a more and more dangerous situation. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The blade was sharp and the sword chi was threatening. The two experts at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm were forced to retreat step by step. They were forced into a miserable state by Jiang Qin. His sword carried a blazing sword chi, and the two great snow mountain demons couldn't compete with it at all. Jiang Qin, who seemed the weakest, was supporting their hope at this time. Balzaha and Sangzhuo were ashamed of their inferiority. It turned out that the hidden big shot was Jiang Qin. Previously they had mocked Jiang Qin, but now it seemed like it was a slap to their faces. Trash, you can't even handle two guys at the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Get up, let me do it. The Snow Mountain Great Demon, who was the leader of the 9th heaven of Star Emperor realm, waved his hand, and the other two instantly made way for him. At this time, Balzaha and Sanzhou were in a miserable situation. Now they were in the same situation as Tong Ling, fighting 1 against 2. Their faces were covered with layers of frost, and they were in a miserable state. Insignificant humans, you will all die here and accompany the Snow Mountain for thousands of years, the Great Snow Mountain Demon said indifferently. The Snow Mountain Great Devil said coldly. His thick arm collided with the heavenly dragon sword. The Snow Mountain Great Devil of the 9th heavens of Star Emperor was indeed very strong. Jiang Qin did not dare to be careless. This guy was not any weaker than the patriarch of the Eternal Dragon Clan, Mo Xiaolong. Jiang Qin was lucky enough to kill Mo Xiaolong. Hence, he did not dare to be careless while facing this Snow Mountain Great Devil. It's over, it's over? The Great Snow Mountain Demon murmured. He forced the two Great Snow Mountain Demons to retreat with one slash, and he was complaining in his heart. Jiang Qin was losing in the face of the Great Snow Mountain Demons of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He was in a more difficult situation than them. If this went on, they would never be able to make a comeback, and Jiang Qin would probably be the first one to fall among them. Shut your mouth, Tong Ling said angrily. They were fighting and retreating at the same time. The three of them were struggling now and they could only pin their hopes on Jiang Qin. Although she didn't believe that Jiang Qin could save them, it was better than nothing. Hope was something brighter than a diamond. Their lives and futures were all tied to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin gave them great hope because it was proven that Jiang Qin was stronger than them. The Great Snow Mountain Demons were more like monsters left from ancient times. They couldn't save them and could only be beaten. On this vast snow mountain, it seemed that Jiang Qin couldn't give them much. But as long as they didn't fall, they wouldn't give up. Tong Ling knew that the chance of Jiang Qin defeating the Great Snow Mountain Demons of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm was almost zero, but what could they do? No matter if they were dead or alive, there had to be a glimmer of hope. The sword chi of the Sky Dragon Sword couldn't hurt the Great Snow Mountain Demon at all. The 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm was extremely domineering. This vast snow mountain was its backbone. If Jiang Qin wanted to kill it, it wouldn't be as easy as he imagined. But Jiang Qin never regretted it. Only in this way could he stimulate his potential. Only in this way could he move forward fearlessly. No one knew how difficult it was for Jiang Qin. Sword after sword for the Great Snow Mountain Demon, it was like scratching an itch. From the hands of the Great Snow Mountain Demon, icicles formed by cold air shot out. Jiang Qin dashed left and right, slashing at the icicles and changing his position. But the icicles seemed to know where he was going. They were formed by the cold air in the air and they were extremely sharp. They created a lot of trouble for Jiang Qin. With the icicles in front of him, Jiang Qin swore to fight to the death. The thousands of icicles broke through layer after layer of his defense, but even so, he still rushed towards the great snow mountain demon. Void icicles. The snowy mountain great devil struck out with his palm. Layers of ice spikes made Tong Ling and the others' scalp go numb. Their faces turned pale and ashen. Jiang Chen couldn't withstand the ice spikes from all directions. If it was them, they would have already died. Be careful, Jiang Chen. Isn't it too scary? I almost peed my pants. This time it's really over. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. At that moment they all thought that Jiang Chen would definitely die. 28 Blade. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword and looked around. He used the power of his sword to block countless icicles. The heavenly dragon sword continued to cut the icicles, and the great snow mountain demon's attack completely dissipated. Damn. He's too strong. Xianxua's body trembled. He didn't care if he was thrown away. Jiang Chen's sword made the three of them feel suffocated. They couldn't tell how Jiang Chen used it or how he changed it. They couldn't see through it, but it still managed to cut the great snow mountain demon's icicles. Damn it. The great snow mountain demon roared angrily. His eyes were filled with shock. This seemingly tiny human was actually struggling before his death. It was extremely shocking. You should be proud to die under my realm. Extreme realm. Chapter 4740. There was no water here, only a cold current. Layers of cold currents gradually wrapped around Jiang Chen, from the initial layers of ice crystals to a 10-foot-tall snowman. Jiang Chen's figure had completely turned into a statue. It seems that we're really going to die here. Balzaha clenched his teeth and pushed away two snow mountain great demons, but he had nowhere to go. He couldn't run, he couldn't beat them, and he couldn't get out either. It was simply hopeless. Tong Ling and Xianxia also kept their mouths shut. After being repeatedly injured by the numerous snow mountain giant demons, their movements had become rather sluggish and hopeless. Their bodies were covered in a thick layer of ice, and the extreme cold had made them lose control of their Genesis chi. There was nothing they could do in someone else's territory. You bunch of humans, you deserve to die. Ah. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Such a lowly race is not allowed to exist in the Snow Mountain Great Demon's territory. Never. The Snow Mountain Great Demon's berserk voice resounded between heaven and earth. Avalanches came from all directions, slamming into the high hills. The Snow Mountain Great Demon looked down on the world, while Tong Ling and the others felt unprecedented despair. Kacha, Kacha. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who had been frozen by the extreme domain, began to break apart. With an earth-shaking roar, Jiang Chen broke through the cold current with the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The extreme domain had not trapped him. He's still alive? Tong Ling and the others felt their hearts tremble. Jiang Chen stood up with his sword in hand, looking straight at the Snow Mountain Great Demon. His battle-intent soared to the sky. Your extreme domain doesn't seem to be very good. Jiang Chen smiled. The confrontation between the two had once again become the focus of everyone's attention. Even the Snow Mountain Great Demons gasped. How could he escape from their boss extreme domain? Then I'll let you die again. The Great Snow Mountain Demon struck out with its palm. Countless icicles flew out once again, blocking Jiang Chen's path. The storm started again and the extreme domain once again suppressed Jiang Chen. This time not even God can save you. The Great Snow Mountain Demon roared like thunder and used its extreme territory again. This time Jiang Chen would not sit still and wait for his death. 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Array. Jiang Chen instantly set up an array: True Dragon God Fire, Thunder Divine Fire, Qilin Divine Fire, Divine Fire of the Sun, Vermilion Bird Heavenly Flame. The divine fire of 5 elemental trigram fire formation instantly gathered together. The entire void was illuminated by the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. The surrounding ice and snow began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation enveloped Jiang Chen perfectly. The void icicles had already melted before they even appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The extreme domain was also restrained by Jiang Chen's divine fire of 5 elemental trigram fire, instantly losing its power. This. How is this possible? The Great Snow Mountain Demon felt a wave of panic. Its eyes were filled with shock. Once the divine fire of the 5 elements appeared, Jiang Chen was enveloped in the 5 elements trigram fire formation. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In an instant, the ice and snow that had not changed for tens of thousands of years became flowing water that flowed down the mountain. The terror of the divine fire of the five elements could not be measured by common sense. Ever since entering the eternal world, Jiang Chen had almost never used the divine fire of the five elements. However, everything in the world had a natural counter to each other. The divine fire of the five elements was very effective in restraining the great snow mountain demon. A warm aura lingered around Tong Ling and the others. Their strength seemed to be constantly recovering, and they became increasingly excited. Nothing is impossible. To deal with you, I can only use my trump card. Let's see if your extreme domain is stronger or if my five elements trigram fire formation is stronger. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. The light in his eyes was also extremely dazzling. Bastard. The fear in the eyes of the great snow mountain demon came from the bottom of his heart. The fiery qi on Jiang Chen's body had already made them feel extreme pain. If this divine fire landed on their bodies, they would be instantly melted and turned into ashes. The great snow mountain demon subconsciously took a step back. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. This fellow was too terrifying. He was like a huge furnace. If they continued fighting, he might not be able to gain any advantage. You are not worthy to kill me. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen roared furiously. The five elemental divine fire converged and fell from the sky along with an earth-shattering palm seal. It was like the seal of a fire dragon, splitting the wind and splitting the waves, crashing towards the snow mountain great demon. No! The great snow mountain demon screamed and was sent flying. The fire dragon circled around his body, and his body made cracking sounds. He wanted to use the extreme domain, but it was of no use. The fire dragon palm had almost completely injured him. The other great snow mountain demons also became hesitant. Tong Ling and the others had recovered their strength, so they were not afraid of them at all. They even gradually gained the upper hand. If it was not for this world of ice and snow, Tong Ling and the others would not have been bullied like this. Now that they had Jiang Chen's flames to guide them forward, their strength had recovered, and they could finally wipe away their previous humiliation. Mother asterisk her. The little universe in my body is finally going to explode. Wah! Xianxia kept pounding his chest as he roared. He raised his saber and slashed across the sky, killing the 6 great snow mountain demons without leaving a single one of them alive. Jiang Chen walked towards the great snow mountain demon in the 9th sky of the Star Emperor realm. The great snow mountain demon's eyes were full of fear, and his body had shrunk to the same size as Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was surrounded by the divine fire of the 5 elements, which made the great snow mountain demon keep retreating in fear. He was not even a match for one of the 5 divine fires, let alone 5. These were not ordinary flames. The great snow mountain demon felt like he was about to be melted. Don't kill me, please don't. The great snow mountain demon knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, his face full of fear. The other 6 were already suppressed by Tong Ling and the others. I won't kill you, but tell me, where is this place? Jiang Chen said. Lung. You don't know where this place is? You don't know? This is the ancient snow region. Our ancestors brought us here. This is a pure land, free from worldly disturbances and invasions from the outside world. This is the territory of the great snow mountain demons. The great snow mountain demon looked at Jiang Chen in shock and fear. Do you know how to leave here? Jiang Chen said. I don't know. For thousands of years, no great snow mountain demon has ever left this place. This is our home. Why should we leave? Chapter 47-41. Then who is your ancestor? We went astray and ended up here. If we can't find the way out, I will kill you. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice made the snow mountain demon shudder. Looking at the dancing flame in Jiang Chen's hand, he swallowed hard and hurriedly said, I really don't know. I really don't know. I beg you, please let me go. I really don't know how to leave. My giant demon race has never thought of leaving. Our ancestor. I don't know either. I only know that the ancestor we worship is the benefactor of our tribe. Without him, our tribe would have been extinct a long time ago. Moreover, our ancestor also left us a treasure. Every 100 years, endless Genesis Chi will gush out from the spirit spring where our ancestor passed away. Hence, every 100 years, we will spontaneously offer sacrifices to our ancestor. The Genesis Chi that gushes out from the spirit spring will allow our strength and cultivation to soar by leaps and bounds, as if we have been enlightened. Seeing his panic and fear, Jiang Chen knew that this guy might not be lying. He really didn't know how to get out of here. It seems that this so-called sacrifice is the day of your dragon ascension. Am I right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. What's with the curse? Jiang Chen's words made the Snow Mountain demon hold his breath. He looked grim and hesitated. If you don't tell me, you will die anyway, Jiang Chen said. Every Snow Mountain demon can't live past the peak of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. 4,000 of years, as long as our cultivation reaches the peak of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, our cultivation will continue to decline. Everyone wants to become stronger, but they are also afraid of becoming stronger. In the end, they will lose all their cultivation and die of depression, the Snow Mountain demon said in horror. Decline from the peak? Jiang Chen was silent, his face dark. This curse was a little abnormal. Jiang Chen was also very curious about the ancestor they worshipped. This Snow Mountain demon knew very little. If they wanted to find a way out, they might have to go to the place of worship. Where is the place of worship? Jiang Chen gazed at the Snow Mountain troll. There are more than 10 mountains over there, as well as a snowy tundra. It's a very spacious place. Up ahead is a valley of ice and snow, and that's the place of worship. The Snow Mountain Great Demon said in a low voice. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded. You're not going to kill me? The Snow Mountain Great Demon said happily. Pooh, this time xianxia stabbed the Great Snow Mountain Demon in the back of its heart. The Great Snow Mountain Demon bled blue and fell into a pool of its own blood. Jiang Chen promised not to kill you, but I didn't. Xianxia sneered. He pulled out the long saber in his hand and wiped off the blue blood. The other 6 Snow Mountain Great Demons had also been killed by them. Looks like you guys aren't bad either. You're done so quickly, Jiang Chen said with a smile. When Tong Ling and the others looked at Jiang Chen, their gazes were filled with admiration. Without Jiang Chen, they would have been buried in the snow long ago. You hid your strength too well, Balzaha said with a smile. He looked at Jiang Chen maliciously and said with a smile. I'm sure that if you go to the amphitheater, we won't have a chance. Xianxia sighed. What should we do now? Tong Ling was most concerned about how to leave this place. They had acknowledged Jiang Chen's strength. At this time, they should think about how to leave this place. If we want to find a way out, we have to go to the sacrificial ground. This Snow Mountain Demon doesn't know much, but this is indeed a space of its own. They call it the ancient snow field. It's their ideal territory. Fortunately, there shouldn't be any stellar-level warriors here. They have a strange curse. When they reach the peak of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, their cultivation will gradually decline. At the very most, it will dissipate completely and they will die. Jiang Chen said. Looks like if we want to figure out the situation here, we have to take the risk and go to the place of worship. Tong Ling nodded. We can't stay here for long. It's very likely that the surrounding Snow Mountain Great Demons have been alarmed. Let's hurry to the place of worship. Jiang Chen was a little worried. Although there were no Star Realm experts here, which was good news for them, they still had no idea how many Snow Mountain Great Devils there were, and how many experts there were. In this unknown territory, they were in a very dangerous situation. Alright. The biggest reward this time is these 2 hearts of darkness, haha. Balzaha was somewhat excited. At least they saw a glimmer of hope. Jiang Chen's strength was equivalent to giving them a shot in the arm. If they wanted to leave this place, they still had to rely on Jiang Chen. The 4 of them rested for a while and quickly left this place for the place of worship. Now Jiang Chen had a complete set of hearts of darkness. 2 hearts of darkness from ancient demonic beasts were enough. As long as they left this place, they would be thankful. This is a chi-changing pill. Eat it and your aura will be completely hidden. Jiang Chen said as he gave each of the 3 a chi-changing pill. There's such a good pill in this world? Xianxia looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. However, he still trusted Jiang Chen. After eating it, his cultivation and aura were indeed all hidden. The 3 of them were incomparably shocked. When they looked at Jiang Chen, it was as if he was a treasure. Why do you have so many good things on you? How rich is your hometown? Balzaha said with a look of envy. It's a beautiful place, a place that I will never forget. It's also my only home. Jiang Chen said faintly. He had left home at a young age and had no idea where Feng Er was. His mother, his brothers and sisters were all missing him. Jiang Chen had never stopped thinking about him. The eternal world was vast and boundless, but there was no place for him to stay. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed his true feelings, causing Tong Ling and the others to fall silent. They knew that Jiang Chen might have many secrets on him. However, they didn't have time to study Jiang Chen at this time. Their first task was to find a way to leave this place. Only by leaving this so-called ancient snow region could they be at ease. Otherwise, they didn't know when they would be able to relax. Chapter 47-42. These guys are so strong. Looks like we can't expose our operation. Otherwise, even if Brother Jiang fights 10 of us alone, we won't be able to escape. Balzaha said, looking at Xianxia. Xianxia glared at him, dissatisfied. Why are you looking at me? As long as you don't fart, it'll be fine. As long as there's no avalanche, we can still be friends. Balzaha said, trying not to laugh. You two are still in the mood to joke at a time like this. Shut up. Tong Ling frowned. This group of people is really strong. Even if I have supernatural abilities, I can't defeat them all. We must be careful. Jiang Qin nodded silently. The Snow Mountain giant devils had given him a tremendous pressure. These devils were stronger than any of the devils he had met before. It would be extremely difficult for them to get any information from these Snow Mountain giant devils. They could only hide and wait for an opportunity. More and more Snow Mountain great demons entered the kernel. A huge karst cave appeared in front of them. More than 100 Snow Mountain great demons entered the cave. Jiang Qin was extremely cautious. Finally, the 4 of them hid at the entrance of the karst cave. However, they saw a huge statue that was more than 30 meters tall. It was located in the deepest part of the karst cave. The statue was huge and it looked extremely lifelike. One of its hands was holding a jade scroll, and the other hand was holding a heavenly sword. It looked majestic and imposing. Although it was just a statue, it gave off a strong sense of oppression. It was as if the statue was a person, an overlord who held the world in his hands. Emperor of the Cosmos? It's the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiang Qin exclaimed in his mind. Jiang Qin frowned. The Black King knew him? What Emperor of the Cosmos? Jiang Qin asked. In the universe, there are not many who dare to call themselves emperors. Those who can be called emperors are universe-level experts. Even my old master has to bow down to them. The Black King said agitatedly. Are you sure that this person is the Emperor of the Cosmos just by looking at this statue? But why would he appear here? Jiang Qin was puzzled. It seemed that the so-called Emperor of the Cosmos was not an ordinary person. The Emperor of the Cosmos was the vanguard of the great emperors. Since ancient times, his name has resounded throughout the ages. My old master was a hardcore fan of his. The Emperor of the Cosmos was invincible throughout his life. In his era, those who could surpass him were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. However, the traces of the Cosmos Emperor disappeared hundreds of millions of years ago, as if he had evaporated into thin air. He had completely become history. Countless people wanted to find the traces of the Cosmos Emperor, but no one was able to find him. The people of the Eternal World and the 18-star domains all thought that he had fallen. If anyone could find the Cosmos Emperor, they would probably be able to obtain his endless inheritance. However, no one could imagine how vast the universe was. The Eternal World was even more boundless. Gradually, people began to forget about one of the most powerful emperors of the ancient times. However, when my old master was young, he once received guidance from the Cosmos Emperor. I once saw the glory of the Cosmos Emperor in his portrait collection. That portrait is still hanging on the top floor of the Buddha prison pagoda. The Black King's expression was solemn and dignified. The Emperor of the Cosmos was the most powerful emperor of the ancient era. Moreover, he had once guided his old master. This showed how powerful the Emperor of the Cosmos was. If this statue really is the Emperor of the Cosmos, could it be that he fell on the Apocalypse planet? Jiang Qin pondered. It's very likely. Not everyone knows the appearance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Chapter 47-43. The endless Genesis chi gushing out from the spirit spring was a blessing from their ancestors. No one dared to tarry and hurriedly sat down to cultivate and absorb the Genesis chi. Looks like this statue is quite interesting. Balzaha narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. I don't believe in the blessings of the ancestors. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders with a fearless expression. No matter what, we have to be careful. There's something strange about this statue, but we can't investigate it now. At the very least, we have to wait until they leave this place. Tong Ling said. I just don't know if I can wait until that moment. Jiang Qin murmured. He had already set his eyes on the Elder Snow Mountain Great Devil. Once they were done with their ritual and cultivation, it would be the time for him to strike. Whether or not he could find a way to get rid of the Snow Mountain Great Devil would depend on the Elder Snow Mountain Great Devil. As for the statue, Jiang Qin also felt that there was something strange about it. But right now he had to prioritize his priorities. Staying alive was more important than anything else. If he allowed them to stay in the ancient snow region forever, he would go crazy. Just as all the great Snow Mountain demons were devoutly cultivating, a skinny great snow mountain demon flew up and reached out to grab the jade token. In an instant, the jade token was in his hand. The great snow mountain demon immediately headed out of the cave. Catch him. The older snow mountain giant demon suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with a violent aura. In the blink of an eye, over 100 snow mountain giant demons grabbed at the skinny giant demon. Damn it! Someone actually wants to snatch the sacrificial jade token? Are they courting death? You don't know what's good for you. That jade plate is the inheritance of our snow mountain great demons. It's not something that anyone can touch. That's right, capture him and kill him without mercy. To offer sacrifices to our ancestors. Only death can appease the anger of the masses for causing trouble in the ancestral worship grounds. Many snow mountain great demons started to gather at this moment and sealed off the cave. They wanted to stop the skinny great demon from escaping. Looks like this guy still wants to snatch his ancestors' things. What an unfilial person. Balzaha said with a laugh. People die for wealth and birds die for food. Do you think everyone is just? Even in the Snow Mountain Giant Demon clan there are scum. Tong Ling said. That's right. I don't think that kid is easy to deal with. However, that jade tablet in his hand seems to be a treasure? Sancho said thoughtfully. Absolutely. Balzaha continued. That should be what he wants. That person's aura isn't that of a Snow Mountain demon. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. This was because besides him, Jiang Qin could clearly sense everyone else's ice-cold aura. The only one he couldn't sense was the thin giant demon. So, he's not the Snow Mountain demon? Tong Ling said in great surprise. You could say that, but he should have already discovered us. Jiang Qin looked at the hundreds of Snow Mountain great demons. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored figure broke through the wind and headed straight for them. Here's your stuff. Let's go. The thin giant demon directly threw the jade tablet in his hand to Jiang Qin. Everyone was startled. Even Tong Ling and Balzaha were stunned. This person actually knew Jiang Qin. Could he be an accomplice of Jiang Qin? He's trying to lure the enemy to us because he's discovered us, said Yi Zichen. Jiang Qin coldly said. What the thin giant demon had thrown was nothing more than a stone, not a jade tablet. Countless Snow Mountain great demons thought that the jade tablet had fallen into Jiang Qin's hands. They all turned their spears towards Jiang Qin, as if they had discovered a new continent. Chapter 47-44. The great Snow Mountain demons were also afraid. After all, in this snowy land the weather was always extremely cold. There was no warmth to speak of. However, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation had melted all the ice and snow within 100 meters. They still had lingering fears, so they didn't dare to rush forward. The closer they got to the formation, the hotter they became, and the weaker they became. It seems that Jiang Qin's formation is really effective. Sangjua sneered and stared at the great Snow Mountain demons. He was very excited, but they didn't have the confidence to break through their defense. They could only hide here and hope that they could wait for Jiang Qin's return. What they could do now was to hold on to their last hope. Roar, it's a human formation. Damn it, there are humans among us. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. The pure land of the snowy area is not allowed to be tarnished by humans. Kill them. Even if we have to sacrifice the blood of the warriors of our tribe, we have to kill them. Kill. Tong Ling and the others were sweating. After all, these guys were very powerful. They were getting closer and closer. The battle was about to start. Jiang Qin stepped on the sky-ascending stairway and used his shifting shadows. His speed soared as he rushed towards the skinny giant devil. At the same time, there were more than 48th and 9th Heavenly Layer Star Emperor experts chasing after him. Jiang Qin was the fastest. He caught up with that guy in a short while. You want to put the blame on me? Brother, you're really smart. Jiang Qin sneered. How could it be? You, the man in the blue robe, had taken off his disguise. He looked at Jiang Qin in shock. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to be faster than him. The one who caught up with him first was not the great Snow Mountain demon but Jiang Qin. Why is it impossible? You can find us. Is it strange that I caught up with you? Jiang Qin said. What exactly do you want? The blue-robed man said in a deep voice. Shrouded in a black robe, even Jiang Qin couldn't see his face clearly. A layer of blue ice covered his face. Perhaps I should be the one asking you this. Who are you? What did he want to do? You even tried to steal the jade pendant from the Snow Mountain Great Demon. You should be the one with ulterior motives. Jiang Qin's words made the black-robed man fall into silence. If you want to live, hand over the jade token. Jiang Qin directly snatched the jade token from the blue-robed man's hand. The man exclaimed, but Jiang Qin's speed was too fast, even beyond their understanding. Jiang Qin directly took the jade token from his hand. Even a star-level expert might not be able to catch Jiang Qin with the stairway to heaven's teleportation, let alone the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man was strong, but he didn't guard against Jiang Qin at all. Jiang Qin was able to snatch the jade token from his hand in an instant. How much trouble could a guy at the sixth heaven of the Star Emperor realm cause? However, it turned out that he was wrong, very wrong. The moment he underestimated his enemy, he lost the fruits of his hard work over the past 20 years. Give it back to me. Otherwise I'll kill you. The blue-robed man's voice was cold as he shouted in a deep voice. He was extremely aggrieved, but it was too late for regrets. That depends on what you're capable of. Besides, it's not up to you to decide whether you can kill me or not. Take care of your back first. Jiang Qin snorted disdainfully. He retreated in order to advance. However, at that moment, dozens of Snow Mountain great demons arrived one after another. The blue-robed man gasped. Ice palms fell from the sky, forcing him to retreat. His eyes were burning with anger, but he couldn't touch Jiang Qin at all. The jade token is in his hands. What's the point of looking for me? The blue-robed man said angrily. He was extremely depressed, but it was obvious that his words didn't have much effect on these stubborn Snow Mountain great demons. All they saw was that he had snatched the jade token, so they would kill him no matter what. You guys have fun. I'm leaving first. Jiang Qin sneered. He turned around and fled, followed by a dozen Snow Mountain great demons. They split into two groups to fight. Give me back the jade token and I'll take you out of here. The blue-robed man's words made Jiang Qin stop in his tracks. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. This guy actually knew how to leave the ancient snow region? But could he really trust him? Was this person really trustworthy? Jiang Qin had no other choice. If he didn't know how to leave, why would he suddenly try to snatch the jade token? If he failed, or even if he managed to snatch it, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. Wouldn't that be the same as digging his own grave? Therefore, Jiang Qin deduced that this blue-robed man really did know how to leave the ancient snow region. There's no need. I have a way to escape. Jiang Qin knew that this was not the time to be led by the nose. He had to make the man suffer first. With so many Snow Mountain great demons, it would be extremely difficult for him to leave. However, he had the sky-ascending ladder. As long as he found the exit, it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave. Moreover, the 5 elemental flames could restrain the extreme domain, which boosted Jiang Qin's confidence. As long as there weren't any half-step star-grade powerhouses present, he would be invincible. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that these Snow Mountain great demons would try to fight him to the death. If that was the case, Jiang Qin wasn't confident. With the jade token in hand, Jiang Qin turned around gracefully and left the blue-robed man's line of sight. The blue-robed man cursed and stomped his feet in anger. You want me to be your scapegoat? That's exactly what you want. Jiang Qin turned around and headed straight for Tong Ling's group. Tong Ling's group was also in great pain as they faced dozens of Snow Mountain great demons. Even though the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was suppressing them, more and more Snow Mountain great demons rushed into the formation to resist the blazing fire formation. They were no longer as fearful of Tong Ling's group as before. Instead, they launched wave after wave of attacks, causing them serious injuries. Jiang Qin's return made everyone feel relieved. However, the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was on the verge of collapsing. Icicles covered the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. It was going to be a tough battle. Interesting. Looks like your formation isn't simple. Chapter 47-45. Jiang Qin began to join forces with Tong Ling and the others to fend off the enemy, but as more and more Snow Mountain demon experts joined in, the battle became very difficult. Jiang Qin's Genesis Chi surged, and he once again activated the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. This was their last hope. If the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was destroyed, they would not be far from death. There were so many 9th Heaven Star Emperor experts, more than 30 of them. Even 10 Jiang Qins would not be able to save them. Therefore, the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was particularly important. Jiang Qin originally thought that these guys would be afraid of the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, but he underestimated the intelligence of the Snow Mountain demon. They recklessly rushed forward without any hesitation. Although they were at a loss at the beginning, they were ready to attack when they learned that Jiang Qin's 5 elemental trigram fire formation could not kill them directly, but could only weaken their strength. Compared to Jiang Qin, Tong Ling and the others, the blue-robed man was in a more aggrieved situation. He was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. More than 30 experts bombarded him, and he could only rely on his superior means of escape to quickly approach the 5-elemental trigram fire formation and seek Jiang Chen's protection. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation covered a radius of 100 meters. The blue-robed man's goal was to enter the formation. Even if he could not save the situation, it would not be as easy for these guys to kill him. Damn it! That guy has led everyone to us. Balzahan gnashed his teeth in anger. He had been tricked twice in a row. Who wouldn't be angry? Be careful of that guy. I have a feeling that we are his target, Xianxia cautiously said. We can't even protect ourselves. If he points the spear at us, it will be hard to say what will happen. Tong Ling's expression was very serious. Tong Ling looked extremely solemn. Even with the support of Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation, they couldn't hold on any longer. This kind of deadly charge was the scariest. They didn't care about their own deaths, they just wanted to kill you. They were no different from death soldiers. Let's stabilize first. I'm thinking of a way. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The more they panicked, the more they needed to calm themselves down. Their goal was to escape, not to kill as many great snow mountain demons as that would be meaningless. Jiang Chen had to be careful. The blue-robed man was already close behind him, eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. He landed next to the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, and the great snow mountain demon in front of him. This was definitely a battle full of conspiracies and smoke. Whether he could get out of here alive depended on this. Jiang Qin pretended to be weak. This was his plan. He would deliberately delay the great snow mountain devils, but he would not counterattack. Instead he would retreat. Since the blue-robed man had said that he knew how to leave this place, when their lives were in danger, no one could stay out of it. At that time, even if he didn't want to help them, he had to help them. Saving others was equivalent to saving himself. Get ready, I'm going to withdraw the formation. Follow me. Jiang Qin quickly withdrew the 5-elemental trigram fire formation and ran back. This time, Jiang Qin had shrunk the range of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, making it stronger. The heat was even more intense. Within a 10-meter radius, everything was burned. The great snow mountain demons became cautious again. Within the shrunken range, the fire formation was even hotter. Once they got close, the great snow mountain demons' cultivation would be suppressed again. They didn't dare to act rashly. However, the young man in the blue robe was not so lucky. Therefore, your life can only be exchanged for my protection. Jiang Qin said calmly. In your dreams. Wishful thinking. You want to swallow my jade token as well? I'd rather die than submit. The blue-robed man roared and roared as he tumbled away. His blood splattered all over the cavern as he ran and tumbled away. Seeing the blue-robed man's wretched state, Xianxia could not help but say emotionally, "You're so pitiful. Such a tough guy. I give up. You win." Chapter 47-46. Big brother, at least hold on. I don't want to lose face. Xianxia didn't expect that before he finished his sentence, this guy would actually beg for mercy. Just now he was praising him for being a tough guy. Now he gave in. He really didn't have any willpower. Okay, then I will fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. Now, the blue-robed young man was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He wasn't a threat to them at all. However, he wanted to live. He wanted to leave this place. His desire for life finally made him yield to Jiang Qin. If he didn't depend on Jiang Qin, he wouldn't be able to leave this damned place. Jiang Qin was right. Without him, even if he got the jade pendant, he wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone had the right to live. Everyone wanted to live because once they died, they would have no value anymore. Death was like a lamp going out. Even if it was an old monster who had lived for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, they didn't want to die. To anyone, death was extremely terrifying. The blue-robed young man thought that he could be unwavering, but he still failed. He was defeated by his own heart. He was afraid of death, but it wasn't his fault. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Even though he had stayed in this world of ice and snow for 20 years, in order to find the so-called jade pendant, he still wanted to live. Only by staying alive would there be hope. In the end, the jade pendant was just a worldly possession. If he wanted to live, he had to pay the price. Jiang Qin understood it. The blue-robed young man understood it even more. If he died here, it wouldn't be worth it. If he was alive, there would be hope. After leaving this place, he could still get the jade pendant in his hand. As long as there's life, there's hope. He knows how to get out? Tong Ling was also very surprised. Otherwise, why do you think I wanted him to die? Ah. With the protection of my 5 elemental trigram fire formation, it shouldn't be a problem for us to leave this place. They won't dare to attack us so easily. Even 10,000-year-old ice will be completely melted by the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. So, most of them will retreat after one attack. As long as we can block them, we can leave alive. Jiang Qin kept expanding the range of the 5 elemental trigram fire formation until it covered the blue-robed man. At this time, the man's pain was alleviated. The great snow mountain demons didn't dare to act recklessly. They were on the verge of collapse. Where's the exit? Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Under the statue of the great sovereign. The blue-robed man was constantly gasping for breath, his complexion extremely gloomy. It was impossible to see his face in this blue shadow, but the blood on his body was completely different from that of the Snow Mountain Great Demon. He really wasn't someone from the giant demon race. Are you sure? Balzac asked. I'm about to die. Why would I lie to you? Even if we die together. Do you think these Snow Mountain Great Demons will let you go, or will they let me go? The blue-robed man said simply. That's right. The words of a dying man are always kind. I'll believe you this time. Xuanhuan said. Go under the statue. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. He controlled the 5 elemental trigram fire formation to retreat, approaching the statue of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Push down the statue. The exit is below. But those guys won't let us leave so easily. The blue-robed man said. I'll leave the statue to you. Leave them to me. Jiang Qin's face was gloomy. He held his blade horizontally, his fighting spirit soaring. How could they back off? Jiang Qin was like a flag in the middle of the crowd, ignoring everyone's existence as he slashed through the void. Waves of flame swept across the area. It was a fatal threat to the Snow Mountain Great Devil. Jiang Qin was like a flag, ignoring everyone's existence. 5 elemental divine fire, real dragon handprint. Chapter 47-47. The Snow Mountain Great Demons were all terrified. Jiang Qin is here. Who dares to fight me? Jiang Qin held his sword, his eyes blazing like torches. In less than 15 minutes, he had killed nearly half of the Snow Mountain Great Demons. Tong Ling and the others were completely dumbfounded. Jiang Qin was simply a god of war. They were no match for such a super genius. Jiang Qin had hidden his strength too well. Even they had been deceived. What a strong power. What a domineering aura. The blue-robed man murmured. The fighting spirit in his eyes intensified. Unfortunately, they had no other thoughts. They just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Rumble, with a loud bang, the 10-zhang-tall statue was finally pushed down. Jiang Qin, let's go. Tong Ling let out a low roar and called out to Jiang Qin. The few of them then jumped into the dense fog. Jiang Qin looked back and quickly retreated. He followed closely behind, jumping into the fog pit under the statue. Damn it. They got away. Don't chase them. That's the humans' territory. If we go there, we'll be in even more danger. Today, we've already suffered heavy losses. The older Snow Mountain Great Demon said with a gloomy expression. He looked at the dozens of corpses around him, his heart in agony. Could it be that the end of my giant demon clan has arrived? Jiang Qin and the others fell directly into a cave. Everyone sat on the ground, their faces pale. They had survived the disaster. Although they had been in constant danger, fortunately, it was more daunting than dangerous. Damn, I'm so tired. I almost died. Xuanhuan was panting heavily. I don't want to come here anymore. Balzac muttered. He was sweating profusely. He had many injuries on his body. When they fought against the Snow Mountain Great Demons, they had used up a lot of energy and sustained many injuries. Where's Jiang Qin? Tong Ling asked. In an instant, Jiang Qin also fell, crashing into the cave. Are you all right? Brother Jiang. Xuanhuan hurriedly took a step forward and looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was really too mighty just now, it was unbelievable. I'm fine, cough cough. Jiang Qin waved his hand, but the blue-robed man had already disappeared from the cave. No one knew where he had gone. Where is that person? Jiang Qin asked. When we landed, he had already disappeared. Balzac spread his hands. Jiang Qin directly rushed out of the cave. At this moment, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. The cave in front of him was actually the cave he had rested in back in the dark forest. However, the blue-robed man had already disappeared. Jiang had originally wanted to kill him, but that fellow was rather smart. He knew that he was in danger and immediately ran away. That person knew their secret as well as the Snow Mountain Great Demon's secret. He had also hidden in the ancient snow domain for so long, so he was definitely not simple. Jiang knew nothing about that fellow, but because of this, he was constantly feeling uneasy. We're out. Ah, we're finally out. Yeah, damn it, I thought we would never come back. It wasn't easy, Sai. The three of them said in unison, their faces full of relief. They had never felt that the air here was so fresh and the dark forest was so familiar. We might have to be more careful of that blue-robed man in the future. We don't even know who he is, but they know us very well. Jiang said in a deep voice. He was always prepared for danger in times of peace. He would never assume the worst. Let's go back first. We can't stay here for long. Balzaha looked around and said worriedly. We've all gathered the heart of darkness except for you, Brother Jiang. I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid we'll have to go back and rest for a while. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly. I've also gathered it. Jiang flipped his palm, and the heart of darkness of the thundercloud leopard and the snow mountain great demon appeared in his hands. How is this possible? Balzaha's face was full of disbelief. Even so many snow mountain great demons couldn't do anything to Jiang. What's impossible? Can the thundercloud leopard be stronger than the snow mountain great demons? Tong Ling pursed her lips and looked at Balza. Previously, they had all thought that Jiang had used all his strength to escape from the thundercloud leopard. Now it seemed that the thundercloud leopard had been killed by Jiang. However, they had thought that Jiang was the weakest one. Not to mention killing the thundercloud leopard, it would be a miracle if the thundercloud leopard didn't eat him. After returning to Norton City, Jiang, Tong Ling, and the others went their separate ways. Jiang was no exception. In the courtyard, the first thing Jiang did when he returned was to study the treasures in his hands. The jade pendant and the jade scroll. The jade pendant was precious to the blue-robed man, so it was definitely not an ordinary item. As for the tattered jade scroll, it was in the hands of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It couldn't be trash, right? The Black King was experienced and knowledgeable, so he knew more than Luo Yunyang. A treasure that even the Black King recognized would definitely surprise Luo Yunyang. Jiang rubbed his hands and eagerly picked up the jade pendant. The cold jade pendant gave off a chilling feeling. There were 3 runes on the jade pendant, which puzzled Jiang. What does this mean? Jiang asked. The words on this jade pendant are very old, so I don't recognize them. However, I can deduce that this is only one of the jade pendants. There are a total of 3, so this item must be the treasure of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The main thing is that the words on this jade pendant don't describe many things. If we can find 3 jade pendants, perhaps I can deduce something. The Black King said. In other words, this jade pendant is trash to us now. Jiang said with a wry smile. He felt a little aggrieved that the item he had risked his life to get was useless. You can't say that. At least this jade pendant is definitely valuable, and the blue-robed man must know what it's used for. The Black King pondered. That's right. I'm afraid that even if I don't go to him, he'll come to me soon. Jiang said with a smile. However, he still had to be careful of that expert at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. As long as I find the blue-robed man, all the problems will be solved. What about this jade slip? Jiang took out the jade slip. There were also some words written on it that he didn't recognize. The jade slip was more than a meter long. Although it was called a jade slip, it was actually almost as big as a table. It was made up of dozens of pieces of jade, simple and mysterious. Half of it had been cut off and only a part was left. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary letter of the Great Emperor, but it's only a part. If we can find the whole thing, we might be able to obtain the cultivation experience of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It's too precious. The Black King was extremely excited, but Jiang was very calm. At the end of the day, this part is incomplete. It's useless. Chapter 47-48. Although the Emperor's letter was priceless, and even experts above the star level would scramble for it, it was incomplete and undecipherable. Only the complete one would be more valuable. Although Jiang was full of hope, the Emperor Cosmos's letter was not as easy to find as cabbages. It was already a great fortune to find this broken jade slip and jade token. Let's make a breakthrough first. Jiang was full of confidence. This time he had already touched the threshold of the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He had more than 1 billion 5th grade source stones, so he didn't need to worry at all. Jiang Chen continued to restore his cultivation and physical strength. He began to devour source stones. The source qi in his body surged and impacted Jiang Chen's sea of qi in his dantian again and again. The 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm was just around the corner. 3 days later, Jiang Chen completely stabilized his cultivation at the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. This time, without the slightest external influence, Jiang Chen's cultivation became more stable. After the breakthrough, there was one more thing he needed to do, which was to enchant a weapon with magic. Jiang Chen had 4 hearts of darkness, 1 from the thundercloud leopard and 3 from the snow mountain demon. He could use 2 hearts of darkness of the snow mountain demon to experiment. Jiang Chen took out the heavenly dragon sword, refined the heart of darkness with the divine fire of the sun, and began to use the heart of darkness of the snow mountain demon as a weapon to quench the sword. Jiang Chen poured all the energy of the heart of darkness into the heavenly dragon sword and engraved it with the power of his bloodline. The heavenly dragon sword seemed to reject Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword absorbed very little of the energy, but it was better than nothing. At that moment, the sky dragon sword emitted a faint blue light. It was very faint, but Jiang Chen could feel that it was an extremely weak cold air. In the courtyard, a 100-year-old wutong was split by Jiang Chen's sword. On the cut of the wutong there were layers of ice crystals. Jiang Chen was delighted. On the sky dragon sword, there was indeed a glimmer of cold light. The body of the sword was cold and it gave him a very comfortable feeling. That's it. Jiang Chen was a little stunned. He stroked the sky dragon sword and muttered to himself. Looks like enchanting isn't that difficult. However, Jiang Chen knew that the great snow mountain demon's heart of darkness had almost no effect on the sky dragon sword, but at least he had succeeded. As for the heart of darkness, Jiang Chen took out a 5th grade weapon and tried again. He didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. The sword had already turned into a faint blue color, which was completely different from the previous ones. Furthermore, the great snow mountain demon's heart of darkness had been completely infused into the sword without any damage. I understand now. Jiang Chen was slightly moved. It wasn't that he couldn't enchant the sky dragon sword, it was just that the sky dragon sword was too powerful. The great snow mountain demon's heart of darkness couldn't affect it at all. However, it was perfect to enchant this 5th grade battle weapon. Jiang Chen raised the sword. On top of the 5th grade battle weapon, there was a flicker of ice. Every ray of sword qi emitted a terrifying cold light. Wherever it passed, everything would be turned into ice. The 5th grade battle weapon had directly reached the peak of the 5th grade. Although it was still not a 6th grade battle weapon, it was still a great improvement compared to before. No wonder enchanting masters were so popular. They were able to make divine weapons reach a higher level and reach the true peak. This kind of ability was indeed incomparable. Even the weapon craftsmen couldn't perfect it, but in the hands of enchanting masters, they could reawaken its power. Not simple at all. Looks like I'm also an enchanting master. Jiang Chen had a calm expression on his face. Wasn't this too easy? What he didn't know was that his divine fire of 5 elements was the key. It was almost the same as weapon crafting, but enchanting was to change the form of the heart of darkness to enhance the weapon and achieve the effect of remodeling it. A divine weapon that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times had already reached its peak. If he wanted to take another step forward, he would need an enchanting master. Enchanting masters are unique to the heavenly awakening planet. I've never heard of them before, but it seems like enchanting masters are indeed unique. Master, you've taught yourself. The divine fire of 5 elements is blessed by the heavens. Aside from you, it would be impossible to find another person who could enchant divine weapons so easily. The Black King said with a smile. Perhaps this is talent. Jiang Chen slightly nodded and said with a calm expression. The next day, outside the Colosseum there was a sea of people. Jiang Chen, Tong Ling, and the others were already standing outside the gate. There were close to 500,000 people in the square, but the entire street was empty. The Colosseum was hollowed out from a mountain. On the top of the mountain, there was a 300-meter-tall bull's head carved. It looked ferocious and full of fighting spirit. Everyone's face was brimming with excitement and smiles. Everyone was full of passion and passion. Outside the Colosseum there were many experts. Jiang Chen finally realized that Norton City was indeed much bigger than he had imagined. So many experts, all at the 8th sky of Star Emperor realm. There are more than 1,000, and there are also dozens of 9th sky Star Emperor realm experts. TSK. No wonder it's one of the 9 cities of wind and cloud. Jianghu exclaimed. This is nothing. The Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is the true terror. I was fortunate enough to go there once with my father. I will never forget how big and majestic the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City was. It was a place that people yearned for. There are 1 billion people in Norton City. These experts are just a drop in the ocean. Tong Ling said proudly. A drop in the ocean? Ehe, that's terrifying. Looks like the battle in the Colosseum this time won't be that simple. Jianghu silently nodded, full of shock. Today is the Battle of the Colosseum. This year's 3 arena lords have been defending the arena for more than 10 rounds. Every month there will be a battle, and the one who succeeds this month can challenge the 3 arena lords. The final 3 arena lords will have the qualifications to go to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. However, it's only the qualifications. If you want to establish a foothold in the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, I'm afraid you won't be able to have the last laugh. Balza beamed with joy and said with a smile. Don't discourage Jiang brother, okay? I think Jiang brother can definitely do it. Sang Zhuo patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, full of confidence in Jiang Chen. The challenge of thousands of experts will eventually eliminate many people. Those people's first battle in the Colosseum is a battle of cornered beasts. Against the demons, it's already good to have 1/10 of them left. The second battle is against the experts who have passed. No matter how many people there are, they will be divided into 3 groups, and each group will only have 1 person left. If there are 100 people, then each group will have 33 people. In the second battle, only 1 person can advance. The most important person is the last one standing. The second round is also the cruelest. The third round is against the previous arena lords. If they can successfully defend the arena, they will be qualified to enter the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. The second stage is the bloodiest. But in the third stage, although you only have to face 1 person, that person also crawled out from a pile of corpses. In the end, he remained unshakable for 10 rounds. This is a true expert among experts. Chapter 47-49. Jiang Chen was speechless after listening to the story. It seemed like the beast battle was too cruel. It was even crueler than what he had imagined. In other words, if we want to stand on the final stage, all of these people are likely to be our opponents. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Waves of cheers rang out incessantly, and the entire square was filled with roars. The place where the strong gathered, the beast battle arena. This place would also be a place of blood and slaughter. Only the final victor would be able to stand on the highest stage, and only the one who completed the counterattack could become the legend of this beast battle arena. The scene of the beast battle arena was extremely grand. There would be such a grand event every month, and it was really enviable. However, there was only battle intent in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had to put in the most effort to look effortless. You're right. However, there aren't as many people who can gather 100 hearts of darkness as you think. The brave are fearless, that's naturally true. Challengers from all over will appear here, and it's not certain who will be the one laughing in the end. Gathering 100 hearts of darkness will give you an exclusive nameplate. This exclusive nameplate will accompany you for a year. If you can't complete the challenge in a year, then sorry, you'll have to start all over again with the 100 hearts of darkness. This is also to prevent people from taking advantage of the situation. Balza said. Jiang Chen nodded, and the 4 of them directly went to register for the beast battle. Eldest miss? It's you? A skinny old man's eyes lit up at the registration area. Tong Ling had followed the city lord here many times before, but it wasn't to participate in the beast battle. This time she was here to participate in the beast battle. Yes, Uncle Su, this time I'm here to participate in the beast battle. This is my friend. Tong Ling handed over 100 hearts of darkness and said with a smile. Eldest Miss is indeed a dragon among men. I, Old Su, am looking forward to Eldest Miss taking first place today. Uncle Su said with a smile. When he saw Jiang Chen, his eyes were much calmer and there was no warmth from before. After all, she was the daughter of the city lord. Uncle Su, I'm here too. Balzaha took out a Snow Mountain Troll Heart of Darkness and 50 Flop Hearts of Darkness. Could this be the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness? Su Bo Sheng's pupils constricted and his face darkened. I've never seen the Heart of Darkness of the Snow Mountain Demon before. It's true. Uncle Su sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Balzaha in disbelief. Many people around also raised their heads in anticipation. They had never seen the Snow Mountain Great Demon's Heart of Darkness before, and some people had never even heard of it. Are you serious? What the hell? I've never heard of it in my life. I haven't seen it either. How would I know? Ancient magical beasts? Could it be that he had gone to the depths of the dark forest? I can't believe you managed to kill the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness. It's like a fantasy story. I can't believe it. Not to mention you guys, even Uncle Sue hasn't seen it before. Look at his shocked expression. Aha, even his beard is standing up. Awesome. Is this the young master of the Bar family? I've heard of him before. He's really a young hero. Suddenly, the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness lit up the registration area. Thousands of people raised their heads in anticipation, wanting to see what the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness looked like. Uncle Sue said excitedly, I've seen it in the Beast Fighting Coliseum's treasure vault. This is the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness. Young Master Bar, you're really amazing. Uncle Sue gave Balzaha a thumbs up, his face stern. The young man had a bright future ahead of him. Balzaha was already very famous among the younger generation. He was also the descendant of a famous family. Balzaha's killing of the Snow Mountain Great Demon had made countless people envious. Men admired him and women worshipped him. Ancient magical beasts had always been legends. Today was the first time they had seen a legendary magical beast being killed, and the person who killed it was even more legendary. Balzaha enjoyed the gazes from all directions, his heart filled with joy. Everyone had their own vanity, and he was no exception. The countless girls chasing after him made him even more excited. And me, I have one too. Xianxia also revealed his Heart of Darkness. It was also the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness. The crowd was once again in an uproar. Another ancient magical beast's Heart of Darkness? Wasn't this too awesome? The appearance of the Sang family's young master, Xianxia, once again caused the entire plaza to boil. Xianxia didn't want to be left behind as he looked at Balzaha. The two of them practically attracted the attention of the entire plaza. Even the young miss of the city lord's mansion paled in comparison to these two heroic figures. Tong Ling looked at the two of them silently showing off. She smiled without saying anything, enjoying the attention of everyone. The two of them were very at ease. Indeed, each generation has its own talents, and they've been outstanding for hundreds of years. In our time there had never been such experts. Hunting ancient magical beasts is indeed as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. This time, Sancho and Balzaha have really broadened our horizons. That's right. I think the two of them are the hot favorites to win the championship this time around. Both of them have hunted down ancient demonic beasts. It's really hard to say who's better and who's worse. That's not necessarily true. Although hunting ancient magical beasts is powerful, luck may also play a part. However, no one can rely on luck in the beast fighting arena. Let's wait and see. I can't wait anymore. Just as everyone was about to leave, Jiangchen also took out two Hearts of Darkness. At the moment, everyone around the registration area was stunned. Are these two Hearts of Darkness from ancient magical beasts? Uncle Sue stared blankly at the Hearts of Darkness in Jiangchen's hand, completely dumbfounded. If he had been shocked when Xianxia and Balzaha had taken out the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness, then this young man who was only at the seventh sky of the Star Emperor realm had taken out two Hearts of Darkness from ancient magical beasts. This was completely unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. He had seen too many Hearts of Darkness over the years, but this was the first time he had seen an ancient magical beast. Even he had to be careful, afraid of making the slightest mistake. Uncle Sue was experienced and knowledgeable. He had been the registrant of the beast fighting arena for many years, but he had only seen these two Hearts of Darkness in the treasure vault. The other Heart of Darkness was the Thunder Cloud Leopard's Heart of Darkness. Did you really hunt it yourself? Chapter 4750. It's impossible. How could he be so strong? The dark heart of two ancient demon beasts? Isn't this too ridiculous? I bet he must have cheated. I don't know where he got the dark heart of the ancient demon beasts, but now he came here to swindle people. We can't let such a person go. That's right. For the sake of fairness, I suggest we investigate this guy. Give me fairness. We don't accept cheaters. Mr. Sue, please look into the details. For a moment, everyone's face was full of shock and astonishment. In the end, there were even many angry voices because they didn't believe that Jiang Chen, a guy with soaring Star Emperor Qi, could hunt two ancient demon beasts at the same time. This could no longer be described as good luck, okay? Their first impression was that it was fake. It was impossible. It was understandable for experts to hunt ancient demon beasts, but the key was Jiang Qin, an unknown guy. They had never heard of him before. In addition, there was no sign at all this time. So many ancient demon beasts suddenly appeared, which made people's hearts beat fast. And the voices of suspicion about Jiang Qin were also in an uproar. Tong Ling frowned and shouted sternly, "All of you shut up. Jiang Qin led us to kill the Snow Mountain Great Demon. If you doubt it, you can come at me in the Colosseum. Why are you talking nonsense and blaming others here? If it's fake, then Jiang Qin may die in the hands of the fighting beasts in the first round. Since you want the answer, I'll give it to you." Tong Ling turned her palm, and 2 dark hearts of the Snow Mountain Great Demon appeared in her hand, causing another uproar. Tong Ling didn't choose to be the focus of everyone's attention at this time. If that was the case, she would also become the target of public criticism. But Jiang Qin was different. He only had 2 dark hearts in his hand. That's right. Jiang Qin followed us to the dark forest, and if his heart of darkness was obtained through trickery, then how do you explain our heart of darkness? If you can't do it yourself, don't laugh at others. Xianxia snorted coldly. No one knew Jiang Qin's strength better than him. If it weren't for Jiang Qin, they would have been long gone. Jiang Qin had saved them more than once. Xianxia naturally didn't want to hear others bad-mouthing Jiang Qin. Tong Ling and Xianxia's righteous words made the crowd's doubts fade away. The testimony of Norton City's Missy was quite weighty. Although they didn't believe in Jiang Qin's methods, they could not believe in Tong Ling, Xianxia, and Balzaha. You're right. It's useless for us to be suspicious at this time. We're about to enter the Colosseum. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we can just lead it out and see, right? That's right. However, this kid who came out of nowhere does have some ability. He's actually able to get the eldest miss of the City Lord Mansion, Xianxia, and the others to back him up. Looks like he's not simple. Isn't that obvious? It doesn't matter if he was the one who killed the 2 hearts of darkness. Just the fact that he was able to get those 2 hearts of darkness is something that you and I can't compare to. Don't just blindly follow the crowd. We still have to see the truth. Aha, this guy should bring us some surprises. Everyone agreed. There were many opinions. Some said that Jiang Qin was extraordinary, some said that Jiang Qin was a snob, and some even said that Jiang Qin was a pretty boy. In short, a large number of people were suspicious of Jiang Qin. They thought that he wasn't a real expert and that all of this was just a self-directed performance. Experts didn't need to hide or explain. Jiang Qin smiled indifferently. He didn't care about these things. At this moment, whether it was true or false, whether it was a conspiracy or not, he had already passed the verification. In the Colosseum, he would soon be able to prove himself. Whether he was a dragon or a worm, it would be revealed soon. Don't lower yourself to their level. Balzaha patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. He was afraid that Jiang Qin would be affected by these people. If that happened, he would lose more than he gained. If I could be affected by them, I wouldn't be standing here. I only have one goal, and that is to become the champion. Only then can I shut everyone's mouths. Jiang Qin said meticulously. Since he had come here, he wouldn't come in vain. Plus, he didn't want to stay here for the rest of his life. His target was the heavenly awakening Silver River City, the heart of the 9-Wind Cloud City. Norton City was only temporary. If he wanted to obtain the qualifications to enter the heavenly awakening Galaxy City, he must take one step at a time. No way? So awesome. Do you really want to become the champion? Xianxia said with a smile. Although Jiang Qin's strength wasn't bad and he had experienced it before, it wasn't that easy to win in the Colosseum. This wasn't the ancient snow region. Jiang Qin's 5 elemental trigram fire formation might not be effective here. It seems like your ambition isn't small. Many people are participating in the Colosseum battle for the first time, and they're just here to broaden their horizons. You, on the other hand, want to become the champion. You've exceeded my expectations. Tong Ling looked straight at Jiang Qin. This battle was ready to start, and Jiang Qin was already prepared for it. What about you? Your goal? Jiang Qin looked at Tong Ling. This little girl seemed to have been hiding her true strength. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Qin had never seen her fight with her life on the line. If she wanted to gain something in this battle, she would surely spare no effort. Jiang Qin looked at Tong Ling. Tong Ling smiled sweetly. Naturally, I'm also the champion. Are the 2 of you flattering each other? Both of you want to be the champion. Do you have me, Balzaha, in your eyes? Balzaha said proudly. These 2 guys didn't put him in their eyes at all. You're all trash, but I also want to be the champion. Xianxia also had a serious face. This battle was very important to them, especially Xianxia and Balzaha. They had already put in all their effort and were determined to achieve good results in this Colosseum battle. This way Tong Ling would have a whole new level of respect for them. If they couldn't even beat Tong Ling, it would be too shameful for them. Jiang Qin smiled and shook his head. Do your best. The crowd burst into laughter. Jiang Qin wasn't affected by the crowd's laughter at all. Although they were full of doubts towards him, it wouldn't make him dispirited. Instead, it would motivate him even more. Only by winning first place in this battle would he be able to shut everyone's mouths. Only then would he be able to make everyone shut up. After the registration, the Colosseum began to become lively. In the middle of the mountain, there was a square that could accommodate millions of people. This was the power of Norton City. This was the true tyranny. Jiang Qin was shocked when he saw the huge square. Norton City was much more powerful than he had imagined. It was such a huge square, and it was able to control the movement and retreat of hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. This was not an easy task. Such a huge venue, it's really unbelievable. Chapter 4751. There should be over 1,000 people signing up this time. Each of them will be assigned to a beast cage. These magical beasts were all captured from the dark forest. Every one of them has extraordinary combat strength. Some of them are in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. They can easily tear apart experts in the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, Tong Ling said in a deep voice. Tong Ling said in a deep voice. He looked at the surrounding thousands of warbeast cages and his eyes lit up. The warbeast battle was finally about to begin. And she was determined to win. Jiang Qin and the others were ready. After over 1,000 people signed up, they all swarmed into the beast fighting arena. Over 1,000 warriors carried their hopes for the future and yearned for the awakening Galaxy City. Only by becoming a beast-fighting warrior could they be respected and enter the awakening Galaxy City. There was an endless stream of people signing up. At this time, the huge square was gradually filled with spectators. It could accommodate millions of spectators. It was quite a shocking scene. Jiang Qin gazed into the distance. There was a layer of pale golden light barrier between the Colosseum and the outside. Jiang Qin found out that it was a formation with an extremely strong defensive power. He was afraid that no one below the peak of the 9th level Star Emperor realm would be able to break this formation. In order to ensure the safety of the spectators were all extremely terrifying experts. If they didn't have any defensive measures, they might be caught in the crossfire. Not all of the spectators were supreme experts with peerless strength. Wow, that's too big, isn't it? It's the first time I've seen such a huge beast fighting arena in my life. Me too. It's time for the sword to move people's hearts. Hundreds of beasts fighting at the same time. I don't think I've seen that many times in my life. I'm excited just thinking about it. Ah. Guys, look. These are the true heroes. Every single one of them has a majestic aura and extraordinary strength. Do I need you to tell me that? Can you kill hundreds of magical beasts if you're not strong enough? Can you gather hundreds of Heart of Darkness? It's not the time when the atmosphere was foul like before. If you're not strong enough, you'll be killed. You'll be killed by the magical beasts in the first round. Who's tired of living? More and more people were so excited that they couldn't control their emotions. Although they couldn't go up and fight as a man, who didn't want to fight 1 against 100? Who didn't want to make a name for themselves and bring glory to their ancestors? The arena was a place where passion and hot blood surged. No one could resist that kind of terrifying passion. Beast blood and hot blood interweaved and boiled unceasingly. There were also the roars of hundreds of thousands of people rising and falling. Even though Jiang Qin had participated in countless battles and challenges, he still felt very excited at this moment. This kind of passion was something that no one could resist. Isn't it very exciting? Brother Jiang, you better watch carefully this time. This beast battle is different from the past. It's even more dangerous than what we encountered in the dark forest. Balzaha said with a laugh. That's right. I'm waiting for you to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Sangju's eyebrows danced as he said excitedly. Looking at the cheers around him and the beasts that were waiting for the battle, his enthusiasm was like fire from the inside out. My father is here. Tong Ling's eyes lit up as he looked up into the void. Silence. A deep voice reverberated in the sky. Everyone's mind seemed to be gently knocked on. No one dared to be the slightest bit negligent or disrespectful. They all held their breath and raised their heads to look at the person in the sky. Tong Wudi was an illustrious powerhouse of the 9 cities, the city lord of Norton City. At this moment, Tong Wudi was wearing a suit of silver armor. He was dazzling and eye-catching. He stood there like a god, proudly hovering in the sky. He didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Tong Wudi's appearance brought unprecedented solemnity to the people present. The arrival of the city lord was different from the past. I am Tong Wudi. I believe that everyone knows who I am. This time I will be the host of the beast battle. Only true warriors will be able to fight till the end. Only true experts will be worthy of going to a grander stage. Only true overlords will be able to make everyone bow down to them. I believe that among you, there will definitely be such existences. Today I, Tong Wudi, am looking forward to it. Don't let me down. You are the pride of Norton City. Let me see your hands. Tong Wudi had a faint smile on his face. His majesty was gone, and he gave people an amiable feeling. However, his oppressive aura had never disappeared. Then countless people shouted and waved their hands. The sound waves once again swept through the entire beast battle plaza. This person is so strong. Jianghu knew that even if he went all out and used all his skills, he wouldn't be a match for Tong Wudi. If there were no accidents, Tong Wudi would definitely be a stellar-level powerhouse. Stellar-level powerhouse. Only by becoming a true stellar-level expert could one surpass the existence of a star emperor and travel between the various astral realms. Once one reached the stellar level, he would be considered a true expert. Stellar-level experts were the threshold for interstellar wanderers. Every interstellar wanderer was an existence that no one could take lightly. One day I will break through to the Star Emperor realm. That day won't be too far away. Jianghu said in a deep voice. His face gradually became serious. That pressure made it impossible for him to hide. This was the majesty of a powerhouse. Now, I announce that the drawing of lots will begin. Everyone will draw a corresponding number which corresponds to the magical beast you are about to fight. Whoever can defeat the magical beast will be qualified to enter the second round. From 1 to 100, 1 to 200, and so on. There will be 10 battles, and each battle will have 100 people fighting against the magical beast. Only those who survive from the war beast stage are the true warriors. Let's start now. After Tong Wudi finished speaking, he waved his hand, and thousands of nameplates appeared in the void. Everyone grabbed the nameplate and drew their own number. Jianghu was no exception. He drew number 523. I am number 647. I am number 122. Balzaha and Sangzhua looked at each other, then at Tong Ling. I am number 49. Tong Ling shrugged and said with a smile. They had already finished their preparations. The beast battle was imminent. Tong Wudi left and the host of the beast battle took the stage. The host was a calm man in his 40s, dressed in white. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, Now I announce that the beast battle begins. Number 1 to 100, get ready and enter the beast battle arena. Number 1 to 100, get ready and enter the beast battle arena. The winner will advance. After the host made the announcement, over 100 magical beasts slowly rose from the stone platform under the war beast stage. There were all kinds of magical beasts, some of them had huge bodies, some of them had earth-shaking roars. In an instant, over 100 magical beasts brought an incomparably huge shock to everyone on the scene. They were like a never-ending flood that had opened the floodgates. With the momentum of 1,000 li, everyone's breathing became sluggish. Their faces were flushed red, they were filled with anticipation. Come on. Jianghu said to Tong Ling, I will. Chapter 4752. In front of her was a barbaric bull. It had 2 enormous bull horns that were spiral-shaped. They were 6 xiang in length and it was extremely terrifying. The bull's eyes were perfectly round, and it continuously gasped for breath. On its body, there were 2 enormous iron chains that bound its legs, but it did not stop it from charging towards Tong Ling. It's an iron thread bull. This kind of magical beast has a body like steel. In the 9 heavens of the Star Emperor realm, it's the best among so many magical beasts. I didn't expect Ling to draw it. Sangzhua frowned, his expression solemn. In that case, this iron thread bull is very difficult to deal with. Jianghu said. That's not necessarily true. I think Ling strength must have improved a lot. This trip to the dark forest must have helped her grow a lot. Balzaha stared at the battle between Tong Ling and the iron thread bull. This battle might be far more difficult than he had imagined, but he was still very clear about Tong Ling's strength. It wouldn't be that easy for her to admit defeat. Jianghu muttered to himself as he looked at Tong Ling. Although she was the city lord's daughter, Tong Ling had an unyielding spirit. She didn't receive any preferential treatment because of her status. Only when the battle reached the last moment would they see who was the real winner. Like father, like son. The city lord's daughter was even more exciting. Tong Ling held the long sword in her hand, and the 3-foot-long blade slashed down on the Iron Thread Bull's body again and again. However, the Iron Thread Bull was extremely ferocious and fearless. Its thick skin and flesh were not weak at all, and it could only leave shallow marks on its body. But because of this, its rampaging counterattack was even more unbridled. If it couldn't even break through Tong Ling's defense, then what did it have to fear? A magical beast like the Iron Thread Bull wasn't any weaker than a human being in terms of strength and intelligence. In this battle, Tong Ling didn't have the slightest advantage. However, Tong Ling's skills were very strong. Jiang Qin didn't expect that this girl's skills were so good that she could fight back and forth with the Iron Thread Bull. Although the Iron Thread Bull's charging momentum was fearless, Tong Ling also catered to its front and back. She was as steady as a mountain and almost became the focus of the audience. Over 100 war beasts battles, over 100 experts fought against magical beasts. The scene could be said to be quite intense. Some people fell at the hands of magical beasts, some magical beasts fell at the hands of humans, some were dripping with blood, some were hoarse and exhausted. Fresh blood, sweat, and death filled the arena. In the arena, the cheers were endless. This was a place where blood and bones were buried, but it was also a place where brave warriors were reborn. Here no one would pity the weak, only the strong. Jiang Qin was deeply touched by the scenes that happened in the beast battle arena. This world was cruel. There was no need for a reason for people to eat each other. When a strong warrior reached the peak, he would need countless bones to build a high wall for him. This was an unchangeable truth. It was an everlasting truth. Apart from Tong Ling, there were countless experts who shed their blood and fought fiercely against magical beasts. If they wanted to become a hero, they had to put in more effort than others, even with their lives. Tong Ling's face was dripping with sweat. Her battle was definitely not easy, and her luck wasn't very good either. She had drawn the Iron Thread Bull, a powerful wild bull with amazing defense and amazing attack. It was simply a fighter among magical beasts. Tong Ling fought and retreated, but she never admitted defeat. Her sword technique and spiritual power were irresistible. Time and time again the two clashed and she narrowly escaped death. Magical beasts also had to fight with their lives on the line. This was because if they won they would have more food to eat and more training resources. Even if they were captured by Norton City as fighting beasts, they would still have a strong fighting spirit. Failure would only make them struggle on the edge of death. Only by defeating these humans would they have more chances to survive. The strength of magical beasts had never been weaker than that of humans. Therefore, there were countless people who were beaten off the arena by magical beasts. The cruelty of reality would make them understand who was the real brave one. At this time, Tong Ling's attack finally began to change. Her strength had already reached the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. There was no doubt about it. Jade Spring Sword Technique. Tong Ling brandished his sword and a cold light surged out. Compared to before, his aura was even stronger. He was not weaker than the Iron Thread Bull at all. In fact, he was even stronger. A berserk chi wave surged out continuously. The sword was like frost, freezing the 9 heavens. The Iron Thread Bull had no choice but to use his full strength. His movements also slowed down. It's a magical weapon with enchantment. However, the enchantment of the cold attribute is a little weak. It's not even 30% stronger. Jiang Qin shook his head with a smile. In his eyes, this was a trash weapon, but in the eyes of many people, it was a rare treasure. Enchanted magical weapons could only be called enchantment when they were integrated with the original weapon. The enchantment could only increase the power of the magical weapon by 30%, which was not even a low-quality weapon. The enhancement to the original weapon was negligible, but it was undeniable that there was an improvement in quality. Isn't that the first miss of the City Lord's mansion? She's so powerful. That's right. Like father, like daughter. This kind of skill is really rare. A treasured sword matches a hero. This magical weapon is also extremely sharp. It has an ice enchantment. It seems that the first miss will win this battle. She was born good, ha. We can't compare to her at all. Look, first Miss Tong is going to win. Many people's attention was focused on Tong Ling. At this moment, their battle was becoming more and more intense and had entered a white-hot stage. Tong Ling used the Jade Rin Sword technique to suppress the Iron Wire Bull. The bull didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. The moment she displayed her full strength, the outcome was already determined. Tong Ling's 3 swords forced the Iron Thread Bull to retreat, leaving a deep wound on his body. Blood spurted out and he staggered back with a trace of fear in his eyes. He did not dare to take another step forward, because he knew that if he rushed forward again, he would probably be obliterated. Living, even if it was a lowly life, was better than death. Victory would make his life more comfortable, but if he died, there would be nothing left. Tong Ling's eyes were cold, intertwined with the sword light, and the cold air was oppressive. The moment she withdrew her sword, the iron thread bull lowered his arrogant head, because he did not lose unjustly. 111. Ah. Balzaha's eyes were bright, and he was even happier than if he had won the competition. I told you our Ling will definitely not lose, Xianxia said proudly. Next it's my turn, Balzaha said seriously. Number 122 was about to go on stage. He was also full of confidence. If he could not even pass the first round, the second and third rounds would be like hell. He did not even need to think about it. Next it's up to you. Chapter 4753. Don't worry. I won't be any worse than you. Balzaha was ready to step onto the stage at any time. I hereby announce that there are 14 winners in the first round. The host's voice caused the hearts of everyone to tremble. Out of 100 people, only 14 passed. Wasn't this elimination rate a little too high? Numbers 101 to 200, please step onto the stage. Be careful. Jiang Qin patted Balzaha's shoulder. The latter nodded and stepped onto the stage. The fights were extremely fierce, but Balzaha's strength had increased to the ninth sky of the Star Emperor realm, just like Tong Ling. The trip to the Dark Forest had been a big boost for all of them. Balzaha didn't disappoint and returned victorious. There were fewer people in the second round than in the first round. Only 11 people passed. However, the beast battle arena, which was brimming with passion, never lacked hot-bloodedness. Even if countless people fell, there would still be countless people advancing wave after wave. Some people succeeded, some people failed. Those who were disappointed left the stage, and those who succeeded enjoyed the attention of everyone, flowers and worship. Women's desire and men's envy had always been what the strong wanted to see the most. Impressive, Balzaha. Xianxia chuckled. Not bad. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Balzac laughed. He looked much more spirited and confident. They had waited more than 3 to 5 years for this day. They had fought for this day and made their names known throughout the world. Their journey had just begun. The fights ended one after another. Only 8 or 10 people were left in each round. It was quite fierce. Or rather, the beasts were all extremely terrifying and difficult to deal with. It's finally your turn, Brother Jiang. Don't disappoint us. I believe you are definitely stronger than me. Balzaha was confident in Jiang Qin. The latter was definitely stronger than him. Even though Jiang Qin was only at the 7th sky of the Star Emperor realm, his methods couldn't be measured by common sense. Let's see what beast you've drawn first. There are also many invincible beasts, such as the 3-eyed green dragon and the 9-headed thunderbird. These beasts are no weaker than the thundercloud leopard and the snow mountain great demon. Tong Ling said solemnly to Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang won't be that unlucky. I heard that no one has ever defeated the 9-headed thunderbird before. It's a ruthless character. How high is the probability? Xianxia said disapprovingly. Jiang Qin faintly smiled and stepped onto the war beast stage. When the magical beast appeared on the platform, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. It's all your fault, Ling. Did you jinx it? Balzaha laughed bitterly. What they saw was the 9-headed thunderbird that no one had ever defeated before. This. What should we do? Xianxia also panicked. Jiang Qin's luck was too bad. Although the 9-headed thunderbird wasn't a stellar-level beast in the entire Colosseum, it was definitely one of the top 3 beasts. Moreover, no one had ever defeated it. Different situations call for different measures. I'm afraid it's useless, Tong Ling said without batting an eyelid. In his heart, he was cursing incessantly. His mouth had really opened. What he was afraid of had come true. Jiang Qin had actually encountered the 9-headed thunderbird that had not been seen in 100 years. This fellow was an existence that made them tremble in fear. Wasn't this too hopeless? Even if Jiang Qin was strong compared to the 9-headed thunderbird, it still made Tong Ling and the rest tremble in fear. It's over. This time it's completely over. Balzaha's face was full of bitterness. Jiang Qin's hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. This 9-headed thunderbird would definitely make Jiang Qin suffer a complete defeat. No one would have thought that their nonsense joke would actually become reality. This time Jiang Chen would be facing an unknown existence. The nine-headed Thunderbird had never been defeated. Isn't this Jiang Chen? It was said that he had killed 2 ancient demonic beasts. Was that true? Looks like he's met a tough opponent this time, hee. That's right. Whether he's a mule or a horse, we'll know once we bring him out for a walk. If he doesn't have the ability, he'll have to admit defeat. Isn't this fellow's strength too weak? The 7th level of the Star Emperor realm? He'll probably be easily defeated by the nine-headed Thunderbird. That might not be the case. Didn't he defeat 2 ancient magical beasts? He might even be able to defy the heavens. Ah, Tisk. Aren't you blatantly mocking him? How could you believe such words? I reckon that this fellow's 2 hearts of darkness were picked up from somewhere. Otherwise there's something fishy going on. But if there's something fishy going on, he'll definitely die if he encounters the nine-headed Thunderbird. Do you guys know? The nine-headed Thunderbird has never been defeated. 100 years ago, no one had defeated the nine-headed Thunderbird. I even feel that this fellow might be approaching the stellar level. The crowd was discussing fervently. The commotion caused by Jiang Chen at the registration had also extended to the arena. Whether he could make a comeback or not would depend on this battle. However, the spectators outside the arena were full of mockery. No one thought that Jiang Chen could defeat the nine-headed Thunderbird because his strength was too weak. So weak that it was unbelievable. Even the experts of the 9th heavenly layer of Star Emperor realm had lost to the nine-headed Thunderbird time and time again. In the arena he was a taboo existence. No one had been able to defeat him in 100 years. Even injuring him was extremely difficult. Jiang Chen's arena had also become the focal point of the arena. Of course, the focal point was not him, but the nine-headed Thunderbird. Another reckless fellow. In their eyes, the nine-headed Thunderbird was invincible. Many people even chose to give up when they drew the nine-headed Thunderbird. Knowing that they couldn't win, why would they seek their own death? If they were careless, they might be obliterated. At that time, they could only blame it on their bad luck. The moment Jiang Chen stepped onto the arena, he already felt a trace of surprise. The elevator appeared and the nine-headed Thunderbird stood proudly. Cheers rang out, completely boiling. To be able to see the nine-headed Thunderbird kill someone, the spectators didn't come for nothing. The nine-headed Thunderbird, as the name suggested, had 9 heads. It was huge, about 15 meters tall. It stood tall and straight with a well-built body. Its 2 claws were like blades, extremely sharp. You have a familiar scent on you, the nine-headed Thunderbird said indifferently. However, the nine-headed Thunderbird was full of disdain for those who entered through connections. A 7th heavenly layer of Star Emperor realm dared to challenge its authority? Wasn't that courting death? I have a principle. Once you enter the arena, I will never let anyone leave. No matter who it is, I will drink their blood. Chapter 4754. Since you've bumped into me, your principles won't work anymore. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. His eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent. This fellow was indeed more terrifying than the Thundercloud Leopard and the Snow Mountain Great Demon. All 9 of its heads were very strong. They weren't just his heads, they were his weapons. He couldn't let his guard down in this battle. You don't know what's good for you. Go to hell. The nine-headed Thunderbird sneered and suddenly rushed towards Jiang Chen. Its huge body couldn't even be described as a bird. It was even bigger than an elephant. If it crushed him, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Jiang Chen immediately raised his blade and punched out. However, the nine-headed Thunderbird was too strong. He was directly sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. The scene was incomparably intense. Mountains and seas roared, one after another. Jiang Chen patted the dust off his body. His face was cold. He had to win this battle because he couldn't afford to lose. Although the nine-headed Thunderbird was terrifying, it wasn't enough to make him cower in fear. Jiang Chen's physique was undoubtedly strong. Even after being hit by the nine-headed Thunderbird, it didn't affect him much. He stood up and his aura became even more ferocious. It was as if he had taken root in the arena. This time, Jiang Chen didn't look down on the nine-headed Thunderbird anymore. He chose to face it head-on. Under the dragon transformation, the physique of a human and a dragon became stronger. Instantly, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to have a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. This time, Jiang Chen is going to go all out. Xuanhuan nodded silently. Jiang Chen's eyes also became more and more passionate. With a low roar, the 2 of them clashed again. Boom! The terrifying collision caused everyone's scalp to go numb. Jiang Chen's body of flesh and blood collided with the nine-headed thunderbird. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would actually be able to withstand it. The two were evenly matched and no one had the upper hand. Even after Jiang Chen had used the dragon transformation, his body did not grow much. Compared to the nine-headed thunderbird, there was still a huge gap. Therefore, the fact that Jiang Chen could withstand the nine-headed thunderbird's attack caused a series of boos and disbelief. Although there were over 100 battles going on, due to the commotion caused by Jiang Chen at the registration area, as well as the nine-headed thunderbird he had faced, 80% of the spectators were paying attention to him. Very good. You've made me angry. The nine-headed thunderbird raised its head and its body flashed. Its seemingly cumbersome body suddenly shot towards Jiang Chen like a bolt of lightning. Their speed was so fast that it left people speechless. The battle between the two tigers was extremely intense. "Oh no, I'm afraid Jiang Chen is already at a disadvantage," Balzaha said in a low voice. Balzaha said in a deep voice. Because Jiang Chen's footsteps were very messy, it would be difficult for him to move at this rate. The nine heads of the nine-headed thunderbird had a sharp beak that was as sharp as a knife, inching towards Jiang Chen inch by inch. "Get lost," Jiang Chen bellowed. His movements seemed messy but they were actually steady and orderly. The nine-headed thunderbird was fast, but Jiang Chen was not at a disadvantage. It was just that this was the first time he had fought the nine-headed thunderbird, so Jiang Chen did not know his opponent's strength. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought, but he was becoming more and more stable. Although the nine-headed thunderbird had been suppressing him, it had not made any substantial progress. Instead, he was a little anxious. This human at the seventh heaven of the Star Royal Realm had actually been able to withstand several waves of his attacks. This was not something that could be achieved by luck alone. Looks like this guy won't be able to last much longer. Ah. Of course, the nine-headed thunderbird. Do you think you can fight just anyone? I remember an expert at the peak of the ninth heaven of the Star Royal Realm died in his hands. He was swallowed alive. It was a miserable sight. I've also heard about this matter. It seems like it happened more than 10 years ago. At that time it startled many people. However, once you step onto the war beast stage, then life and death will be determined by fate. Even if you turn into ashes and die without a burial ground, you can't blame anyone. Look, the nine-headed thunderbird is moving again. The nine-headed thunderbird's combat strength was extremely shocking. Jiang Chen's dragon body did not gain any advantage against it. An ordinary ninth heaven of the Star Royal Realm would have been beaten up by Jiang Chen. However, the nine-headed thunderbird was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen was surprised, but the nine-headed thunderbird was even more surprised. It even wanted to kill Jiang Chen quickly to restore its reputation. Crow's head curse. The nine-headed thunderbird let out a series of buzzing sounds. 9 heads, 9 different sounds. It was like a deafening cry, but also like the roar of a powerful army. In short, the 9 heads burst out a curse, causing Jiang Chen's complexion to slightly change. This guy was really powerful. Moreover, his soul power was very terrifying, even more powerful than a human's. This kind of curse, when 9 kinds were combined together, could disturb the mind of others, causing them to be distracted and finally die from a splitting headache. This is the nine-headed thunderbird's crow's head curse. It's his innate talent. God knows how many human experts he has hunted. Xianxia took a deep breath. His eyes were solemn. He was worried for Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, you must hold on," Tong Ling murmured. His eyes were full of hope. Jiang Chen should not have fallen like this. His luck was too bad. He actually drew the top 3 magical beasts in the entire beast fighting coliseum. The possibility of defeating the nine-headed thunderbird was very small. As long as he could survive, it would be good enough. Jiang Chen's expression was as usual. His eyes were looking straight ahead. He had no distractions. He was completely unmoved. Even if it was a curse that made one's scalp tingle in his eyes, it was just the noise of a headless fly. It was impossible for it to hurt him. "You want to play mental suppression with me? Then have a taste of my methods." Jiang Chen sneered. His eyes gradually narrowed into a line. Soul-snatching divine art, soul-killing soul. Jiang Chen's mental strength was constantly released. His soul was like a sky full of clouds sweeping over. The nine-headed thunderbird's heart trembled. Jiang Chen's soul-killing soul caused him to be defeated in an instant. His mental strength suffered heavy damage. He spurted out blood and fell back. That scene shocked everyone. The entire beast fighting stage was in an uproar. No one could have imagined that Jiang Chen could actually force the nine-headed thunderbird to retreat. Damn it. How dare you injure me? You're courting death. The nine-headed thunderbird was furious. A little human could actually break his crow's head curse. Moreover, he almost suffered a backlash. It seems like your methods are only SOSO, Jiangchen said coldly. It made the nine-headed thunderbird even more indignant. He even flew into a rage. I'm going to tear you into pieces. I'm going to turn you into ashes. Thunderbolt I. Chapter 4755. The Eye of Thunder. That was the nine-headed thunderbird's trump card. 9 bolts of thunder shot out of his eyes and pierced through the void. The thunder flickered continuously, locking Jiangchen inside like a prison, making it difficult for him to advance or retreat. The Eye of the Thunder and Lightning had an overwhelming momentum, causing the sky to spin and the earth to spin. The entire beast battle arena was extremely nervous. Countless demonic beasts were shocked, and countless spectators were terrified. If not for the formations supporting the beast battle stage, the entire beast battle arena might have already been razed to the ground. That's too terrifying. The power of the thunder can turn people into ashes. The nine-headed thunderbird lives up to its reputation. Who can be a match for such a magical beast? Although the nine-headed thunderbird isn't an ancient magical beast, it's stronger than one. That's right. It seems that only a stellar realm expert can subdue this magical beast. It's impossible for anyone at the Star Emperor realm to defeat it. I can only say that Jiangchen is too full of himself. Does he think everyone is a fool with the dark heart of 2 ancient magical beasts? Now that a real ancient magical beast has appeared in front of him, he must be completely dumbfounded. Ah, exactly. He's shooting himself in the foot. Perhaps even he didn't expect that fate would be so wonderful. He actually drew the nine-headed thunderbird. Who would the heavens spare? Disdainful voices rose and fell in the crowd. Compared to the nine-headed thunderbird, Jiangchen was too weak. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was no different from throwing an egg at a rock. Anyone would be turned into ashes under the nine-headed thunderbird's eye of thunder. It wasn't that Jiangchen wasn't strong enough, but that there was always someone stronger than him. He was strong, but the nine-headed thunderbird was stronger. Tong Ling, Balzaha, and the others were already breathing heavily. They also felt threatened by Jiangchen's crisis. The nine-headed thunderbird was probably Jiangchen's fate. They didn't even dare to imagine how Jiangchen would win. They just wanted him to survive. After all, not everyone could survive the nine-headed thunderbird. Jiangchen, you must be all right. Xianxia sighed with mixed feelings. Although they had not known Jiangchen for a long time, they admired Jiangchen's character. Jiangchen had saved them several times. Even though it was filled with difficulties and obstacles, he had never left them behind. In the snow region he had saved them from danger. Jiangchen's kindness would never be mentioned. They would always remember Jiangchen's kindness and gratitude in their hearts. This was the most basic principle of a human being. Jiangchen, come out. You must come out. Tong Ling prayed silently. When the 9 lightning pillars fell, the audience burst into cheers and roars. Their hearts were filled with passion. They didn't know Jiangchen, so they hoped that the human experts would fall one by one. It was like the mentality of hating the rich. They didn't have the ability to rush into the war beast stage, so they naturally didn't want someone to be stronger than them. However, whoever could laugh until the end would naturally receive the attention and respect of the crowd. The dazzling multicolored lightning was like a colorful cloud. The war beast stage had completely turned into a lightning purgatory. Layer after layer of lightning radiated in all directions, and layer after layer of lightning burst forth. Outside of the war beast stage's restriction array, it seemed calm and tranquil, but in reality, it was like the end of the world. The plasma surged and the thunder was ear-piercing. Jiangchen's human dragon body was gradually engulfed in the lightning pool. The nine-headed thunderbird had already occupied the absolute initiative. Jiangchen's death seemed to have become inevitable. Gradually, Jiangchen's figure was completely submerged within. Under the lightning he turned into ashes. You dare to fight with me? Only death awaits you. Let's see. Eye of lightning, desolate annihilation. The nine-headed thunderbird's cry resounded between heaven and earth. The people in the war beast stage surged, and their passion was completely ignited. The entire war beast stage was a boiling cauldron of voices. This time Brother Jiang has completely fallen. Balzaha staggered and almost fell to the ground. He seemed to have lost his soul. After all, the nine-headed thunderbird couldn't be defeated. The lightning didn't extinguish and it multiplied endlessly. The war beast stage had already become the focus of the audience. Even Tong Wudi, who was on the high platform, was no exception. It seems like this guy was defeated by the nine-headed thunderbird in the end. Tong Wudi sighed and said with a chuckle. Originally, he thought that Jiang Chen could be considered a true expert since he could overcome so many obstacles. However, he didn't expect that this young genius, who had killed 2 ancient demonic beasts, would ultimately fall in the war beast arena. He couldn't blame anyone for his fate. It could only be said that he was unlucky to have drawn the most troublesome nine-headed thunderbird. The result would have been incomparably tragic. The Eye of Lightning drowned Jiang Chen. Regardless of whether he lived or died, there were very few people who could survive the nine-headed thunderbird's attack. However, only Tong Wudi knew how terrifying the Eye of Lightning was. It was because he had captured the nine-headed thunderbird from the dark forest. Although it couldn't resist him, it was an absolute nightmare in the hands of a star emperor. Brother Jiang sighed. Sang Zhuo was inconsolable. He looked at the flashing lightning. Jiang Chen had a deep bond with them and they had gone through life and death together. Was this friendship going to end just like that? Tong Ling was even more despondent. Although Jiang Chen was a little arrogant, he was their best friend. The bond that was formed when they went through life and death together was something that no one could understand. The nine-headed thunderbird was too terrifying. How could Jiang Chen resist it? He was completely drowned by the thunderbird. Sigh, another fallen person has been born. It seems like it won't be easy to go to the Xianxia Milky Way city. Without experiencing life and death, without going through hardships and obstacles, who can casually succeed? This is fate. You can't win against fate. How can the nine-headed thunderbird be defeated so easily? Even the current arena lord might not dare to say that he can defeat the nine-headed thunderbird. I already said that this kid can't do it. Another wandering soul. This? Everyone look. It was Unknown who cried out in surprise. Amidst the lightning and fire, a vague figure floated above the arena. Exclamations after exclamations resounded throughout heaven and earth. You're not qualified to kill me. Jiang Chen's voice was ice-cold, bloodthirsty, and filled with a murderous aura. Tong Ling suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head. At that moment, the entire arena became quiet. The other hundreds of battles had already ended. Only the battle between Jiang Chen and the nine-headed thunderbird was still ongoing. How is this possible? This is impossible. Isn't this too strong? He can actually survive under the Eye of Lightning? Chapter 4756. You're still alive? The nine-headed thunderbird was shocked. Other than Tong Wudi, who had brought him back from the dark forest, no one else had survived his Eye of Thunder. This was the first time it had happened. Since you're so confident in your Eye of Thunder, I'll show you what the true power of thunder is. Jiang Chen's body was surrounded by circles of lightning, but he was still safe and sound. How could anyone not be shocked by this scene? If he was an ordinary person, he would have been struck to death by the lightning, or even turned into ashes. You want to compete with me in the power of thunder? You're overestimating yourself. My Eye of Thunder is peerless. How could you? Before the nine-headed thunderbird could finish his sentence, lightning flashed in Jiang Chen's hand. The first lightning appeared, the dawn sky golden lightning. Then, the second lightning appeared, the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. The third lightning, the severing drought lightning. The fourth lightning, the 1,000 flame destruction lightning. The 4 lightning bolts surged in his hand, forming a series of lightning bolts. The nine-headed thunderbird's expression became more and more solemn. The 4 lightning bolts fell at the same time. At that moment he was in complete despair. The Eye of Thunder that he was most proud of didn't have the slightest bit of pride to speak of. The 4 lightning bolts continued to stack. The domineering power that could destroy heaven and earth made the nine-headed thunderbird panic. Every head was filled with horror. Even Tong Wudi, who was standing on the high platform, gradually narrowed his eyes. He had never heard of Jiang Chen's 4 lightning bolts. Moreover, Jiang Chen had the lightning source of 4 lightning bolts. How could Tong Wudi not know? But how did he do it? To be able to fuse 4 different lightning bolts into one's body without interfering with one another was simply unimaginable. The world was big and nothing was too strange. Tong Wudi was shocked, but he didn't panic. After all, he was a stellar-level powerhouse. Jiang Chen's ability wasn't enough to shock him. However, this kid's foundation surprised Tong Wudi even more. It was much stronger than his own daughter's. 4 different colored heavenly lightning struck down from the sky and spread around Jiang Chen. The power of the lightning instantly devoured the 9 thunderbirds. Everyone on the scene was stunned and dumbfounded. They didn't know what to do, they didn't know how to express the fear and pressure in their hearts. It was too strong. The nine-headed thunderbird was completely charred by the 4 lightning bolts. Although he didn't turn into ashes, he was completely dead. There was no hope for him to survive. The nine-headed thunderbird didn't know whether he should rejoice or die a worthy death at the hands of the lightning that he was most proud of. However, at that moment, the bestial battle arena became quiet. When the lightning gradually dissipated, Jianghu stood on the arena. In front of him was the nine-headed thunderbird that couldn't be more dead. Its 9 heads were all smashed by the lightning bolts. His body was badly mutilated. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people were in awe of Jianghu. The strong would always be respected. Regardless of the result, even if they had mercilessly ridiculed Jianghu, at this moment, no one could deny Jianghu's existence. Killing the nine-headed thunderbird would set off a huge uproar in the arena. The nine-headed thunderbird, which had never been defeated in the past 100 years, was completely annihilated this time. Who wouldn't be shocked? Who wouldn't be afraid? It's dead. It's really dead? Tong Ling's face was filled with shock. A smile gradually blossomed on his face. Jianghu didn't disappoint them. Even the pinnacle magical beasts in the arena fell at his hands. This guy's trump card was too strong. Even in the snowy region, he didn't display all of it. This thunderous attack had caused the nine-headed thunderbird to fall at the hands of its strongest attack. In the next moment, the entire arena cheered. Jianghu was the last to finish the battle. However, he didn't disappoint them. That was because the excitement of this battle was definitely the most shocking in the entire beast battle. This trip was really worth it. It's too satisfying. The origin stones were well spent. Back then, none of us thought highly of this Jianghu. Now it seems like he has taught all of us a lesson. You can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a pail. The words of the ancients still make some sense. This time, I really believe that he killed 2 ancient magical beasts. Such a technique is truly amazing. Anyway, I'm impressed. Under so many lightning bolts, he could still rise from the ashes and kill his opponent. This Jianghu is truly a dark horse. That's right. That's right. Everyone was in awe. From the initial disregard to the final victory, Jianghu could be said to have overcome all the difficulties and won the hearts of the crowd. Amazing Jiang brother. This time you've completely become my idol. Xianxia pulled on Jianghu's shoulder and said with a stern face. That's right. From now on I'll follow you. Balzaha was also full of excitement as he said with a smile. He had finally put down a huge stone in his heart. Tong Ling looked at Jianghu, nodded slightly and let out a long sigh of relief. This guy always made people so worried, but he would always give them a different surprise every time. Jianghu had completely completed the first round of the beast battle. This battle had also set off an uproar. In the next few decades, no one would be able to surpass him. After all, the nine-headed thunderbird could be said to have been arrogant for 100 years before falling in the hands of Jianghu. You really scared us to death just now. Tong Ling rolled his eyes at Jianghu, but he couldn't hide his joy. After all, this could be said to be the best battle in the entire battle. Moreover, the nine-headed thunderbird was directly obliterated by Jianghu, which completely established his position. In the Colosseum at this time, Jianghu had undoubtedly become the real focus. I know what I'm doing. Jianghu's face was calm. Tong Ling rolled his eyes and was speechless. They were here in fear for Jianghu, but he didn't even take it to heart. How infuriating. But you can't let your guard down. Your battle just now must have attracted everyone's attention. In the second round of the battle, you are likely to become the target of everyone. When that time comes, everyone will gang up on you. For you, it is very likely that it will be your doom. Balzaha retracted his smile because Jianghu was currently in the limelight. This wasn't a good thing as it would draw more attention to him. Then he would have nowhere to hide and he would have to be extra careful when being targeted by others. Bar is right. Jianghu, you really have to be careful. If you show off too much, you will expose yourself to the eyes of these people. At that time, you will be the first target they will suppress. Xianxia was also deeply worried. Jianghu had indeed received the cheers of the entire audience, but before the beast battle was completely over, no one could determine who was the real expert. Anyone could fall from the altar, and Jianghu was no exception. Chapter 4757. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Jianghu, you have to be careful. The next battle is very important for you, Tong Ling said in a low voice. Now, only xianxia had not participated in the beast battle. As for the second round, it would continue on the second day and they were allowed 1 day of rest. Xianxia did not disappoint. The 4 of them all entered the second round. It could be said that everyone was happy. However, only 96 people were left in the battle of 1,000 people. The degree of cruelty could be seen. Even if there were less than 1/10 of the people left, the difficulty of the second round would increase infinitely. Especially for Jiang Qin, he attracted the attention of the audience and also attracted the firepower of the audience. No matter which group he was in, he would become the target of everyone's joint attack. At dawn the next day after they rested, the entire Colosseum was already packed with people since a long time ago. A few tens of thousands of people were gathered together, and it was truly terrifying. The clamor of the crowd caused one to sigh with pity, and the blood in one's entire body boiled. Start drawing lots. Get ready, Balzaha said. More than 90 people who entered the second round had finished drawing lots. In the end, Jiang Qin was in one group, Tong Ling was in another, and Balzaha and xianxia were actually in the same group. I didn't think that the 2 of us were fated. xianxia sighed. Get lost. Who wants to be in the same group as you? Balzaha said without any trace of politeness, directly stabbing xianxia's heart. You have no conscience. See how I will deal with you later. Xianxia scolded with a smile. Be careful. Jiang Qin glanced at the 3 of them. The second round of group battles would have 32 people in a group. This was the real test of strength and endurance. As the saying goes, the one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. You too. It will be harder for you than us. This time you will definitely be the first to be attacked. Be careful. After Tong Ling finished warning them, they also finally entered the war beast stage. These 3 battles were completed at the same time. 3 war beast stages, more than 100 people's battles, will be presented in the war beast arena at the same time, giving everyone the strongest and most exciting battle experience. Over 100 people entered the arena one after another. Jiang Qin felt quite a few gazes directed at him. It seemed that Tong Ling and the others were right. At this moment, he had already become the target of everyone's attention. It was all because he had killed the 9-headed Thunderbird in the first stage that everyone recognized him. Moreover, his threat level was the highest. In this kind of group attack, the first person to be killed would definitely be him. Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin. Roars resounded throughout the beast battle arena. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly in his heart. It's all your fault. You guys are just here to watch the show. If it weren't for you guys, would I have been pushed to the heart of the struggle? Right now he was already standing at the peak. While he was enjoying the attention of everyone present, the impact he would receive next would be the greatest. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Jiang Qin had become the target of everyone's envy and jealousy. It also made him stand in the wind. The bird that sticks out will be shot, if not him, then who else? Jiang Qin naturally didn't want to become the target of everyone's attention, but he had no other choice. He could only brace himself. I'm afraid Jiang Qin is finished this time. Right now, everyone is staring at him. What can he do? Who asked him to not know how to restrain himself? Now that he is being targeted, he deserves it. It's easy for you to say. Yesterday you encountered the 9-headed Thunderbird, an existence comparable to an ancient demonic beast. Do you think you can keep a low profile even if you want to? I'm afraid that Jiang Qin was also forced to be killed. If he could endure it, he would definitely amaze everyone. However, it's a pity that the 9-headed Thunderbird forced him to use his full strength. It also let everyone see this potential threat. If he doesn't come out, how can he pass the second round? You're right. I reckon that Jiang Qin has no other choice. This is no longer something he can decide. Facing so many experts who are eyeing him covetously, which one of them wouldn't want to take charge? It can only be said that he's unlucky. I, on the other hand, hope that Jiang Qin can once again show off his brilliance. Since he's a dark horse, he'll be a dark horse to the end. That's a fantasy. If everyone didn't know his strength, maybe he would hide it and act weak before finally erupting. It wouldn't be difficult for him to pass the second round. But now it's too late to regret. On the high platform there were many different opinions. Jiang Qin's battle had undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. However, whether he could laugh until the end was not certain. After all, those who could participate in the beast battle were not cowards. Those who could defeat the demonic beasts and enter the second round were the elites among the elites. Although Jiang Qin had a brilliant reputation and yesterday's battle had become the focus of everyone's attention, He was also a thorn in the flesh of these beast-fighting warriors. If he wanted to obtain the title of beast-fighting warrior and wanted to go to Xianxia Galaxy City, then he must sweep away all obstacles and defeat all opponents. The moment Jiang Qin stepped onto the beast-fighting stage, he could feel the other 31 pairs of cold eyes staring at him. They were filled with battle intent. What should come couldn't be avoided. Jiang Qin could only give it his all and fight. Looks like there's no way to escape. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. Soldiers come with arms, water comes with an earth weir. Only by fighting could he resolve his worries. In the face of so many ninth heavenly layer star emperors, Jiang Qin simply wanted to curse. The other two beast fighting stages didn't have such a stiff atmosphere. It was like a life and death calamity. Jiang Qin, if you choose to withdraw now, maybe you still have a chance to live. But if you're stubborn, then don't blame us for being impolite. If you want to die, we can help you. Right? If you withdraw now, we can let you go. Otherwise Humph will gang up on you. No matter how ruthless you are, you'll have to obediently bow down. If you want to live for a few more years, I advise you to withdraw. Jiang Qin, even if you're strong, can you beat so many of us? That's right. Haha, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. More than 30 people all looked at Jiang Qin with a cold smile. If they could subdue him without a fight, that would naturally be the best. They were completely on the same side, sharing a common hatred against the common enemy. Only by defeating Jiang Qin would they have a chance. Although they weren't really afraid of Jiang Qin, this guy defeated the nine-headed Thunderbird. In order to be absolutely safe, they had to do this. They had to kill Jiang Qin in the cradle. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Although there was no agreement, these people completely excluded Jiang Qin. Only by doing this could they ensure their chances of advancing. Isn't this too unfair? So many people are attacking Jiang Qin, wanting to kick him out first. It's really despicable. I originally wanted to see them fight to the death. Now that Jiang Qin is directly kicked out, I've been looking forward to it for nothing. Chapter 4758. Then there's nothing we can do. This is the path he chose. It's not against the rules. Jiang Qin is so strong. If they want to stand out, they have to fight with Jiang Qin to the death. However, these people are smart. They eliminate the biggest threat first. Then they will have a better chance. Someone sighed secretly. This is too difficult for Jiang Qin. It seems that there's no chance for me to see a group of heroes fighting for supremacy. Many people sighed in their hearts. However, the reality was cruel. Even if Jiang Qin was a deity descending to the mortal world, it would be useless in the face of so many experts. Just when everyone was mourning for Jiang Qin and was sure that he would choose to retreat, he actually did the opposite and took a step forward resolutely. It went without saying what this step meant. If he retreated, Jiang Qin's life could be saved. However, if he took a step forward, swords and spears had no eyes. More than 30 experts in the ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm would definitely kill Jiang Qin without a burial place. You're courting death. On the fighting beast stage, someone snorted coldly and stared at Jiang Qin angrily. Since he is so stubborn, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Yes, kill Jiang Qin first. It's not too late for us to fight later. Otherwise, with Jiang Qin here, it will be difficult for us to move an inch. Kill! Endless roars resounded in the fighting beast stage. Jiang Qin looked steadily forward. He had already made up his mind. In this battle, he must kill one to warn the others. He must let everyone know that he was not a pushover. If you want to kill me, then let's see if you are prepared to lose your life. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and shouted. His expression was stern. The battle was imminent. This guy is quite courageous. There are 30 people here. If he can break through the encirclement, then the last stage should be easy. Tong Wudi looked at Jiang Qin, who was as still as a mountain. Jiang Qin's courage was indeed commendable. Facing more than 30 fighters at the ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm, he could still walk leisurely and remain so calm. Ordinary people couldn't do that. His courage alone was worthy of praise. Even though he knew there was a tiger in the mountain, he still chose to walk towards the tiger's mountain. Taking a step back would open up the sea and the sky, but he still chose to brave the wind and the waves. Jiang Qin held his sword and stood there fearlessly. He had seen all kinds of storms and waves. Naturally, he wouldn't be chased away by these people. Sword 22. Jiang Qin drew his sword and rushed into the crowd like a tidal wave. All of a sudden, many fighters went all out and fought fiercely with Jiang Qin. Although they didn't have any agreement, Jiang Qin's strength made them afraid. They had to practice to eliminate him so that they could have a foothold. 31 people were all at the ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. None of them was a master who could take charge alone. Moreover, they had all advanced by defeating demonic beasts. Jiang Qin didn't dare to be careless. As for whether he could defeat them or not, it would depend on his actions. Jiang Qin, where are you going? Catch him and kill him. We can't let him escape. Jiang Qin was even more cautious. He fought and retreated at the same time. Although the limitless sword cooperated perfectly with him, he only cared about the front and not the back. There were too many people. Even a real half-step star-level expert might not be able to take them lightly. Even ants could kill an elephant when there were too many of them. Moreover, they were not ants but bloodthirsty bats. It didn't take too many of them. 3 to 5 of them would make it difficult for him to move. As soon as Jiang Qin started the fight, he was forced into a very difficult situation. He kept wandering on the edge of the fighting beast ring. The scene was extremely fierce. Jiang Qin only had one choice, which was to run away like a rat. Although he also wanted to fight back, after all, if he could defeat them head-on, his prestige would definitely rise to a higher level, which would make them admire him more. However, his strength was limited. The 5/9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm who were charging at him had already made Jiang Qin miserable. The only thing he could do was to run away blindly and weaken their power. In the end, he tried to survive in the cracks, but he was in a very difficult situation. It wasn't that Jiang Qin didn't want to fight to the death with them, but he was very clear about his own strength. At the end of the fight, Jiang Qin was confident that he could kill 20 people, but the rest of them might let him die without a burial place. Without absolute confidence, Jiang Qin didn't want to die here, so he could only choose to run away. But it wasn't admitting defeat, it was just a strategy. Otherwise, if he was afraid of death, Jiang Qin would have already admitted defeat. But how could he be willing? Gradually, Jiang Qin was besieged by many experts. It was difficult for him to move forward, but his speed was unparalleled. These people couldn't help but admit defeat. But blindly running away didn't mean victory, on the contrary, it attracted even more disdain. You're truly too disappointing. I had originally thought that you were some sort of hero. But now it seems that you're nothing more than a coward. TSK. Isn't that so? We can only run away since we can't beat them? Ah, what is this? Only a lackey would do this, right? You are also worthy of being called a beast-fighting warrior? You are also worthy of entering the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City? You are simply a joke. Like a rabbit, you run quite fast, but it's a pity that you are like a wax spearhead made of silver, good to look at but useless. Don't hide, little bastard. You only have this much ability. Everyone sneered and said, but they didn't give up on chasing Jiang Qin. Each of them spoke eloquently and didn't put Jiang Qin in their eyes. You are a group of shameless things. You still dare to talk about heroes in front of me? If you are a group of heroes, then you have more than 30 people ganging up on me? I'm not afraid of you even if it's a one-on-one battle. Are your faces made out of stone? You are still boasting shamelessly. This is the first time in my life. Jiang Qin said with a cold smile. These guys were undoubtedly trying to provoke Jiang Qin into submission. At the very least, it would be a life-and-death battle. Jiang Qin would definitely die if he accepted the challenge. However, Jiang Qin was running around, not giving them a chance at all. That was the most disgusting thing. They were furious to see that Jiang Qin didn't move at all. Although Jiang Qin didn't dare to fight them head-on, it wouldn't be easy for them to kill Jiang Qin. The crowd was also infuriated by Jiang Qin's scolding, but they could only vent their anger on Jiang Qin. They were determined to kill him. All of a sudden, everyone rushed forward. Jiang Qin's situation became even more difficult. More than 30 people at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm had made up their minds. Jiang Qin would definitely be in a more difficult situation. Chapter 4759. Compared to Jiang Qin, Balzaha, and the others, Tong Ling's situation was the best. Most people knew that Tong Ling was Tong Wudi's daughter, the daughter of the city lord. Who would dare to kill her? If they really killed her, she would disappear from Norton City at any time. Moreover, if Tong Ling's life was really in danger, Tong Wudi would not stand by and watch, even if it was against the rules of the beast battle. Everyone knew how terrifying Tong Wudi was, so Tong Ling was not destined to be the first target in this battle. However, when it came to a life-and-death battle, as long as it was not a life-threatening situation, they would not be soft-hearted. Defeating Tong Ling did not mean that they had to kill her. Furthermore, Tong Ling's identity had played a very big role in the second stage where all the heroes were vying for supremacy. No one would be so blind as to specifically target the daughter of the city lord. Wasn't that courting death? Therefore, Tong Ling did not have many opponents, and she was not in a hurry to make a move. She conserved her strength and hid her cultivation. The last battle was the time for her to explode. Identity was also a part of one's strength. The person Tong Ling was most worried about was Jiang Chen. Balzaha and Sangzhua could protect themselves no matter how bad they were, but Jiang Chen was different. He was facing more than 39th sky of the Star Royal Realm. This was a desperate battle. Jiang Chen could not defeat them at all. Back in the snowy field, the great snow mountain demons had been suppressed by Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation, and their cultivation had been damaged. That was why they had been forced to retreat by Jiang Chen. These people were all top-notch experts. Since they could stand out in the first round, their combat strength was bound to be real. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's situation was getting more and more difficult. He had no choice but to run for his life, relying on his speed to move around the edge of the arena. This was the final battle. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to fight against more than 30 warriors. However, he still refused to admit defeat, and it was impossible for him to retreat at this moment. "You fool, don't you know that taking a step back will make all the difference?" Tong Ling could not help but sigh in his heart. But Jiang Chen was hanging on to his last breath, being surrounded and intercepted by dozens of people. In such a small arena, where could he run to? Jiang Chen's sword was indeed ferocious, but could he defeat all of them? Defeat 1, defeat 2, defeat 3? There is a limit to one's strength. He was facing more than 30 experts who were much stronger than him. The battle had become extremely brutal and had entered the climax. Jiang Chen was severely injured. More than 30 people were attacking him one after another. He had nowhere to hide. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for him to be completely eliminated. Jiang Chen had no choice but to face 30 experts who were chasing after him one after another. He had no way to escape. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was killed. He's really overestimating himself. He clearly had the chance to leave at the beginning, but he didn't take it seriously. Now he can't even leave even if he wanted to. These people will definitely not let him go. This is called asking for it. Did he really think he could defy the heavens and change his fate to fight 1 against 30? Aha, I'm just joking. Sigh, this is fate. Jiang Chen is unwilling to admit defeat, but he has harmed himself. He doesn't know that where there's life, there's hope. Once he's dead, everything will be over. He can't blame anyone. It can only be said that he was too careless. Who does he think he is? In the first round, he showed off his abilities too much, causing him to become the target of everyone. Now it's difficult. Everything is too much. Fate is bound to end early. Jiang Chen is perhaps the most dazzling star in this beast battle, but also the shortest one. On the spectator stand, sighs and sneers filled the arena. Jiang Chen had indeed become the focus of everyone's attention, but even more people were watching him as a joke. 1 against 30, wasn't this nonsense? Overestimating yourself, now you know the pain? But there's no medicine for regret in this world. Even if Jiang Chen knew that he would die, it was too late for regrets. I'll see where you can escape to. Even if you want to escape to the ends of the earth, you can't escape from this arena. Jiang Chen was being targeted. He could only choose to retreat. If it wasn't for the might of the heavenly dragon sword, he would have already been defeated. Even so, Jiang Chen was suffering as he retreated. His strength had been greatly reduced. Facing the 30 jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards who were all targeting him, Jiang Chen could not call for help even if he called for help. Death was approaching Jiang Chen step by step. A trace of despair flashed in Tong Ling's eyes. Jiang Chen, why are you always so stubborn? But at this moment, she couldn't afford to be distracted anymore, because the next few experts she had to face had all arrived. 30 people had fallen. Only she and another expert at the 9th heaven of the Star Royal Realm were left in the arena. She couldn't afford to be careless. "Miss, I'm afraid you're going to lose to me in this battle." The red-haired man in a green robe looked very arrogant and unsociable. He even felt sorry for the audience, but his strength was unquestionable. He had defeated his opponents one after another. In the last battle, he faced Tong Ling, which was a show of respect for the city lord's mansion and Tong Wudi. However, Tong Ling didn't think so. She had to go to the Xianxia Galaxy City. She had to defeat her opponent. Not necessarily. Make your move. I won't show any mercy. Tong Ling's momentum was vigorous. She was about to charge. When the two of them fought, the red-haired man finally realized how powerful Tong Ling was. She had been hiding her strength. Coupled with her identity, no one dared to fight her to the death. Therefore she had kept her strength very well. It seems that I really can't underestimate you. Miss, watch my sword. The red-haired man sneered, but the long sword in his hand didn't slow down at all. The blade was sharp, and its momentum was like a dragon, making Tong Ling quite nervous. Tong Ling's mind was as one. She had to go all out in the last battle. Childish shadowless sword. Tong Ling's figure was like a bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely shocking. His sword skill was invisible and he was as fast as a swan. This time, Tong Ling's sword skill made the red-haired man realize that something was wrong. He didn't expect Tong Ling's attack to be so terrifying. Moreover, he didn't take Tong Ling seriously at first. Chapter 4760. Many people sighed endlessly. They admired Tong Ling very much. In addition, her identity was different from others, so she attracted the gazes of countless people. More people understood how terrifying she was. Balzaha and Sangzhuo were also defeated. Although their lives weren't in danger, they were in great pain and their injuries were severe. Sigh, I didn't expect that golden-haired girl to be so strong. We both lost. Sangzhuo smiled bitterly. It's good enough that we survived. Anyway, we still have a chance. Let's fight next year. I don't believe I can't enter the awakening galaxy city. Balzaha didn't feel any pressure and said with a serious expression. What about Jiangchen? Jiang brother looks a bit strained. Sangzhuo stared at the arena where Jiang Chen and the others were. 30 against 1, wasn't this a bit too unfair? However, there was no such thing as fairness in this world. Fists were the hard truth. He really might not be able to hold on. Tong Ling's voice was extremely low. Although they had won this battle, Jiang Chen's crisis was still affecting her heart. There was no way out. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely ugly. 30 people. This wasn't a fair battle at all. It was a one-sided suppression. He kept retreating, hiding, struggling at death's door, but he was never willing to give up. Even though he knew that there was only a slim chance of survival, Jiang Chen still wanted to forge ahead without fear. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but that he couldn't lose. De Huang was waiting for him, Long Shan was calling him, and Feng was suffering somewhere in the everlasting world. What he had to do was sweep away all obstacles and charge out of this cage-like place. He had to stand at the peak of the awakening galaxy city and let the entire heaven awakening planet see him, as well as those who wanted to see him. Jiang Chen died. Ah. Still want to run? Dream on. After killing you, we can compete for the final victor. You tumor should have died long ago. Everyone worked together. If we delay, something unexpected might happen. Chains? Gagaga, that's impossible. Even if it's the Heavenly King himself, he won't be able to escape from our palms. How can a single person defy the heavens? Everyone sneered and ridiculed Jiang Chen again and again, pushing his situation to the brink of collapse. He could lose at any time. As long as he fell, they would all be happy and the real battle had just begun. At this time, Tong Ling and the other yellow-haired girl had already finished their battle and became the final victors. They directly advanced to the third stage and waited to challenge the previous arena masters tomorrow. Now, only Jiang Chen's arena was left. Jiang Chen was resisting everyone. To be exact, no one wanted to see Jiang Chen live. That was because they had felt an immense pressure when they had been fighting the nine-headed Thunderbird. This threat had to be nipped in the bud. Moonlight Slash. Heavenly Lake Sword Technique. Tornado Shadowless Kick. Jiang Chen's mind was as one. His expression was gloomy. He had endured endless pressure. From the beginning of the battle until now, there were more than 10 wounds on his body. Blood was dripping and the wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. However, for Jiang Chen, as long as he did not fall, he could still fight. Groveling, struggling at death's door, advancing step by step and being battered and exhausted. Now Jiang Chen was really like an old dog, cowering at the edge of the arena and brushing shoulders with death again and again. *CKU, I've had enough. Jiang Chen roared angrily. At this moment, the formation he had set up at the edge of the arena was finally completed. He was not running, but he was constantly setting up the formation. As long as the formation was completed, so what if there were 39th Heaven Star Emperors? The Ashura Sword Formation, 18 5th grade swords, and source stones were completely activated. This time, Jiang Chen did not use himself to drive the formation. Instead, he used 100 million 5th grade source stones. The Sky Dragon Sword was the eye of the formation, the 18 5th grade swords were the foundation, and 100 million source stones were the source of the formation. Not only did Jiang Qin set up the formation, but he also set up an endless death formation. In other words, this formation could not be broken, unless it was broken by force. 18 rays of light were emitted, sealing off the entire arena. More than 30 people felt a sense of suffocation. It was impossible for the source strength in Jiang Qin's body to be endless, but the 100 million source stones were an endless source of power. Moreover, this time was completely different from the past. Jiang Qin was already prepared. If you do this once, I will do it 15 times. If you want to kill me, there is no need for me to keep you here. Jiang Qin's goal was not only to defeat them but to kill them all. To kill one must be swift and decisive. If he wanted to make a name for himself, he could not be indecisive. If you want to kill me, then I can only give you a taste of your own medicine. The moment Jiang Qin activated the formation, more than 30 people felt that something was wrong. What's going on? I don't know. Why do I feel like we are surrounded? This is a formation? What a powerful formation. What can a mere formation do to me? Break it? Someone was unwilling to give up. He slashed out with his sword, wanting to break the formation. However, he was immediately pushed back by the Ashura sword formation. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. At that moment, many people's expressions changed. What kind of formation is this? Isn't it too strange? Don't tell me this was done by Jiang Qin. It's hard to say. Where's Jiang Qin? There? He's up there. Jiang Qin stood proudly on the Ashura sword formation and shouted in a low voice. Kill without mercy. The formation was activated quickly. Everyone exclaimed. 18 beams of sword light were as dazzling as the sun. They dashed around and shuttled back and forth in the formation on the arena. What a terrifying sword energy. Retreat. Retreat. After an exclamation, the expressions of the 30-plus people changed abruptly, and they were shocked. This sword formation was really too strong. They tried repeatedly, but they were unable to break the formation at all. Moreover, the backlash from the formation heavily injured them. Subsequently, the numerous sword lights were like piercingly cold frost that enveloped everyone's hearts. I can't go on. Help me. I can't go on. I don't want to die. Jiang Qin, I was wrong. Please let me go. I really don't want to die. Asshole, I'm going out. What should I do? What should I do? Hold on, everyone. I don't believe that there's no way to crack this formation. Can a star emperor at the seventh heaven go against the natural order? Terrified shouts reverberated in the formation and resounded in the arena. Puff, puff, puff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The continuous sword shadows caused many people to be pierced by the sword chi. They were severely injured and some even died on the spot. In less than 10 seconds, 9 people had fallen to the ground. Fear continued to spread. Chapter 4761. What a frightening formation. Even I can feel a chill down my spine from here. Seems like the people within this formation aren't going to make it out alive. That's right. How could Jiang Qin create such a powerful formation? It's terrifying. 1 against 30. This Jiang Qin is a freak. No, it should be said that he is an existence comparable to the gods. More and more people on the spectators' seats exclaimed in shock. 18 light pillars and 18 sword shadows had sealed off everyone on the arena. Jiang Qin stood proudly like a god of war who was fighting for his life. Who would have thought that an expert at the seventh heaven of the Star Royal Realm would have such a powerful technique? It was against the natural order. More than 30 people were trapped in the formation, and 10 of them had already died. Tong Wudi was silent. He wanted to attack, but in the end he restrained himself. That was because he could sense how abnormal this formation was. If he forcibly broke it, he might be able to, but he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The entire arena would be razed to the ground. The energy of 100 million fifth-grade source stones would explode in an instant. Coupled with the backlash of the formation, the colossal beast-fighting arena might turn into a sinkhole. There might even be countless casualties. Even he wasn't confident that he could survive. This formation was too vicious and too perverse. This formation is terrifying, but it doesn't seem to be irreversible. How many source stones would it take to defeat more than 30 people at the ninth heaven of the Star Royal Realm just by relying on the formation itself? Based on my estimates, this array formation would probably require hundreds of millions of grade 5 source stones to completely stabilize it. Moreover, it would need an endless supply of source stones. Even a stellar-level powerhouse would not be able to destroy this array formation. Are you serious? Isn't that too much? 100 million 5th grade source stones? Oh my god. Is he still human? This Jiangchen is too terrifying. Many people who knew about formations couldn't help but gasp. 100 million 5th grade source stones was an astronomical figure for them. A person in the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm would be considered extremely wealthy if he had 3 or 5 million source stones. However, this formation had cost more than 100 million grade 5 source stones, which was enough to prove that its power was not without reason. Wouldn't it be better to use 100 million 5th grade source stones to cultivate? If he had to stake everything in this battle, 100 million 5th grade source stones would be enough for an ordinary person to break through to the star level. Of course, that was just an ideal situation. Many people wouldn't have a chance to break through in their entire lives. Jiangchen had used hundreds of millions of dawn stones to create this formation. Its tyrannical power shocked everyone. This formation had turned into a peerless killing formation, one that couldn't be broken. None of the people who were trapped in this formation could come out alive. Jiangchen looked straight ahead, his eyes were cold. They only had themselves to blame for everything that had happened to them. They didn't have to fight to the death, but they didn't dare to let Jiangchen live because he would become an obstacle in their path. Their path to becoming a true expert would be filled with thorns and bumps. Jiangchen looked at Jiangchen and said, "Don't worry. They wouldn't be at ease if they didn't kill Jiangchen." Therefore, Jiangchen killed them without any guilt or hesitation. He was invincible. Anyone who stood in his way would die. Jiangchen's eyes were as cold as ice. No one could stop him. Motherf asterisk Ker Jiang brother is going against the heavens. There are so many people. Oh my god. Balzaha's body trembled. His face was extremely ugly and his eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for those people in the formation. However, they had brought this upon themselves. They had teamed up to surround Jiangchen and wanted to kill him. Only now did they realize that they had kicked an iron plate. This iron plate made all of their expressions change. Each of them wailed in pain. The aura of death permeated the entire arena. That's the right thing to do. Those people didn't know what was good for them and wanted to kill Jiang brother. Do they regret it now? Help. Even the heavenly king can't save your life. Xianxia sneered. He felt gratified for Jiangchen and was very excited. Killing and drinking blood was a matter of course. Only those who survived would be strong. Those who failed would never be remembered. However, Jiangchen has already angered everyone. He is too cruel. He didn't give these people a chance to live. Tong Ling said worriedly. What? Did they deserve to kill Jiangchen? Isn't it reasonable for Jiangchen to kill them? Xianxia didn't agree. 30 people killed you. The law doesn't punish the masses. You killed 30 people, which makes you an executioner who kills people like flies. Balzaha glanced at Tong Ling and said in a low voice. However, no matter what, Jiangchen didn't do anything wrong. He was forced to do this, Tong Ling said. At the moment of life and death, Jiangchen had struggled on the edge of death countless times. If he could turn defeat into victory, why couldn't he kill everyone? Although this battle didn't advocate life and death, Jiangchen's method wasn't wrong when facing enemies who wanted to kill him. Jiangchen's formation was a killing formation of death. Even Tong Wudi couldn't do anything about it. Save me. City Lord, save me, I beg you. Jiangchen, I was wrong. I beg you to let me go. I don't want to die. I still have a wife and children. I can't die, I give up. I quit. I don't want to play anymore. Sob, sob, sob. What? Why are you so cruel? Why did you kill all of us? Jiangchen, you devil. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Roars and screams reverberated in the arena. This battle seemed to have become a massacre. Jiangchen let them go. Tong Wudi's majestic voice appeared in the sky. The atmosphere in the arena became extremely oppressive. Nearly 20 experts at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm had died in Jiangchen's formation. The whole arena was in an uproar, but some people were also full of doubts. Jiangchen was an executioner. The formation is complete. It can't be broken. Jiangchen looked up and met Tong Wudi's eyes. This is a massacre. It's against the original intention of our battle. A real warrior shouldn't be full of killing intent. He shouldn't be a devil, right? Tong Wudi frowned and said, Lung Lung. That's right. This guy is too evil. He kills people like flies, but he's still so arrogant. City Lord, you can't let him go. Such a good competition was actually turned into a slaughterhouse by him. Such a vicious person, even if he becomes a beast fighter, I reckon that he will still be a person who has committed countless crimes. Chapter 4762. Sighs and sighs could be heard everywhere. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen's formation was too terrifying. Only a few of the 30 or so people were left. Why should I wait to be executed just because they want to kill me? The law doesn't punish the masses? 30 people killing one, is this the original intention of the beast battle? Isn't it because they're afraid that I'll suddenly appear and kill everyone, making them lose the chance to compete? Isn't it because they want to strangle the danger in the cradle? And I killed 30 people, so I'm the executioner, the great demon? Ah, what a joke. Others want to kill me with ulterior motives. Do I have to welcome them with a smile? Even if I could, I wouldn't do it. Since they want to kill me, I will kill all of them without any hesitation. I, Jiang Chen, will only kill those who deserve to be killed. All of them deserve to die. Jiang Chen roared. Jiang Chen's words were sonorous, making people's blood boil. However, Tong Wudi's expression wasn't good. Jiang Chen's words were equivalent to disobeying him, but they were reasonable. No one could say anything about it. Only some people who were unwilling to accept it splashed dirty water on Jiang Chen. In their eyes, Jiang Chen kills people like flies. But in my eyes, he only wants to protect himself. Is that wrong? Tong Ling sighed. Whether it was right or wrong, at this moment Jiang Chen's Azura sword formation had completely stopped, because the 30 people had already fallen. There was no longer a chance for them to live. Corpses were lying on the stage, dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. Although many people were dissatisfied with Jiang Chen, they couldn't deny that Jiang Chen's strength had shocked them all. 1 against 30, all killed. Although it was cruel, it made people's blood boil. The cheers and shouts of celebration made people tremble. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. In the end, he was the victor. He killed everyone, but he also won the attention of countless people. This was not a game but a battle of life and death. Jiang Chen never showed mercy, because a kind person would only become a kind person's epitaph. There was no doubt about Jiang Chen's strength. Killing people was just an appetizer. If he didn't kill others, others would kill him. This was the reality of a dog-eat-dog world. Only the strong were respected. Only the living had the right to speak. Jiang Chen withdrew all of his swords. Everyone in the arena was shocked. This battle was even more terrifying than the one that killed the 9-headed Thunderbird. Jiang Chen's name had finally resounded throughout the beast battle arena. It had even become a taboo existence. This is also a skill. If it was someone else, wouldn't they be dead? That's right. Could it be that he's still waiting for death? I support you, Jiang Chen. Man is born good. No one wants to kill people and become a great demon, but when they are forced to do so, who can wait for death? Damn, that was fun. That group of bastards wanted to gang up on him, but in the end, they reaped what they sowed. Ah. The eyes of the crowd were bright. Some people sighed, and naturally there were people who supported Jiang Chen. He was not wrong. He could only survive by killing everyone. The title of the Beast Battle Warrior was not for nothing. Without the courage to fight the world, how could one be called a warrior? Balzaha and Xianxia rushed to the edge of the arena and received Jiang Chen. At this time, Jiang Chen was already on the verge of death. He had suffered many injuries. In this battle he had become a killing god. Even the city lord could not do anything to him. It was really amazing. You won. Tong Ling smiled sweetly. Her eyes were filled with gratification and emotion. Jiang Chen's journey to where he was today was really not easy. This guy had almost died and was targeted by everyone, but he still stood his ground and stood on the peak. This battle had given him a lot of fame, and made him a popular figure in Norton City. A young genius was only SOSO. The beast battle had made him famous. It's all because the people of Norton City were too enthusiastic. There were so many people and I almost couldn't handle it. Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. It was already a miracle that he could survive. Have a good rest. Tomorrow is the last battle. As long as you can win against the arena master, you can enter Tianqi Milky Way City. Tong Ling said. You guys, how about it? Jiang Chen asked. Except for me, the two of them are done for. Tong Ling shrugged and said indifferently. Ling Air, can you not be so harsh? No matter what, we are friends of life and death. Xianxia pretended to be dissatisfied. He had already extinguished the fire, but Tong Ling still poured cold water on him. It was really too depressing. That's right. Miss Temper has been spoiled by you. I curse you to be beaten tomorrow. Balzaha laughed. Bastard, you're courting death. Tong Ling glared and slapped Balzaha's neck. The latter was not angry. They were childhood sweethearts, and Balzaha and Xianxia had deep feelings for Tong Ling. They had both friendship and love. Even Jiang Qin was very envious of them. After returning to the house, Jiang Qin began to quickly heal his injuries and recover his strength. The battle tomorrow could not be underestimated. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being fat. He had now become the wind vane of the beast battle. The battle tomorrow would affect the hearts of countless people. Moreover, he had already taken half a step into Xianxia Milky Way City. Jiang Qin had to be more careful. If he failed at this time, he would probably be too sullen. Today he had almost failed. Fortunately, he had lost half his life to survive. Your injuries are too serious. Master, let me protect you. I always feel that this house is not safe. The Black King appeared beside Jiang Qin and said sternly. He was constantly observing the movements in the surroundings. Okay, you be careful too, Jiang Qin said. His injuries were too severe today, so he had to focus on healing himself, and he couldn't afford any disturbances. Norton City wasn't an iron fortress, and he had almost been ambushed by the arrogant Great Master Lu, so he had to be extra vigilant. Those who did not attract jealousy were mediocre. Jiang Qin was never afraid of others finding fault with him. He wanted to let everyone see his strength. After tomorrow's battle, he would leave Norton City. The Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City had always been a place that he longed for. Only there would he have a bigger stage to show his strength. Jiang Qin looked up at the bright stars in the Milky Way City. It was said that only by standing in Xianxia Milky Way City would one be able to touch it. Only by looking up at the Milky Way City would one have the feeling of being shoulder to shoulder with the starry sky. The night wind was slightly cold, and the sky was gradually changing. The quiet old house was filled with cicadas from time to time. Chapter 4763. The Black King looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The flowers and trees around seemed to be suffocating. The trees longed for peace, but the wind never stopped. Someone is here, the Black King said in a low voice, but he didn't dare to disturb his master. Who is it? Anyone who dares to step into the house will be killed without mercy. The Black King roared angrily. His eyes were filled with disdain as he observed the surroundings. He felt that this pressure was extremely terrifying, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, his master was in the middle of cultivation. He would rather die to stop this man. You didn't expect this, did you? We meet again so soon. A cold laugh resounded in the yard. The man was shrouded in a blue robe. Only his eyes could be seen, staring at Jiang Qin fiercely. Jiang Qin opened his eyes slowly without any distractions. At that moment he also felt a great sense of crisis. He couldn't move at all. He couldn't fight at all if he didn't break through to the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Even if he did, he would need a large number of source stones to recover. Apparently this man had come prepared. It seemed that he had been watching Jiang Qin for a long time. I was wondering who it was. Turns out to be you, a homeless dog. How dare you come here? Do you want to die? Jiang Qin said coldly. This man was the blue-robed man who had taken them out of the ancient snow region. At this moment he was no longer struggling at death's door. He had become extremely fierce. Compared with the man in the ancient snow region, he was a totally different person. The domineering aura covered the yard. He was at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, and he was even stronger than the Black King. You're just a dead dog struggling at death's door. Even if someone protects you, they can't save your life, the blue-robed man said with a smile. The blue-robed man said with a smile. In his point of view, Jiang Qin was like a turtle in a jar. There was no way for him to escape. Back when his strength had been damaged, he hadn't dared to directly clash with Jiang Qin. After leaving the ancient snow region, he had hurriedly hidden himself. He had schemed for 20 years just for that jade tablet. He hadn't expected that it would be snatched away by an uninvited guest from the ancient snow region like Jiang Qin. How could he not be angry? He wanted to dig out his heart and tear out his lungs, to grind Jiang Qin's bones to dust. He had thought that it would not be easy to find him. If this guy went into hiding, it would be very troublesome for the blue-robed man. However, he did not expect that he would dare to participate in the beast battle with great fanfare, which saved him the effort of looking for him. Perhaps it was because he didn't know the use of the jade token. Otherwise he would have found a place to hide it. But this was also good. He was finally relieved. How arrogant of you. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. I let you escape last time, but this time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Jiang Qin said lightly. Is that so? Just based on what you have now? Do you think this is the ancient snow region? Do you think I'm a fool? Ah. The blue-robed man laughed wildly. His eyes were like torches and his killing intent was overwhelming. Don't be so arrogant. You'll have to defeat me first. The Black King snorted coldly, facing the blue-robed man. The two of them were at daggers drawn. The battle was imminent. Jianghu didn't dare to stop for a second. He kept swallowing sore stones to recover his strength at a faster rate. The blue-robed man brought him too much pressure. This man was the strongest person below the star level that Jianghu had met so far. Back in the ancient snow region, the blue-robed man couldn't exert all his strength. Now it seemed that the seal had been lifted completely. Jianghu could not defeat him without breaking through to the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. The higher one was at the peak of the Star Emperor realm, the more difficult it would be. Every step forward was like reaching the sky. And the truly stable experts at the peak of the Star Emperor realm would be even stronger. This blue-robed man was one of those experts. The Black King didn't hesitate. He rushed forward and fought with the blue-robed man at close range. Horrible collisions and intertwined with each other again and again. The Black King was also very strong, but he was a bit overwhelmed when facing this blue-robed man who had recovered his strength and returned. Even the Black King didn't expect this guy to be so strong. He wanted to seize the opportunity to kill the blue-robed man with one blow. It seemed that it would not be as easy as he had imagined. However, even if he died, he would protect his master. From the moment he surrendered to Jianghu, his life didn't belong to Jianghu anymore. Even if he had to face a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, the Black King would make a way for Jianghu. Boom! Earth-shattering roars resounded through the earth. The world was spinning. The Black King's sharp claws tore the air. His momentum didn't diminish at all. Like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain, he kept clashing with the blue-robed man. The feeling of fists hitting flesh was very exciting. However, the Black King's situation became more and more difficult. The blue-robed man also punched hard. His roar was like thunder. He suddenly rushed forward and knocked the Black King over. Jianghu saw everything, but he had no way to deal with it at the moment. He could only finish his recovery and break through as soon as possible. You can't stop me, the blue-robed man said disapprovingly as he approached the Black King with a sinister smile. His robe was fluttering in the wind. Even if you die, don't even think about taking a step forward. The Black King stood in front of the blue-robed man fearlessly, looking death in the eye. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The blue-robed man's attacks were ruthless, and his fists were swift and fierce. Every punch landed on Black King's sharp claws, causing Black King's hands to tremble uncontrollably. It was the simplest and most direct confrontation between the two. Crisp sounds of bones breaking rang out, and Black King's injuries became more and more severe. The blue-robed man became more and more ruthless. The Black King didn't care about anything. The blue-robed man wanted to kill this guy to crush his arrogance. As long as he didn't kill the Black King, he couldn't touch Jianghu. This guy was like a dog skin plaster sticking to him. The blue-robed man became more and more furious. Get lost. The Black King blocked with his arms and rushed forward without hesitation. Once again he exchanged blows with the blue-robed man. His whole body was sent flying. His injuries were very serious. The blue-robed man patted the dust off his body and frowned. This guy was really hateful. Die. Devil God Fist. Layers of demonic shadows came one after another. Fist shadows intertwined, making it impossible for the Black King to hide. The Black King was already seriously injured. Now it was even worse. The Black King's body was sent flying. He kept gasping for breath and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Overconfident dog. Umph. The blue-robed man approached again. The Black King's body was still unmoved. He stood in front of Jianghu, protecting him with his life. If you want me to die, don't think you'll have it easy too. The black-robed man said in a low voice. Only kill people? Humph, it seems that there are quite a few people who have their eyes on me. Jianghu narrowed his eyes. He didn't know who this black-robed man in front of him was, but at this time he was completely in a dead end. There was no way to escape. I don't care who you are. If you want to kill and rob, then don't blame me for not being polite. The blue-robed man looked at the black-robed man. Jianghu was very sullen. I'm about to die, but I don't even know who these two bastards are. It's really depressing. All right. The black-robed man's low voice revealed a trace of age and hoarseness, slightly nodding his head. "You're Lu Deshui's man?" Jiang Qin said in a low voice. "You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.